amazing. And of course, there's been some additional energy with the return of speedrunning this MDI. So Dratnus, has seeing our teams face off against each other and the clock upped the excitement for you?
I think the speedrunning format has really highlighted the combination, this trinity of skills that a team needs to win. Execution is really the important thing, right? Like being able to actually do the strategy on the day of. That has been something that has separated our teams from advancing versus our teams that have been good in time trials and then have stumbled on the actual day. But then that's paired with this innovation and the strategic layer as well, where we've also seen the teams continue to develop over the course of these groups.
Yeah, it's been so fun, and I know a lot of folks have been really, really looking forward to having this again. And so, speedrunning, it's been a great season, it's been awesome, and it's going to be even more exciting as we look ahead to BlizzCon. But of course, Makes, you've been keeping an eye on a slightly different sporting event this weekend. Are you ready for some more esports? You feeling locked in?
I'm so locked in. I actually haven't really watched a World Cup thus far, only the opening game and some highlights, but it might change tomorrow. You know, Germany's playing, so lots of exciting stuff is happening. But I promise you, I'm locked into the MDI.
Okay, no worries. Well, we can cover for you if you need. If a big play happens, or chat as well, you know, can keep the run.
Thank you.
Yeah, they'll let you know. But
spoilers.
You know, I mean, we don't know how it's going to turn out, you know, but you can give some updates, chat. Just don't spoil it for everybody. Now, we've made it all the way to the finals, of course, but for anybody just tuning in here for the MDI, we can catch you up on everything that's happened this far in the season. Now, the global time trials started out in April, and we had the China time trials happening in May. Now, from those, our top teams moved on to our group stages, where the top 2 of each group made it here to the Season 1 finals. 8 teams, the best players from around the world, facing off this weekend for a prize pool of $100,000, and of course the top 4 across our regions moving on to the grand finals on the BlizzCon stage in September. Now, the finals here that we have right now, honestly, I think have been huge, and it's been so exciting to see how these teams are matching up against one another. So our first day of Season 1 showed us how the team's practice has paid off, giving them amazing dungeon times and demonstrating how they kind of refined some of their strategies from groups. For some, though, it also revealed some weaknesses, shall we say. So, Tuddles, what's your recap of Day 1?
All right, so if you missed day one, well, first off, you lost out on a lot of content and a lot of action. But here's what you needed to know about what happened in day 1. First off, we started off with Mandatory versus Interrupt, the China 2 seed versus probably the favorites in this group with some of the most accomplished players with Mandatory. And Interrupt, they were just straight up faster in the Pit of Saron. They did have this blunder where their Evoker, he forgot to cancel his duplicate. And then their DK decided to take matters into his own hands, popping Army in the middle of nowhere. And this right here, Interrupt was about 15 seconds ahead of Mandatory. That Army press and that accidental duplicate pulling that pack put Interrupt in a position where Mandatory was able to claw back, get back into the map, and be able to take down the Series 2-0 after a pretty quick Magisters. But Mandatory, they looked fairly vulnerable. They didn't look like the team that was going to sweep the entire tournament like we saw during group play. Then we went on to match 2, where it was Big Lucky versus Liquid, where Liquid, honestly, they just looked better than Big Lucky in both of the maps. Ashine probably had the worst death that could have possibly have happened at the end of Algothar Academy, probably equating to like a 45-second time loss, which ended up making the Algothar Academy be 2 seconds apart between Big Lucky and Liquid. So the China #1 team, even though Liquid did have that really catastrophic death, Big Lucky was still able to keep it competitive, but Liquid were able to down that Series 2-0, and they're staying in the upper bracket. Then we had the Triple Threat versus Sin Spellbook, where this was the Wall Life 1v9 show, where he was playing that Arms Warrior, he was buffing Battle Shout, and it was really, really clean by the Triple Threat. Sin Spellbook, they didn't rest on their laurels. They went for some pretty aggressive strategies, where this double Rift Warden pull, this was the first time we actually ever saw the Rift destabilizing off in the back. And it's just pulsing on Sin Spellbook for an insane amount of AoE damage. Unfortunately enough, those strategies weren't enough to be able to send Spellbook over the edge, where the Triple Threat were able to down that series 2-0. Then we had the final matchup of the day yesterday. We have the returning, reigning, defending MDI champions Dignitas versus Auntie's Angels, which starts off with a bit of a death montage for Auntie's Angels. The Magister's Terrace, it is on that 19 Keystone level, and with it being on such a high Keystone level, that opens up the possibility of a lot of mistakes, where these Spellbreakers and their Runic Glaive Dots just do an insane amount of damage, but Dignitas, they looked unfazed. They ended up playing Havoc Demon Hunter in both of the dungeons, a specialization that wasn't super common amongst other competitors, which makes us question, is there going to be an edge for Dignitas in terms of compositional differences? Is that Havoc Demon Hunter going to be something that teams should have picked up? Or is it going to be maybe the Arms Warrior that we saw from Triple Threat? Or maybe is it just the tried and true Devour Demon Hunter? We're going to have to wait and see. But that was the recap of yesterday's action.
I love it. I love that even though we don't have the spec variety rule in play this weekend, we're still kind of guessing, like, what's the comp going to be? People have been surprising us. There's been some exciting plays with how teams have built out these comps and how they're going to set themselves apart with strategies from the competition. So, of course, day one, it was just the beginning. And here on day two, our team's runs will determine whether or not they survive long enough to see day three tomorrow. If our teams can land on top, they have some huge prizes that they can take home alongside the glory of being named our Season 1 champions. Of course, this $100,000 prize pool is huge for the teams, and the higher up you get in these rankings, the more of that you take home directly. And we also have our top 3 custom Season 1 medals. These are always a unique design every season, and the players, if they win them, right, have a piece of the season to take with them, especially here as we start things off in Midnight. The designs that we've had for them have been amazing. So prize pool, medals, and the glory of being champions, there they are. I mean, honestly, the designs are so cool. So I know that the teams are looking forward to all of this and more as they look ahead to become champions. Of course, this is just our opening season of Midnight, though. And I mean, Makes, we've got the prizes, we've got the glory, but how big would it be for our teams to become our Season 1 champions?
I mean, there's a lot in it, right? We've been talking about, of course, the BlizzCon part of it, but there's also teams that have found themselves new sponsors, like Mandatory and Dignitas under their new team constellation. It would be a great signal if they could claim that very first season of Midnight for themselves. But of course, there's always honor and glory and bragging rights involved with all of this. So all of the teams also do want to be season winner, trust me.
It's so true. I mean, we keep talking about BlizzCon, but the Season 1 champions, I think that's such a huge thing to be. And just like you said, Makes, there's so much at stake for these teams, as well as just wanting to prove that they can do it. They can be there and have this strong sense of, hey, you know what? We are a top contender, especially as we look at the rest of the year.
Sorry, some of us need multiple attempts to get our
through to vie for the crown tomorrow. They have to nail their runs today first. So, Dratnos, can you give us a rundown of the head-to-heads?
We need a lot too.
Yeah, this is going to be a brutal bracket.
Dude,
we're starting off the day with 2 series that qualified directly to BlizzCon, so these are incredible.
I remember last time we did a white star.
And then triple threat.
Yeah, we did. When we did our 23, we had a full wipe and
are ones that we've been
multiple deaths along the way, and we were like, let's just leave. And somebody was like, I don't know. I think the timer might still be fine. And it's like, there's no way, dude. We just full wiped. And it's like, nah, just keep going. And it's still timed with like a minute left.
Today is finally the day that all of that is going to get, we're going to get to actually see these teams clash, right? We're going to get to see Mandatory versus Liquid, Triple Threat versus Dignitas, super exciting. Winners to BlizzCon. Losers aren't going to be.
Did you guys watch the games with Havoc Demon Hunter?
No, but I heard about him.
That shit was sick. Dignitas is looking really strong. I'll be honest, I completely doubted these guys, but
I'm still doubting them. Let's go Liquid.
You're still doubting them? Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Dude, you guys ready to see Mandatory get fucking tactical nuked?
Yes, sir.
Let's fucking go.
I put a voodoo curse on him.
I'll be honest, though, my new favorites coming out of today is probably Dignitas. These guys
you're
were
muted for a bit.
Yesterday.
Why the fuck is it so dark at Tettles' place?
Holy fuck, yeah, it's looking like Doomsday.
Looks like it's supposed to be light, though.
Yeah,
that's why it's
Where does
spooky.
he live? Let's dox him. Where does he live?
It's like, he's back in Missouri, isn't he?
All right, let's just do it.
Yo, we're watching some new maps, holy.
All right, we're gonna get to see Liquid's map that they banned out yesterday. Like the goats they are.
Yeah, that is a crazy move.
It's probably a really good band, too.
Separating multiple maps.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid, even yesterday, right? We were saying they were kind of finding their bearings with the replacement player through groups, but they've had time to kind of get that refined, get it locked in, get the team kind of all working together, and I think they're just getting more and more competitive. So to see them up against Mandatory right off the bat, totally agree, Tuttles, it's going to be a huge one. And speaking of Today, it's not getting off to a slow start. This is a speedrunning competition after all, and we are about to see these two huge contenders.
Makes messaged me yesterday.
Series 1 is
She saw a clip.
Oh no.
She saw a clip of me calling her a hater.
And we'll think a little bit about these
What did she
teams
say?
ourselves.
I mean, obviously, it was just joking, but
This is a matchup that I think we're all anticipating probably seeing a few
she
more times
ribbed.
this year. Do you
Maybe
think
if I hadn't
that
gotten
in
booted
this
last time for no
season,
reason, I wouldn't be
even ahead,
hating.
that Mandatory and Liquid is gonna be
Implying
a big
like
story?
the Liquid cast
I
thing.
think so. I think probably right now, all of our
Actual drama?
No,
Yeah?
not real drama.
Actual drama.
Drama?
Drama?
as
I like
all
drama.
heavy contenders. We were kind of talking in the green room before today about like.
Oh, reminded me of drama shit. I had somebody in my chat ask yesterday, JB, would you be willing to host Love or IO or whatever the fuck
please,
Hopeful's show
Oh
is?
yeah, you should do that.
Please.
I was gonna wonder if we should do that for Potty C. Would that be a sick
What
event?
is that?
All it takes is one to give up a map.
So hopeful, well,
Some
Days
kind of
Restarted
bit with the
thing.
Mythic Plus dating scene?
Yeah.
Yeah. And hopeful is the star of the show. Where
Yeah.
Me too.
No, it's
I
Does it
canceled,
work
but-
exactly hopeful? I don't know how it works.
Okay,
exactly.
so
a really good season.
one
Even these
bachelor, which
absolute
would be me in this
powerhouse top
scenario,
contenders are
and then we
all
had 6
so
people
close
sign
that we're
up,
literally sitting here
and
going,
before the
"Okay,
show,
can't
each
make a
one of the
single
people would
mistake
choose
because
Love or
otherwise
IO,
somebody else is gonna
and each
overtake
round I
you."
have to
And in
eliminate
this matchup
people
with Mandatory
who I
Liquid,
think chose
that's
IO
huge.
to find
But I mean,
my
drink
one true
this,
love at the
whoever
end.
makes it through, right? We talked about the sort of
I think there's
path
something there,
before
but the
bracket
format's
and how that
wrong.
brings you closer to BlizzCon.
And
But do you
the
think that
surprise
having
reveal
that
is that
puts
everyone
extra
chose
pressure
IO.
on these
Yeah.
initial matchups for the teams?
I think it'd be more fun
Absolutely. I
to
mean, there's so
to, like,
much that is riding
play with
on
them
this
and
upper
guess their
bracket
IO
series.
from
We
playing
know
with them,
that the team that
and
gets sent
then-
down to the lower bracket
Well,
won't be
it's
out of it just
supposed
yet.
to
No,
copy
no,
the
you know-
Austin
It's
show,
huge 'cause
like the
it's
You
Ron
have to
Patel
go
show.
on a date with them and then try to guess their IO after the date.
You're still in the upper bracket this week.
It's called like Lover
Ooh,
Host
big
initially.
trigger,
It's just
big
copying
trigger.
that format.
Oh,
In
yeah, I
addition to
see.
going straight through to BlizzCon.
But
that
yeah,
means you get to spend the
Dazer
rest of the day
called it off.
watching,
Yeah,
We already
Dazer
got a
canceled
bunch
it.
of contestants
resting,
onto, or what
whatever
do we call
combination
them?
of those things you wanna
Contestants,
do.
victims,
Whereas
whatever you want to call them.
bracket,
No, okay, do
they're
not
gonna be
know.
sweating. They're not gonna do any of those other things.
But,
They're gonna be getting ready.
Yeah,
Lovely
so like we had it all
ladies.
set up, and then it just kind of
That's really true.
all
You do have
fell
a
apart.
lot ahead of you.
Yeah.
if
We
you're
need
down
someone
that
else
lower
to
bracket, but of course,
take the
seeing
reins.
teams really fight for it down there.
So I can
think
find the
is
love
so
of my
exciting.
life.
Now we have our map bans coming in here, so we're gonna have Seat of the Triumvirate and Magister's Terrace taken out of the pool, and we
a
have to
seat
start
ban
thinking
from
about our
Liquid
talent predictions
and
here on the
a
desk
MT
as well.
ban
So
from
Tunnels,
Mandatory.
taking a look at this map pool, what are you kind of feeling for the two teams?
It's kind of
We
interesting.
saw
the
Mandatory
Restarted
do
in the
Magisters,
finals
right?
Is Big Lucky kind of pioneered the strategy where they went all the way up.
They
the
played
left
that
side,
yesterday.
Yeah.
basically
So they must just think their Magister
who?
sucks.
Mandatory said?
into that scene.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ended up getting about 25%
I mean,
enemy forces.
Sucks or they're
It's
hiding
a strategy
something.
Dignitas had the best
But they,
time.
I don't think they
I feel
could
like next
hide
place, and this was
anything
maybe one of the
because they already
dungeons that
played
probably
it.
Wasn't explored all too heavily. It's still kind of
Well, do they
unclear
play it
as to
again the
whether
rest of the
a right side
finals?
route or a left side route is faster. It comes down to a couple of variables in terms of what specs you're bringing, what dungeon.
We
level
looked
it's
at
on,
that yesterday.
maybe
I
what
don't know
phase
where the sheet
forward
is.
this year. I think that's also like a really big question.
Okay, I found
Are
it.
we going to see like unique compositions with things like Frost Deathline, Elemental Shaman in this dungeon?
This Twitch prediction
Those-
ain't right.
Those are kind of the questions with Nexus Point specifically.
They can't even spell
Holy shit.
mandatory. How is
But
that
also,
fair? Like,
yeah, mandatory. That is crazy.
they're only voting because they can't spell.
Dude, okay, what are these votes?
Yo, Maxie,
That's what I just
I
said.
just got back. I mean,
Oh.
dude, did people not watch the last MDI?
Crazy.
The problem is North America has not woken up yet.
I mean, they obviously can't
That's true.
read, so
Oh,
maybe
that's
they
actually
thought
true.
mandatory was liquid.
And he's looking real down bad.
Look, NA's waking up right now. You're going to keep seeing Liquid go up.
The only theory is didn't watch
Liquid
last MDI, NA didn't wake up, or they think Boomy has too much aura.
Do you have more faith
Actually,
in
they're
Liquid?
leaning
That could be
towards
it.
Mapdatory.
Mapdatory, it is true. I was
Oh, Maxie, see my DM?
Mapdatory.
No.
No, shout out
What's
to our
that?
mods. I'm being mean.
Look at it.
We're DMing
Oh, yeah, I
right
don't
now,
care.
secretly?
Coming in here to overthrow everyone.
Okay.
But Migs, what do you think for your predictions?
Oh, honestly, I think we're definitely looking
All right,
at
so
a 2-1.
upper finals is
I
Magister's
think
Terrace.
it could be a coin
And,
flip. Now,
dude,
I was
Magister's
so
Terrace
yesterday,
is
and
in
all of the
every
leaders that
fucking match
had
pool
been voting against Liquid in the
that
previous matches
Mandatory's
that
in.
they played
They
So I
play
just have to keep
Magisters
that going, I
every
guess.
fucking time.
I like how you're just
Okay,
embracing it.
what
are the
so
bans, by the way?
Mapdatory.
And it's
Okay,
and the
great,
thing is,
great.
unless they ban it,
Alright,
it's
I'm so
literally
sorry about
unavoidable.
that.
It is
Oh, we
one of
don't
the
know the
first 3
bans.
dungeons in
Now,
every pool for
Tunnels,
them.
You normally are the one that's kind of pioneering the hate watching, but where are you going to go with your prediction on this one?
I mean,
be
the
honest,
map
it's not a
pool
great
for the
look
map
for
pool for
Mandatory.
Liquid and Mandatory are like the same, right?
In the Americans' favor.
Except for
I think that
round one.
Liquid's gonna ride this high.
Mandatory
Yes,
is not a Paraguay
potentially,
team.
yeah. But that's
Like,
crazy. crazy to me. Like, I feel like within 5 seconds of looking at this map pool, I feel like the conclusion I would come to as mandatory is like, if I develop the hot shittiest route of all time in Magister's Terrace, I'm like halfway to winning this tournament.
I mean, it's literally the same as Liquid. Liquid has the exact same amount of Magister's Terrace, except for playing the round 1, which they banned.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, it's a lot of for Liquid, but for mandatory, it was literally every round. It was like we will get one win in every round we play, as long as our Magister's Terrace is untouchable.
All right, they're hiding tech. That's why they banned it.
Okay, I can see.
Bro, Mix is doing the thing again.
What are your thoughts? Add him into the mix.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Liquid as well. I gotta root for the home team. I'm gonna go 2-1 for Liquid.
Well, she also said something else that explained it, but I don't want to say it on broadcast because I feel like it'll dispel the illusion. I'll post it to you guys though.
It's scripted. That's what it is.
Yeah, you already gave it away.
No. And I agree with Tunnels. I mean, that
they probably get their predictions given to them, and then they just have to regurgitate them.
Being together, putting all this practice time in would have kind of indicated.
Bunch of puppets.
Now maybe it was just a slow start. Yeah,
I put it in chat.
It's possible that Liquid, maybe they can overtake here. There's this moment, and they can stop the unstoppable. However, I think
it's pretty much what you said, though.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it was just a warm up yesterday. That's what I'm feeling. Yes, that's
dude, Drados and Tunnels, dude, let's go.
2-1 towards mandatory.
I'm no longer gonna sue his podcast.
Yeah, they're just trying to get invited back to Race to World first now.
Anybody's game in this one, and these two teams.
Yeah,
really
better shape up, kid.
These moments of phenomenal performance, or have been really steadily kind of building up, and we've talked a bit about Liquid. I think finding their bearings, getting the team kind of cohesive.
I mean, finding their bearings, Rukuri. What is... God, we lost the last MDI by like 5 seconds or something. What are we doing here?
From what I've heard, it could be 10 minutes the way people talk about last
Like,
MDI.
what's happening?
It's crazy.
Zyro's cheering for Liquid, but has put his points the opposite direction. But thinking about Liquid...
Wait, Zyro?
Zyro voted for mandatory. I'm banning him.
No, yeah, that's a good call.
He's banned.
A more cohesive Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid during group stage.
Holy prediction. God damn. There are a lot of points on the line.
I mean, this is the freest points for Liquid if you vote for him in the chat.
We do not have the best strategy. But I think
I'm actually really
especially with the addition of Cine, that just
confused by the Magister's Terrace ban.
They probably wouldn't have even been.
They're hiding tech, 100%. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I mean, but I feel like it's crazy that you would. I mean, I guess they did play what was, I think, the consensus weakest team.
If I was predicting this, I would.
In round 1, maybe you felt confident that you were gonna.
Like it is really
guys, it wasn't the consensus weakest team. Everyone was gassing them up, saying they were faster than mandatory in their cup.
Very rare on the caster desk.
Not interrupt.
No gaslight.
Oh, sorry, I'm dumb as hell. I thought you were talking about
that's
the team Liquid played.
I honestly think that
it went from that's wrong to that's racist.
Yep, nowhere in between, buddy.
It's really going to change.
I'm such a Liquid fan, it's crazy.
Let's go! Welcome!
Well, are you a Liquid fan or are we mandatory haters here? Well, I mean, to be fair, mandatory is looking a little bit weak. I'm not gonna lie.
I just love Liquid.
Alright, no fucking... Yesterday, JB and Dorky, that was some illegal shit. We're not doing that today. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. I am full on Liquid right now.
No, that doesn't matter full on Liquid. Don't ever hit me with a there's no way they could wipe from here. And then, bro, there should be clips of how much you fuck that team.
All right, here we go.
I mean, that was the craziest possible wipe. I don't know how this can wipe.
Okay, wait, double Ellie.
No AUG, this is good news.
I'm already cursing mandatory. That's who which is on the way.
Have entered the
I don't know that there's actually been a channel full of more people that dislike a team for different reasons. Like,
I
don't dislike any team.
Like, well, I was saying, like, we got some people here that want mandatory to lose because Liquid. We got some people that want mandatory to lose because they were on mandatory. We got some people that were former teammates of other people that were on mandatory. It's just a really good melting pot of reasons that people want mandatory to lose.
First poll vote. Holy shit, they're just running it down.
They're both going all the way to this first boss room.
That's a bloodlust at least, huh?
And that is exactly what we want to see, right? That was
Pool's
already
not big
shown
enough
a
for
little
it.
bit in the CN group weekend, and we
This is the first time Gingy has ever played Ellie Shaman. I've legit.
He's not playing AUG though, which is definitely a less beta move
Bro, he heard you.
yesterday.
He heard you say the thing about Evoker yesterday.
It was weird. It was weird he was playing Evoker.
Bro, look at the difference in the
Let's all
setup.
talk about it.
Wait, so the mandatory started like further up, spawned the boss instantly.
close
Liquid's
enough
fighting
so you
back
can interrupt
here.
them, or be far enough so you can outrange them. But
This is a little bit
both of our
sketchy,
teams
though.
are in fight, and Mandatory is going to be
You just
pulling
have a
ahead
mob
here
casting
on
Arcane
the
Explosion?
box
Yeah.
But I shine
percentages
delayed
for
his,
now. But of course, with all of those lines, with all of those
Oh,
passes,
yeah.
there's
Yeah, he
a lot
did.
of potential.
Kinda,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
last
yeah.
boss, look.
He's sending the boss.
Dude, I'll tell you one thing.
Of a
Ashine is an
struggle
absolute
on
fucking
that.
wizard on Ellie.
Far, though, it looks really good.
Yeah, so far
He's
so
like
good
a
for
fucking
both teams as Mandatory
crazy beast on
have
that
the
class.
boss a little bit
And how would you describe
below
Genji on
Yeah, I
Ellie?
like this.
rather, or behind Liquid.
I mean, honestly, I'm a
This
fan of
Ellie
Genji Ellie. Anything's better than Genji Og. Genji Og was
I
a
think-
tough look.
50% already
I think
for the boss,
Ellie
55%
gives you
for
the best shot
Mandatory.
at one phasing
Both
second
teams
boss.
also still in combat with a bunch of trash. Some
Like,
which is
Ashine, I don't know
just now for Liquid.
if this is gonna make sense to a lot of you, but like we only had one Ellie that needed to get like crazy dragon buffed on Bellerin this tier, and Ashine alphaed Impact off of that spot.
Dot.
And
And
Impact's
That's
like
my
a
goat.
little bit ahead of
Impact's
the boss.
actually my
Mandatory are
goat.
accelerating here.
They are, and just because
Would Impact agree with that assessment?
That he's my goat?
No, that he got bullied off that.
Yeah. I mean, that's just what happened. We had to pick one
Yeah,
Ellie,
I mean,
and then
it's just
we
a
picked.
fact.
competitor that is playing in these season finals, then you have permission from the
But right now, I don't know if
casters
you've seen
here, but
these
look at
tanks
that,
are
Liquid
playing
really
Apex.
caught up in that
They
corner.
are
You
popping
just
off
Oh,
a bit.
really? I actually haven't
finds
seen.
the correct beam to
Yeah,
allow
they're not
them
playing
But
to
it
the
makes
live
sense
pool. Well,
because it's more damage.
some dungeons they do.
So there's one
Yeah, especially
one
burst
change
damage.
here. So Ashine's gonna what get another Stormkeeper at the end of the boss here, and Genji is that gonna matter?
Genji will
They're
have
like
it. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna matter for next poll. This will be a long gather, right? Like by the time it's set up, I'm sure
But
these
Ashine is
polls
gonna
will
have his back.
3-second difference as of right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
The only issue
far,
is that
it
Shine
is
is not
so
gonna have
close between the two teams as
Ascendant,
they're
so
both
I don't know what
going to be
pool they're
taking
doing,
that teleporter back
I feel like
to
they
the
probably
start of
will,
the
but
dungeon.
it's hard
I mean,
to
the
say.
gather's probably really
Everything else
Yeah,
is
I'm sure they're gonna
identical.
run like
This
all the
time
way down,
around,
and that's gonna take them
these
like
trash
30
balls,
seconds at least.
Really big question mark is not just can
Liquid
you
also
survive
used
these
Darkness
holes,
there. I
but
don't know how relevant that
quickly
is. Isn't that
can you
still
get
kind of big in
everything
Mythic Plus,
gathered,
like the
and
number?
how quickly are you going to be able to get
Yeah, it's
all the
30%.
into that
30.
boss room and focus down the mobs that spawn the boss, right? When you get to that boss room, there is a gauntlet, 3 waves of trash that you're going to need to kill before the boss is active. The idea with
This
the
is what
MDI
MDI is
routes
about,
is
running
to
it
get
straight
in
down.
combat with that gauntlet as quickly
Doing
as
Nexus
possible, and
in
then
3
wasting
pulls.
no
Okay, never
time
mind,
dealing with
Vicious.
this other trash,
This is
In
Disneyland
4
routes.
pulls.
We're doing a live
right,
poll.
be in combat with the mobs that
What is
spawn the
this
boss. It
small
looks like
poll?
both teams though have decided that they need to get some trash.
This is
a
taken
live
care of
poll.
So,
before they
maybe
can
they're
get
going
all
Giga
the way
after
up.
this?
Are they gonna
The
send
key level
Ascendants
plus
here?
17 is just a little
There's
bit
no
too
way.
high.
There's
If
no way you have
Genji
a
does,
sense. Oh my
Genji
god,
does,
he did!
Genji
No,
does.
Genji
How the
sent.
fuck do you get it back
okay.
before the boss?
Well, no, you
I
definitely
mean, he
have
will
it
get it
before
back.
boss.
Yeah, he will have it back, especially with the burn.
I guess you have like the unavoidable waves of trash that come
So
out.
Ashine doesn't
But
use.
He doesn't have it.
Yeah, there's gonna be a difference in
But
time.
Yeah,
chaining
I know,
now
I
is
know. I'm just saying like that. That's
Wait,
Used
okay,
it
I mean-
now.
well, okay. No,
Yeah, I
Liquid's
don't really
chaining.
like this.
Are going to be moving
Used
They're
it
chaining
on
and
the
they're
chain.
just sending now on the gather, and I mean he has to send it here because otherwise we won't have
Yeah.
it.
But there's no way that you get a sentence back for this burn.
They don't pull boss?
Well, no, you can't. The boss doesn't spawn until.
Well, Shine just
There-
sends
there's a
Ascend
good one.
literally now, though. Like,
Yeah,
Oh, they
I
had
mean,
to
he has
send
to.
on cooldown to get it back. I think.
Yeah. Wait, wow, yeah, you're right. We're playing 3 minutes.
3 minute, yeah, because I was like, maybe if they're playing 2 minute, they get it
Yeah.
back, but like on 3 minute, there's no fucking way.
Wait,
unless
I
you're
think
getting
a
2 burns
Shine-
no matter what.
sorry, Ashine. Are you sure they're playing 3? Yeah, I guess it says 3 on the thing, but aren't
I mean, it
CDs
could be
like
wrong.
weird on
I
the thing?
don't know.
Both of their
Yeah, it could
things
be
said
wrong.
3 minute when they popped it, and Genji's is now counting down from 2 minutes.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Look at the Elemental Shamas being top 4, both of them right now. Impressive.
They need the nerf tanks for real.
So what's the lore on Ellie in this dungeon? It's the thing that enables the one phase or something?
Yeah.
I mean, I
basically
assume
what
so,
Valorant
but
is.
like, but if they're not even gonna have a sentence for the fucking, well, I don't know. This is taking a while, I guess. Maybe they will.
Yeah, they'll definitely have it at this rate because they need 40 seconds into the boss for it to happen.
Yeah,
which means
some effects like
7 minutes to get to boss.
I guess I underestimated how long these trash waves take.
Could be the difference between a victory and a defeat when the two teams are as evenly
I mean,
matched.
surely they're
as
focusing
Liquid and
the
Mandatory
what's called
are right now.
nullifiers, right?
Zero
To spawn the
deaths
next wave.
across
Is this the
these
first wave
five
still or the
minutes.
second wave?
I think if
This
either
is
team
the
were to
second
suffer
wave. This is the
even
first
one
wave.
death,
What?
they would
They have
Well,
a herald.
Uh-oh.
That's
Okay,
the
like
second one.
second, if we're counting the
The
third one as
competition
an
is so far, we're
Sentinel.
already now more than
Yeah.
half of the trash is done. That second boss.
Mandatory is
Yeah, so
definitely
that's the last
faster
wave.
here.
It's a null sentinel
this-
wave
after
that
this
Mandatory do need
pack
to get
dies
through
and boss
first.
out.
Similarly, Liquid have a little bit more of the
So mandatory is like
that Null Sentinel
5,
having just
6
spawned for
seconds
them
ahead of him.
also. So
6, maybe
Mandatory
7,
maybe
6 or 7.
Yeah, like 6 or 7 seconds ahead.
6 or
Six,
7.
I think they're more
7.
than that.
seconds faster than Liquid. They've gained a little bit
No,
of time.
I think it's like 6 or 7
compared to
seconds.
just that 3-second advantage they got on the boss.
Have you guys ever, when saying that or heard someone say it, reflexively do the hand thing when you're like off stream?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, it happens all the
I
time.
do it.
You not just automatically do
Yeah,
it.
but you're around like a kid a lot, right? I feel like that's like different. Like,
I
I'm
actually say
I'm-
it more than my kids do.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
I just mean like like you're alone or with like one other person, and you hear that and you just like start.
Okay,
throwing
if
them
you
up.
if you are by yourself and you say 6, 7,
That's
you
what
do that.
No, not say it. I'm saying you hear it and then you just hit like a quick little open.
That's even worse. If you hear it and do the fucking hand motion, that you have,
Dude, that
you
goes
are
crazy.
brain rotted.
It goes fucking crazy.
Very close time between the two teams. And
Oh,
There's
how-
nothing wrong with it.
What was their
Nice
time on
showing.
pulling?
anything you can do to make sure you kill it
I
during
didn't see
that
exactly.
burn is going
Wait,
to
but
be
why is there a
About 6,
time
7.
difference?
right? If
Oh,
you
wait, is the
end up
bottom
having
just like-
to
oh,
hold
never
cooldowns,
mind.
if you end up having to play a weird build, if
That's
you end
the
up having
time
to play a
between
weird
splits.
spell,
Time since
so
the-
that
yeah,
you
time
make
since
that
you killed the
burn
boss.
work And the other team isn't, you are going to make up 30 seconds, a minute.
I think this is the
You're
most
gonna-
disconnected I've
spin
ever
up,
felt
by the
from
way.
Mythic Plus. I didn't even do this on like testing. I literally never zoned into this dungeon. Except, actually, wait, was this a Mythic Zero?
Yeah.
It was.
Yep, never mind. Alright, I did that.
I feel like you would probably enjoy the season.
Alright, this is the
Wait,
easy
Liquid got
one
the early
phase.
phase. Liquid got the early phase. They saved like 5 seconds.
Oh, shit. How do we enable that? I know sometimes he skips.
I don't know, it's RNG. They skipped the tank buster.
Oh, queuing?
Here, and they are also able
Okay, I mean,
to
that-
so they are still
that's in a
couple
much better
seconds
spot.
behind. It is now
Someone
a
on Mandatory needs to
7-second
die.
lead
Yeah, they're
for
still a little bit
Mandatory
behind.
as
They're
they
probably
make their
still
way
like
to the
6.
final
maybe.
part.
No, yeah,
Six,
Mandatory
seven.
is Mandatory's is
Less than a
faster.
single death separating the teams.
Wait, hold on. They are actually 7 seconds. Yeah, 6 or 7 seconds behind. Because they were 3 seconds faster.
Alright,
on
they're
first
spamming
boss
the
and
thing.
4
Let's get some
seconds faster on
spamming.
second.
There we go.
And before that, of course, we do need to get
There we go. Easy DQ.
charged up. Mandatory has finished already. They're going to be walking around this.
Oh, does one
first
person hold while
round
everyone else
before
spams? Is that the
pool
lore?
starts. Quick reminder, once you
I don't
engage
actually know.
boss
I think
I don't know.
that's
I
solid
spam. It feels good to
conspiracy.
spam.
you should not
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
when that is happening, so something to be
It's
aware
just
of.
made up
do
shit.
spam
It
spinning
happened
crane
once,
kick as well,
I'm still a
JB?
little bit scared
Yeah.
about that every single time I see
Ken
it.
was
Teams
complaining
just
that he was
do
not
these
doing that before,
pulls
now his
down
hand
the grid.
hurts. I don't know.
Mandatory
Yeah.
has
It's
a
definitely
couple of
the most
lingering
carpal tunnel-y
images are
rotation
going
I've ever had on a
around.
healer.
First time in
Oh, you haven't
30 years a
played
healer
Bear
has to
Tank.
hit his
Liquid
buttons.
also down here on the platform.
Dude, say,
when you're playing Mistweaver, you're only pressing one button, but when you're Bear, you're like mashing 2 at all times.
It's bad enough that if you did not have a premium button set aside for spinning crane kick before this season, you needed to change your spinning crane kick hotkey to something that was like comfortable to press over and over and over.
Can you not do the thing where you like hold down one button and it'll just like auto fire you?
Yeah, you can.
You could. The problem is I don't think you can do it with a macro.
They're like,
And that's you need.
they're
you
like
need to
10
spin a
seconds
crane kick
ahead
macro.
now, right?
Yeah. very-
Not after 2
Almost
deaths
like
are gonna
one.
come out though.
Alright, let's get a. I mean, how do you die here, right?
I
It's
can
gonna be
think of a
really-
lot of ways.
It has
You
to be
could
a
pick
lot
the
of
wrong
ways.
image.
Like, if Liquid doesn't out damage them, they're just gonna lose this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying like this is 1-0 mandatory. I don't see any other way to-
Realistically, mandatory has won this.
Yeah.
You
Hey.
are not gonna.
Unless.
Oh, that's
It
fine.
ain't over until it's over.
I don't think you can. At this point, I don't think you can even lose.
Oh, let's
like
get some
7
of this
seconds
going. Let's
of
get some of this
time.
going. There's
Yes!
no,
Yes!
dude, dude, you are my goat. You are my fucking goat, JB. Oh my god. Yes, you are actually my goat,
Holy shit, dude.
dude.
Oh, it's too easy.
Dude, that is fucking goated right
God
there.
is real.
I just did the
Dude.
6-7 thing with my hands after that.
Okay,
Dude.
we're just gonna play it right now.
Dude, are you live? Dude, I'm
Yes.
I'm watching your stream.
If they can keep it clean
And
from
you
here
actually
on
didn't
out.
know where they're wiping it, and
That
it
is
actually
all
happened.
it will
That's
take
crazy.
for Liquid. Even one of
Dude,
those
come on,
two
lock in.
deaths would have been enough. 2 deaths is now a
God, I thought about just
30
joining their
Please.
team speak and told them to play safe, but I just forgot they're like 2 minutes ahead, and everything that's happened already happened.
Oh.
This is what happens when you can't use snowballs.
Yeah, you need snowball. Wait, yeah.
On the boss,
Okay.
but those 30
It's not over
seconds.
You know what this is actually? This is just karma from
Mace that.
Wait, Macine again?
Interrupt.
Please, another!
No,
come on, please. No.
This time, Mandatory getting some very unfortunate stacking of these dots onto players.
Oh my god, a shine! No.
Oh my god.
Oh
dude,
my
this
god, that
is
was the most
crazy,
value
Aura.
shift I've ever
holy
seen.
fuck.
That was shift 110% for the duration of Astral Shift. Holy, are they playing big shift too? Probably not.
I don't. Is that still
I
a
don't
thing?
think so.
Oh, is that? Yeah, I don't know if it's not still a thing.
I actually don't know.
I think it's a thing still.
That is going to slow them down just a little bit. They do find the
Dude, look at the
correct
pulse damage from
image
Liquid, though.
quite quickly, but Liquid
Oh.
Are they pushing? Are they
That
actually
would have been
pushing?
really bad if a shine died there, though.
Wait, what?
My goat.
They're actually pushing it.
Yes.
Oh,
They're
I
going to
love
take the
Liquid.
first map
Dude.
I mean, it wasn't
Oh
even
my
close.
god.
That BlizzCon qualifier.
What a
in the
throw!
hands
What a
of Liquid.
that's a.
What do you what a throw?
generational
Liquid just
throw.
played very well.
What do you mean? What
Oh,
a throw?
yeah.
JB just played the game of his life.
Yeah.
Incredible to see these two teams clashing here at the beginning of our day, and Team Liquid takes the first point.
Let's fucking
That was
go.
Now,
that was
these two,
karma
we
from
talked about
the
fact
Pit of
that
Saren
even
from
though it
yesterday.
seems
Wait,
like
they
a
would have won
lot
without the
of
deaths, by the way? Why did they kill the boss so
chat
fast at the end?
That Liquid, that everything we'd seen from
It was
them
just CDs,
really
CDs
kind of
lost.
set us up here for.
Oh, you're saying like the other team.
either
Oh,
way,
oh,
obviously.
okay.
And we
Mandatory
talked
like
about
lost.
the very
They
Yeah,
died in their
Mandatory
CDs or
died.
something.
on this dungeon
Yeah.
before it started. So,
Well, I
how
would
do
imagine
team
like
strategies in this run
probably
compare
some
to you
procs
think,
or some
Dread
bullshit. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they were on the very, very similar plan as each other. Liquid just able to avoid those 2 deaths, and that's
Holy
really
fuck,
all
let's
that
go.
was different here between those 2 teams. If you look at the end timer
Oh,
difference,
Gibbs overall.
it is 50
Gingy
seconds
beast
that
mode.
Liquid
Not
won
so
by.
sure about that one.
30 of
All right,
those
let's see
seconds
about-
are
Did he have
Oh,
DPS to
come
shine?
The other
on.
20 are certainly
Why are they
exploited,
both BZ?
by the
Wait, why did they
team.
just move
Wow,
Gingy
there's
to
a
the
buff
top? Oh, they
damage
put buff
gap
damage.
somewhere.
They made it go
Oh,
alphabetical,
beast
right? Or
mode,
no,
Right
they
now,
did on
Shine.
mandatory.
I mean, we can take a look back over the entire map with Tettles.
They're
Oh
sorting
no,
by
they
boss
sorted
damage?
it by.
Dude,
This is boss
what
damage.
This is
a
boss
Yeah, it
damage.
appears to be
Oh,
sorted by
yeah.
boss damage,
So
yeah.
mandatory
Look at the boss
I don't
stamp
know
from
if
a
I
shine,
did, but
dude.
he did through Roy.
Oh my
Boss damage
god.
gap.
It's because he
Oh
held
my
for
God.
on first pull, right?
But there was a key difference that happened.
Yeah,
he held
in
for
He
a
is
boss.
he
Yeah,
ascended
he held in
boss
first pull,
and,
Gingy
and
sent
Gingy
instantly.
ascended.
A very similar route
Yeah.
to what we had previously seen from Big Lucky during the.
But then Cindy had
during
a
the
really
China
bad
finals.
second use
But
on like
look
a
at this. So
gather.
Gingy
What was
had
the
a
next
good
map?
It was
3 minute
Skyridge, right?
ascendance on pull here on top of this trash.
We know Magister's Terrace is
Uh,
gonna be in there, right?
Because
Unless
of where this boss is being
See,
tanked,
Magisters
you
are
see
banned.
those earthquakes. The
Oh, I
boss
didn't
is
see the
banned,
bans.
and he's
Okay.
just on top of that death and decay. He's on top of that all that cleave. On the
Yeah,
right side,
Skyreach
you
then.
see a shot
Yeah,
from Liquid.
Skyreach, my
He's saving
Sarah.
his
So
ascension.
someone
That's
explained to me
During
how
the
someone
China
took
finals,
0 avoidable
and that
damage but
actually
died.
was a little bit of a time save for
Well, it's
Well,
unavoidable.
There's a lot of unavoidable.
So it's the-
Yeah,
so it's
there's
the
a lot of
fucking healer,
unavoidable
right?
damage in this expansion.
There's a lot of fixates
Yeah.
on the last pull specifically.
Can I
so
say
he wasn't
something?
running
I've
away, he was
never
on
met a
island.
healer I've liked.
was going to be
Oh,
able to
me too. I
kind
was
of
gonna say the
take
same
down this
exact
map
thing.
where
Dorky's
this
a healer.
Weekend we talk about how close these teams are to
Dude, I was
Statement
watching
stands.
Dorky Mistweaver arc.
any single
What happened with
attempt
that?
Dude,
ends up
I'm
tipping the
I'm
map
insane
in
on
favor
Mistweaver
of
now.
your opponent.
Everybody
It's
is
like all I
playing
play.
fucking Mistweaver. Everybody on my fucking team on live is playing fucking Mistweaver. They're
My
like
tank's
asking me
playing
gearing
Mistweaver.
questions and shit, and I'm like, stop.
Bro, I'm telling
your
you,
fucking
this is the
main.
most fun healing has ever been.
That saves them like a
You
second.
healers
I
just
might make a
don't get it.
Mistweaver again.
It didn't matter. You know,
Yeah, you
that's
should, it's
best.
fun.
At the very end of the dungeon, the lingering image dot on Maystein.
Drogo makes
the
a
Devourer,
make a Mistweaver.
15 seconds. I believe
Are you
Gingy
really
also
gonna
went
leave
down
after
to a
such an
similar
epic
thing
game?
where they have the walls pressed,
Well, hopefully
and,
they
it's just
fucking
too
finish
much
it up here
incoming
soon.
damage from the light rot, from
But yeah,
Lothrasian, from
I
that
have to.
lingering image
My
dot,
team, I told you,
costing them
you
30
may only
seconds.
get 1 week of
While
your
they
team
were
having
7
passion,
or 8
and this
seconds
is
ahead,
my
they were
team's
now
week.
30 seconds ahead, and
I don't know. I feel like
unfortunately
you guys
for
always go
Mandatory,
until the end.
Liquid is
I
able
believe.
to play clean
Well,
enough
maybe,
to
but
be
I'm
able
not
to
gonna take
down
that
the
for
first
granted.
map. Look at that, finishing at the 11:21
Isn't it
marker.
crazy that
Very
Ginny, he
clean
literally
run
died
from
100 to 0
Liquid, and
through
this is what
wall.
you
He
were
walled at
hoping to see if you
100%,
were a
just
Liquid
died.
fan.
Yeah, I mean
Oh,
that
so now
almost
we're blaming
happened
the healer.
to Liquid too.
Well,
so.
I still need to watch the end of that game. Like,
More detail here, but
they
it's
had
fun
30
to
seconds
chat during
of death time. Do you think they
the
lost
that
30
stands out.
seconds of time
Yeah,
on
I
a
mean, again,
boss
you just look at
alone
how those
from
spikes
the
are
2
so
deaths? They must have
evenly
died
matched.
like in their
Mandatory
CDs.
getting
That's the only thing
slight
that makes sense.
advantage, really between that 5 and 7 minute
I don't know
mark
how
where
those
Did he
specs
die in
work, so I
Ascend or
don't really,
something?
like,
just pulled ahead
have
a little
any
bit.
procs or anything
was
that
where
they
things
can
were going quite a bit
store.
better for them. That 8 to 9
I'm sure
minute
they
mark
lose
as they
something
went
more
to that
than
third
just-
boss
Do you
platform
think
as well.
30 seconds seconds of boss single target, that is a fucking huge number.
Up until the deaths were then.
I mean, if
maybe like there's
you
like some catch up to,
the
you
biggest
know, like
swing in that map.
did he lose Ascendance?
Amazing. I mean, this is so close between these teams, and you love.
They
to
didn't
see
die
it.
during
You knew that
CDs,
Liquid
as far as I
had
know.
the potential. They could absolutely.
Okay, let's look.
lock
So
in
seeing
and
mandatory
fight
ban
for the
Magisters
final.
Terrorists
They
is
have
interesting since they
100%
have it in
done
every
that.
single one of their
I mean,
maps. Maybe
it
that
looks
is also
like,
a
as we
like
look ahead to Skyreach,
ban
that
for
Liquid
the
seems to
finals.
Sign of
be
weakness.
mandatory
ban for the finals, maybe? Because I'm telling you right now, if you're an MDI team and the map you're choosing to ban is one that's in every single one of your series, that is a weird decision, right? Like outside of it being like you're really good at it and you want to not show something, or you're just really proficient at everything and you think the other team might be good there.
They're all locked in to the cause.
I mean, normally when we played, we always, like I said, if you have a map in every series, you never ban it. It's like your most practiced map.
Yeah.
So it's
I can see you banning it round 1 to not show it for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
But you don't ban it in round fucking 2 against like one of the teams that.
Well, you could if you had some extra insane tech, like you know what I'm saying. Like if you had some snapping bears in Halls of Valor shit, you would ban it.
Against a team like Liquid?
Yeah, but this is not the point in the tournament where you're like, okay, let's hold it for the next game.
Yeah, you don't hold that shit.
Yeah, if you have some tech now, you send.
Well,
didn't
what you guys have the Halls of Valor tech and you didn't show it until Sunday or whatever?
So we know that their strategy.
Wasn't that actually this exact situation?
No, you did. Because that was when you messaged me.
Oh, maybe you didn't play the map.
And you were like, "Oh, we were actually so far ahead, we didn't want to use it, so we didn't."
Oh yeah, it was a retroactive thing. The other team had wiped, and you would have won by playing a natty. So you just
like it was the kind of thing where like you could make the call at the end of the dungeon whether.
Yeah, Halls of Valor was long as fuck.
Near flawless or flawless runs, especially when the competition is so close. Now, Mandatory stumbled at the very end.
But Mandatory had the best sky reach. But there was, what was the time? Was it 15 or 16?
16.
Wasn't this Liquid's map that they beat Mist Count on in their group stage?
And of course, we are going to be seeing our
I don't remember.
teams find a way to get
Yo,
on
holy.
this platform.
City?
Paradox. Yeah, rescue up. Cindy's dead. Oh no.
No one saw. It's okay. He didn't lose anything except 25 souls. Just
oh, he can't get back up.
No.
Wiping this early on is like so.
No.
Oh my God, Cindy's running it down.
Oh, it's a mental breakdown.
There's something wrong. There's something wrong with the.
For Liquid right
okay.
out of the
remake.
Gate, and I feel like
yeah, I think we should probably hit a remake real quick.
Remake?
So much for Mandatory.
All right, the good news is Mandatory won't know that happened for a couple minutes, so they have an opportunity to run it down even harder.
The thing is, when you're in this situation, like your heart just sinks.
Oh yeah, Cindy's. I don't think Cindy's a tilter.
I mean, it's not even about tilting. You know, like even if it's not Cindy, right? Like I would imagine their entire team's like thinking like, oh fuck. So, I mean, this is such a hard comeback against a good team like Mandatory.
What happened?
Maybe
I don't know.
They didn't show Cindy's POV. We just saw him die on the actual.
All it said was Cindy died.
Yeah,
didn't say
is that fall damage then, or like when he gets off the map?
So the second one, when he tries to come back up, he got hit by the repel, which
well, second and third, I assume are just gonna like complications.
It's a situation you haven't encountered in practice, and you're just like sending it. You know, that is the exact
because he wasn't there.
If it wasn't for the affix that adds the depth differential, they would be in like a recoverable spot, but they're down 45 seconds.
Isn't that also an interesting class to die on the pull on? Because I feel like you're.
Really bad.
I feel like you're. Yours. Well,
very
okay.
interesting. Yeah.
Well, okay. What I mean is, obviously you're losing a lot for the first pull, but like also isn't that like a consistent, like you're consistently in your cooldowns in that class? Isn't your like cooldown timing just gonna kind of be different for like the rest of the dungeon now?
You don't just lose. Yeah, you literally lose everything. Like you lose your wife, house, car. It's
rest of the dungeon is really just they're not practiced too. With the
you're paying alimony for the rest of your life.
Like you're just gonna be in your meta in a different part of the pull in like the rest of the dungeon, which is like extra weird.
The wrong part.
Yeah.
You either have to like force desync it to like line it back up, or you just have to always be delayed by a couple seconds.
But on the bright side, if anyone else died, we wouldn't have been able to get back on.
Dude,
at least was able to.
I know you guys are saying it's like the whole team is like gonna have to refocus after that, but I do think as an individual player, like you could be built bad mentally and that could really fuck you up. Like Cindy's like the sub for Boomy in this tournament, and then like he feels like he's the reason that they lost one of the maps, and maybe it ends up mattering in the series or something. But that I don't know. Like I don't think Cindy's built bad.
I mean, I don't even know why he died there. Like it was weird. Was it his fault? I don't even know.
I'm going back.
Yeah, I need to know how he died because I
Is
feel
he
like
streaming?
that's got to be an environmental death or something.
If he's not streaming, I don't know if it's going to be possible to. But someone's saying he's failed the
feel like the
skip.
cast
But
might
isn't the
talk about
skip
it later.
just
He
using his
just
movement
jumped
ability?
off, bro.
He just
He
jumped
jumped
off.
off. He just jumped off.
There's no way. What? How does that happen?
Is there like a
Well, he
death
obviously
floor?
signed a contract with mandatory.
Listen, I'm gonna level with.
It's
you.
like
I
his
heard a
shift
lot
didn't
of
work and he just
copious more
dashed
laugh
in
my
air
life.
off the
That
platform.
one was
Oh.
certainly
Dude, it feels like they would have been on good pace too, because like they're not that far behind.
That's hard to. It's hard to say, right?
No, it's actually very easy to say. This game would be tied right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
because,
was
like,
about to say, yeah.
I mean, they killed the boss not too far apart. It's literally just like the death timer is what.
I will
I mean,
say
it ain't
that-
over, by the way.
That they got farmed that hard at the start and they were only 15 seconds behind on boss is
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah.
is interesting.
I mean, he missed the entire bloodlust as well, like that death and all his souls and everything.
All right.
I have some
That's
analysis
great.
from my Twitch chat. He said shift sucks sometimes. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Is that the thing?
Yeah, it does suck sometimes.
I actually don't want to hear that.
The ability in the
I don't want to hear that. I've heard this a few times of Demon Hunters trying to downplay how absolutely insane that button is.
No,
and
it's
I will
so
not. I will
broken.
not let it
Yep.
happen.
Yep.
It's the most broken
Slander.
spell. It's so much more broken than Shimmer.
It's the most broken movement spell ever in WoW. Straight
Yeah.
up.
The only bad thing is if there's like any LOS issue, there could be a pebble. You try to dash on or over it and your shift just won't move.
You know what?
That's like the only bad thing about it.
Except for rocket boots, by the way. I feel like we
Oh,
forgot how
rocket
insane
boots.
every class having rocket boots on top of whatever they had in all content. Holy shit.
That was like
Dude,
the
they need to bring
Nitro
back
Boost thing,
engineering.
right?
1 minute sky step, by the way.
Engineering is so useless nowadays.
Yeah, why did they get rid of it? I feel like Nitro Boost and Sky Step were so much fun to use.
They don't like fun.
Well,
Because-
Nitro Boost, I
because
think I know. Good.
Mobility is supposed to be part of your like
Identity.
thing as a spec. And when you had something like Blood Decay, who is built around being largely immobile, who could then just do fucking Ferrari moves every 1 minute and like zip around and tag everything as fast as a Demon Hunter that whose like thing should be leaping around between packs and tagging them, and a Blood Decay is like, yeah, I mean, I can do it just as fast with this potion every 1 minute.
I'm with you on the 1 minute. I think, but except I still personally wish, like, I just have being fast is really fun. Like, literally just on a pure fun angle, it's fun, right? Or it's great, but I don't see why Skystep can't exist on a 5 minute CD though.
I was gonna say, I think on 5 minutes it's fine. On a 1 minute thing, it
And
was
it
like you
trades
had
off a
that
big
shit up for
pot,
every
too.
pull.
Well, the thing is, like, pots are so powerful too, so it's like it's a major
Yeah,
trade-off.
I think with how potions are now, you could bring back Skystep, and it would be an interesting decision.
By the way, this is still an 18 sky reach. There is a high chance. Well,
I mean, the
don't
next-
say high chance, but there is a possibility of some bad shit happening.
Yeah, but it's like
Until
the
that
next 5
happens, there's
minutes
nothing to
gonna
talk
be
about.
happening, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll just be the end area.
Until we
That
see
last
some
pull
deaths
is
on
gonna be-
mandatory side, this shit is a wrap.
No, that last pull of dungeon is gonna be crazy.
Well, the thing is,
Well,
is
we are now at the point where
have lost
mandatory
the
knows. Mandatory knows Liquid is wiped and is behind. Well,
but do
not
you
wiped,
play
but
the
has had
last part of the
multiple deaths.
dungeon slow? I don't know.
No, they
Probably
can't
haven't even
afford it.
I don't
practiced
think
it.
so.
Different timings.
Because they're not so far behind that you could like do an extra pull.
Also, it's potentially risky if you're like having to do a pull that you haven't done.
Yeah, exactly.
Without cooldowns.
Yeah, and we did see the rescue kind of work out for mandatory there. Genji just taking Mirrors up so Mirrors can get into the pull a little bit quicker, can get it just grouped up together so that when the DPS players arrive, they have a little bit of an easier time just starting to press their buttons and not needing to wait for that.
Is this the
gather.
first time the meta for MDI is the meta for high keys?
But I do love to see it, and it does
No,
cut
there's
down
been
on just
plenty of-
I actually
That's a good
I
question.
think
The
it may
last couple
be.
MDIs haven't been.
No, well, I mean, the last
Yeah.
couple MDIs that were, I mean, you mean TGP, right? Because like, if you include TGP in the MDI, it very much makes sense that the TGP meta is the same as the high key meta because they're the
Yeah,
same
no,
things.
the-
You mean
No,
literally,
I mean
TGP meta is always the
speedrunning.
same.
you mean
Yeah.
speed running
Like-
dungeons.
What about the one with
Yeah.
Destro Lock and Survival Hunter?
There wasn't MDI that season? Question mark.
The one
Yeah,
10
there was
years
MDI.
ago?
I know season 4 was TGP. Season 3 MDI would have been.
I remember playing that like for just the cups for fun.
Maybe because let's see, it was definitely Blood DK, Holy, Destrolock, Survival. What did you play as the third spec with that?
Fire Mage,
Yeah,
maybe?
there's not really an opportunity.
I don't think it was Fire Mage and MDI. What the fuck was it that season? But maybe.
Although, you know, maybe. Now,
I'm trying to remember because
I don't think there's
it was a season. Fired Up was playing Hunter. Shaq was playing.
That saves you a bunch of time because usually with those strategies.
What was Shaq playing? Because I think
if
Blip
they
was on
work, you'll just
Destrolock.
do them, right? Even if they're hard, you'll practice them, you'll learn them.
So
and
Shaq
do
would have been
them.
on.
If you're like a 70,
Yeah, was that Windwalker maybe?
True.
the amount of time it works, and you know the
Could've
map has
been.
lost any other.
have
I didn't know
way,
Windwalker was good.
then
I mean,
that's something
it's
you
close
can
enough because the
sometimes
third DPS spec in that comp was kind of.
Push
Push
that.
that.
Okay, Kush,
That's all.
All
we
right,
need
that's
two
step
more.
one.
Two
Step
more.
one. Step
You got
one complete.
melee?
To a melee from Bruckran,
Oh my
actually,
god, what
as,
a...
Only
Melee
two
by
more. He
Rupert.
accidentally hit taunts.
Well, let's be
Just do
fair.
2 more times.
Devourers always do that shit where...
Do you have taunt as
Why?
well? Or no?
Yeah, you do.
No,
those things
I mean, he
can
does have
happen.
That's how they did all
I'm
the
pretty
like
sure what
bullshit
happened is
like immuning of stuff this
So it
tier.
looks like Mandatory have lost
He
a
probably
little
just
bit
like
of
yeah.
lead.
shifted
They're
immediately
certainly
onto
still
the
in
boss
lead as they're
out of the
now running
hide.
up the wind
And
gauntlet
the
there.
tank
Death
hasn't
Knight
gone
just
very yet.
using the,
Well, yo,
the
this
Death's
skip too.
Advance on that actual on the
Oh,
riot
okay.
Nah, that skip's
force.
fit.
Wait, this guy. Oh,
Group gonna
okay,
be
never
running
mind.
up, using more cheatery methods. It's hard to find a method that feels
Right, a
more
little
All right.
call away,
Question
one
is
stand
how
down.
big how bigly do they
The
go here?
Brimstones and the rescues certainly
All the way.
are
All the
doing
way,
that here for
yeah.
Mandatory.
Dorky, why don't
Visual
we skip
Misery
like that? That
is
skip was
going
like
to
so
allow them
quick.
now to skip
Well,
past
because
this
we
next
need
pull.
the other pack.
You can see
Oh, that's a
Like,
great
we're not
call.
only doing this.
We do need the other back.
If it
All
was
right,
that simple,
Cinny,
then yeah.
let's go. Oh, he did the short way. I respect that.
Here we go. Crazy pull.
You can see this is going to be
Watching
a boss
Mandatory
flip
right
where
now.
Liquid are 1 second
All right, maybe somebody gets a Blade
No
Talon
loss
Rush
just yet.
with the Solar
This
Beam.
pull is really scary.
Liquid on the actual kill time on the boss.
Lots of shit happening.
It should be something where hopefully they would have gained a little bit
Absolute
more time.
swirly
Great
slop.
call,
Again, further
Dorky.
reinforced
Okay,
by
we
the
got
mandatory.
the Blade
Yeah,
rushes
the last
out.
thing, okay.
Slightly
There it
higher
is.
DPS in this
Nobody
dungeon,
died to the
but it's
rushes.
all gonna
That's
come down to this
unfortunate.
huge pull for mandatory. They're able to survive
Oh,
this
the thing
pull.
is, Ryson's
I
just
think
pressing
they're gonna
one
be able to
button
hold
and
on to
everyone's
that lead
living, so
even
it's
Nah,
kinda hard
they're
to
they're
buy.
they're good. This shit's dead.
Yeah.
Everybody still has their melds.
And they are already so far
Oh,
through
Ryzen?
this
Nah, he
game.
bubbled
Oh.
himself.
Just yet.
Macing his
Mel, there
IVF.
was his
Oh,
meld.
he hit the wrong
Being
person.
deployed here
That was a
onto
Drogo
Maris,
cocoon
hoping
firing
to
one.
keep him alive for now is kinda
Did he
out
start
of
using mouse overs yet?
for the moment.
Nope.
No.
Thankfully, most of
Yeah, I knew that was
Maris'
bullshit when he
mods
said he
are
was
Well,
gonna do
thankfully
it.
he hasn't missed
two
his
elementals
cocoon yet.
still in play. One
Well,
of them
Bro, have
has
you,
now
JB,
gone
have you
down.
ever
Mandatory
used
has
your
gotten
external on a pet
through
by
the
accident?
worst of it.
I can't believe he doesn't
don't-
use mouse overs. That's actually insane.
I just
don't
learned that the other
know
week.
even how you
Shocked
would.
my brain.
Yeah, I don't know. He like accidentally fat fingered clicking.
Like, dude,
on
not
it.
even a healer. Like, I feel like even as a DPS, like, if you have like Hand of Sacrifice or literally anything you can use on
Hand
another
of
player.
Sacrifice. Holy shit.
Hand
Or
of
blessing?
Sacrifice, what a
Blessing? Is that a
throwback.
blessing? Oh,
I haven't
my
heard
bad.
of
Whatever it
Hand
is.
of
If you're
Sacrifice in a while.
sacking someone,
20
like,
years ago.
Yeah.
like, could you imagine
When
being
was
like
the
a
last time they were called hands? Like Legion or something?
Dude, I've always called them that.
Very, very fast.
But like, just
I mean, it
imagine
didn't even
you're
used to be hand.
imagine
It
you're a
was
rep
blessing for a
paladin.
long time.
Imagine you're a rep paladin. You're hitting the boss and you untarget the boss to like sack someone.
No,
That'd
yeah,
be
that's
fucking
literally
crazy.
where it started from. So this was back in the Dragonflight MDI where people played 4 DPS and JB was really mad on Twitter. Drogo was playing Red Paladin, and Dazer was coaching him at the time, just like watching him play shit, and he would just be like clicking on people, pressing sack, and then clicking back on the target and pressing his rotation, and then everyone was losing their fucking minds.
Yeah, it's crazy bad. It's
But
not
he
even a
could
hard
have
thing to
cocooned
change
himself.
either.
Dorky.
you say, Fool?
He cocooned himself as a Cryptix at first post Skyreach and died because of it.
Yeah, but I mean, he's also cocoon pets.
Right. That one
Yeah, I know, that's-
is not going
Wait,
Because of
he
the
was supposed to
mouse
cocoon
over.
Cryptix though?
You're supposed to cocoon
Well,
Cryptix.
it
and
was
cocoon
first full
yourself.
Skyreach where he got targeted by like literally every mechanic.
Yeah.
See, this is like, I guess,
was the third
the
game?
unfortunate part of the MDI. No matter who's playing each other, just like the triple jump off the edge death at the beginning just makes the next 15 minutes just a complete. Dude, everyone knows the outcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this would have been so close. I honestly feel like Liquid would have won this, considering how
feel like it's impossible to say. I mean, maybe with the Kush melee, and if I mean, you're basically saying if Liquid played and didn't have any deaths, and the other team played and did, they would have won, which is like, yeah, but then that's just like not what happened, you know?
Well, no. I'm saying like even if they both didn't have any deaths.
If
like
Liquid kills, if they let Liquid play out Vyrix here before they call the end of... Oh, okay, Yips jumped off.
I mean, yeah, they jumped on fire as soon as they got the message.
We could see a...
This is definitely one of those runs, by the way, where if you're in the game,
he's not happy.
you're staring at your chat. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have the 3 deaths on the pull, like as soon as you start the last boss, you're just literally eyes are glued
Wait,
to the
how many of
chat
them are
the
2
whole time.
monitors right now?
Well, we had some deaths, and this was a high.
They all have to be 2 monitors.
I have to kind of ask, Dratinus, do you think that Liquid's route would have been faster
At the facility,
overall,
surely.
or do you think mandatory really
At the facility, they're
like they had this one
for
streamlined
sure
and
going to
done?
have 2 monitors for everybody.
boss 2 and boss 3 splits,
yeah, it's looking like a 2 monitor.
We're doing more DPS when we could directly compare the teams.
Look at
but yeah,
the
of course,
tank
it was
damage
those
difference.
deaths that
That's crazy.
overwhelmed
Okay, but
the
let's see boss damage.
and meant that mandatory we're going to win this one by a lot.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, I mean, it makes sense
it's hard,
for
especially right
Liquid to
at
have
the
done
start
more
when you
damage
have those
because
deaths.
they
It
did
has
more
to
damage in
take
the
a toll
first
on
pull,
the
right?
teams when you're going,
Because
okay, we can
Cine
hope we
couldn't
make
have
a
done
mistake,
the
all
damage,
teams
so-
keep
remember.
going.
They
And
ate
we
up the
did get to
damage.
see them do exactly that, and it's going to take us forward. But looking at this matchup, Tettles, what were you kind of seeing from the 2 teams in this Skyreach?
Oh my goodness,
Oh,
I
it
was
seems
muted.
like here we go. We've got.
All right,
Chat
Tettles is logged off.
coming in.
Okay,
there we
that
go.
was some of the smartest analysis I've ever heard out of you,
Oh
Tettles.
wow,
It's
profound.
very
Too
rare
bad you
that
guys
good
missed
analysis
it.
comes out of me. But it was really about the deaths, to the point where I didn't even realize what exactly
Dude, no.
happened.
Oh my god.
Oh,
this-
they're
oh.
showing it in slow mo and reversing.
All right, let's. Hey.
This is painful.
Wait, he pulled. Is he supposed to have the Dread Raven on him?
That's 15 seconds down the
Oh,
I think
the
so.
Dread Raven's following Yips across the wall. Okay, yeah. Don't show it again. Don't show the other ones.
Oh, that hurt.
Oh, they are gonna show the other ones too.
And this part is gonna hurt too.
Oh, here he's
Because
gonna
if
go
she tries to
again,
back
and
on
boom,
then
dead.
Boom.
already. But he shifts too late.
Oh,
Gets
man.
hit by the rappel from the Gale Caller. Then he
Dude, they're literally play-by-playing it on the broadcast. Oh my god. I mean, the second and third ones are like probably we're just going to happen though, right? If you don't make the first one, he's literally just dying to raid damage.
They weren't insane.
I mean, the second
Well,
and third is not even his fault, technically. I mean, it's not nothing.
Well, the second
like
one he
that.
could have
Fucking
gone
healer
on
fault.
faster to avoid it, but
Yeah.
probably kind of could have.
Like, you're never going to practice that.
The first boss.
I don't even know how you really could practice it, but you're definitely not going to be like, all right, guys, let's practice what happens if I
It's one of
fuck
those
up
play on the
the
fly.
first jump. So you have no idea in his position, like, what to do from that point on, other than like, I need to get back to the platform. And so you're going to spawn, you're going to jump back up. It's not going to occur to you that like, maybe there's fucking big mechanics that are happening right now. I should like slam on my defensives when I jump up there. You're just going to like try to get back as fast as you can, and then at some point, no matter who you are, you're going to start tilting, and then you're just going to start like fucking running it down, trying to get back to the platform.
I mean, there's some merit in like MDI practice, right? To like not always reset when something goes wrong and make sure you play out keys so you're used to that kind of stuff, but never on the first fucking jump, bro. If you're like in a practice key and someone dies on the first jump, you're for sure jumping off the edge and pulling dungeon
Yeah.
again.
Yeah. Because that is exactly one of those. It's like, what happens if I fuck this up in the game? It's like, well, don't fuck it up in the game. That's how we don't
This
do
reminds
that.
me of Fragments when we played. You guys remember we played Blackrock Hold? We copied your strat or the triple, what's it called, construct thing. And then Jimmy died
Triple
to.
construct and Blackrock
Oh no,
Hold.
no, not Blackrock Hold. I'm saying.
And if you're liquid, you
Halls
have
of
to
Atonement?
protect
Halls of
yourselves a little bit.
Yeah, Halls of
because
Atonement. Yeah, exactly.
mandatory opened the possibility of
Jimmy
having a
died
death
on
and
the
allowing you
pool,
to take that Skyreach
and then he
to
had like
have the
this
death at the very
Venthyr
beginning.
loadings when he
Absolutely. I
released,
mean,
and
that
obviously
puts
we
you in
didn't
that
practice
spot
with him
where now
dying
it
the
comes
pool,
down to
right?
this
So he
last
releases
map of
panics,
Sara
gets this
Caverns,
Venthyr
also a
loadings,
plus
means you don't
Oh,
see her on the
yeah.
screen, runs
So
off the
Anderson is
edge
at a
again,
pretty high
and then
difficulty for
and then he
And
could.
even with
So
those deaths, like
demonic,
you've been
Jesus
saying,
Christ.
This matchup has still been
Yeah, I remember that
close.
Venthyr loading
Both
screen
of
shit. That was
these
funny
teams
though.
extremely competitive, but at these higher levels, if
Is that
the
the with the
same happens,
swirlies?
the smallest one, you can have
Yeah.
these big trickle down.
You could disable
Yeah,
that.
to like do something. Yeah, but you needed to like have that option
enabled,
enabled, which most people didn't have by default.
Who's going to be tossed down to the lower? What do you think the teams have to show in Mysara makes?
That's actually
My
really
Sorrow
interesting
Cavern.
'cause we haven't seen it.
By
By the
way,
way, is Owlsmere UI insane or what?
Banning this dungeon like crazy.
I don't know, I was
Has
testing
been
it
denied of
in a, was it
just
30 man?
luring into the caverns for now.
What's
So
the boss even called?
I'm really curious on what the
Chimeras. Chimeras. Like Bloodlust Fest with LVI, I went down to 19 FPS with LVI and Raid Frames, and then I did Ellismer UI, and I think I dropped to like 41, but it was just like baseline double FPS throughout the fight. I don't know.
Did you do a control test with the Blizzard default UI?
No. No.
All right, so I think you would expect that both teams. Okay, do you guys think they have a really good Mysaris Caverns or not? There's like a case for it and against it. For both of them, it's not in a map pool for anything except for the beginning map of like the grand finals. So it's like it's guaranteed grand finals. That might matter a lot for both of them. But it's really sparse in the lower bracket. Like really sparse. And then it was technically in Mandatory's first match. Right, near the end, but they probably never thought they were going to get there. And Liquid doesn't see it in their first match. I could see this being an under-practiced, maybe you think another team bans it early, but the fact that both of them are maybe playing for the finals here, you'd assume that it's good?
I think everybody's got good everything in this tournament.
I would have expected this to be banned.
The top 4 or 5 teams.
Oh, GG cheated.
I'm sure that won't be important later.
Yeah,
we didn't see either of them in this dungeon yet, did we? Or did we? Did we see this?
This is the first time we were seeing this dungeon. And they're not playing Aflock.
Similar picture unfolds right at the start of the dungeon, but we have learned that between those two teams,
oh, Yips is going somewhere.
Oh, we're off-roading. I like their route already.
Okay, okay. Wait, look at
this.
this.
Wait,
hold on.
This is crazy.
What is happening right now?
In prison sleepwalk, you can pick up those guys without pulling the elephants.
Yeah, the
wait.
All right,
this is
Dorky, new route.
Yo, we're trying this in live keys. That was sick.
It's a lot of
mobs. What mobs come from that pack?
Is this on boss?
A bunch of bears and stuff.
Oh,
Wait, but you're telling me we're done with prisoners already? What the?
What?
Yeah, Dorky, write it down.
Yips route, Yips route, Yips route.
And that's gonna let them just take this huge pull.
How did they spawn the boss already? That's crazy.
This is an incredibly rapid progression through the.
Dude, Dratnos called this shit rapid. Fucking wipe me down.
Bro, they have some shit going.
Wait, so Mandatory's not even on boss yet. This is Liquid's already won.
Yeah.
No.
Nope, they've already won.
They've already won.
Oh yeah, Mandatory's getting absolutely fucking cooked. They're taking so fucking well.
Come on.
What the fuck is this? I hope Mandatory's been practicing lower bracket maps.
Difference in how they're actually going to be getting their count in this.
Oh, dude, I want to see exactly how we got all the prisoners. This is some.
Yips is still an incarnate. How much longer on it?
This is how you do a 25, Dorky.
He has bark, but like I don't know. He's gonna be sketched when this incarn's out, right? I don't know. He's chilling.
Yeah, Liquid looking really.
So they're gonna be behind on count though. The question is where they get.
The uptime on the boss has been saved.
Yeah, they have to make up quite a bit of count, but
have more count and
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Just pull bats. That doesn't matter.
So, is that going to be worth the 50% of the boss HP that Liquid are faster by right now? That is going to be the big question. Anytime you see a team break out a new strategy that nobody else has used so far to get into boss combat quicker, usually that ends up being worth.
Ben,
I actually
dungeons
really
like these.
Liquid's position here,
Yeah, this is sick.
Interesting routing and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like actually one of the few scenarios, like especially with so many linear dungeons, as soon as you remove the ability to snap and they don't let you do a lot of tech, it really makes the linear dungeons like not as interesting. But these types of dungeons are just like perfect for the MDI. Always have been too.
This one reminds me of Motherload. Of seeing how teams got like all the shredder dudes activated, peacekeepers, and you would see the routes where guys would like go around and like tag all the jockeys to get them into the peacekeepers, and then like gather them all up without pulling anything else.
Yeah, dude, I always loved Overload.
Now I wonder if Liquid is gonna. Okay, you know how sometimes you can come up with like some really good tech in a dungeon and you get addicted to how cool the tech is, and then you never really think about how close it is to the other route, and it ends up not actually being faster, but you're like married to the idea of doing the new thing. So like I wonder if that's going to be the case here. Like one major thing, right, is like Echo's going to be way higher on
They're
trash.
hard choking though. They have no boss damage. They're all 10% HP.
He's mounted up as well, so
Did someone call that the Dr. J special?
Yeah, it's I don't think
they're
there's any extra
overcooking?
trash coming from earlier.
Yeah.
Which means they're gonna need to collect
Yeah, I mean, it was.
13% more than mandatory towards the end of the dungeon.
But
It
that
might
is
be that
something
Liquid will be
you gotta
finding that
learn
trash on the bridge,
after
whereas
doing a lot of.
mandatory might be
Yeah, it's an
levels.
experience
Really.
thing for sure.
It's
But I feel
really
like-
overcooked. You definitely don't want to overcook.
You have to overcook before you learn not to overcook. Yeah,
But I feel like Mervis, he's really good with like time stamping everything. Whenever like we practice, he was always the guy that added mobs, timed the like how.
Hold
long
on.
it
A
takes
shine
to-
dead
No.
after
Oh
a
no,
cheat.
Shine. Oh, dude, you lose so much. He breathed too.
Even if their strategy is faster, I'm not sure.
Oh,
it's
that
a
is
death
rough.
Faster, a full death faster.
JB?
than mandatory. That would be a very, very big.
Been
Apologize.
biding my time.
If it were so, Liquid with those 15
No, that's gonna be
seconds now
distractive
playing
still.
against them are gonna have to still be so fast.
Come
towards
on.
the
Oh,
end here,
he's lost
in
so
order
much
to win
damage,
this
bro.
one.
This shit is living.
Is he
And he's
did-
fucking getting sucked.
Oh my god, a shine. I feel like he needed to. I don't know if his use of scales was good here.
He
Yeah,
got
I
sucked
was-
and didn't get freedom immediately. I'm sure he was terrified.
He definitely a little bit of a panic moment there. Yeah. Apparently, Sezevi Tigers lasted himself. Oh no, that's a Drogo moment.
No
no,
way.
Might just be hurting them.
Oh, now he doesn't have
here a
Tigers
little
for
bit.
this.
Let's see
Okay, but he has rescue.
how quickly
Holy fuck.
Mandatory can get through this ghost area around Roxal. The remaining guardians are just now.
Okay, if you're
dying
pulling
off
away the
Liquid.
bound
You can
defender,
see
I like
City
this. This was
has
my
already
life.
dragged in the next thing I
Just
assume
fuck that
is
mob.
Wait,
That mob is.
Why?
is the
What do
worst mob.
you?
Yes, Shadow
I just
Melting
realized that
by him
Zevi's
after
playing
having the loudest team to
Blood
walk
Elf in
on
here.
by. Now, that
Oh,
is
he
not
is.
something
Wait, they're gonna go
You
for
could
it.
do the skirmishers.
Oh, they're gonna,
Team
yeah,
that
Bloodlust
needs to
or
fight more
Belfast
enemies,
skirmishers.
not less.
He's gonna pull
Well,
up
that's
the
gonna-
entire
that's
end
gonna
area.
fucking
You take the
fuck
damage from
Really
it?
well.
An extra pull later, you may as well just make that
Surely you
pull
don't take the
bigger
damage from
and
it.
then make this pull
You
No, no,
have
no,
to.
you will.
dangerous.
Yeah.
You
So
don't-
okay,
there's no
he's
way
gonna
to-
dispel 30 of them here.
Yes,
He's
well,
built
that's
like
the
30.
thing.
Yeah, no,
You
this
pop
was my
every.
cook.
You pop
This is your
everything
thing.
probably. You do like
well, back at M0, I remember thinking like this. Was
Oh,
insane.
M0, we
I don't
could-
know.
Come on,
send
lock in.
walls.
I mean,
Everyone,
I'm sure it
here
does
goes
work.
everything. Here goes
There's
boom.
the-
Wait, that did
There's no
nothing.
damage.
Yeah, I mean,
If
they
you
had every
look,
single
look,
button
if
and
you
20%
if you like
avoidance.
Litany, Wall, Zephyr, slam everything, I bet it does. I bet you are able to just like live all of it.
Okay, but I
Darky,
mean, is this
new
worth
route.
doing this poll? No, we're not playing a
We need
fucking
a blood
game.
elf. We need a blood elf.
Mandatory are playing the night elves on all of their elves.
Oh, we have
Yes,
a death,
write it
death
down!
and mandatory, death
Yes!
and mandatory.
You're getting- Oh, it's over, man. You're getting absolutely cooked.
Please, another.
The Wernstone
Shadow
looks like
Frost
Bison was
Blast.
able to get resurrected,
They were trying to do a
but
skip
now
and
Mayseen's super
he got
low,
blasted
and
in the
Rice
head.
is
Oh, you also have
super low,
40%
and they are
avoidance.
still be able to set up
20.
Wait, who's the Wernstone on right now? Because if Ryson's dead and Genji's back there doing the.
No, no, they got it.
no,
It's
no,
good.
no,
That
no,
was
no,
a big
good.
time.
The entire
loss.
setup of this has now taken them.
Yeah, the
quite
thing
a
is,
bit
like,
longer
Liquid can't do
than
this.
they had
The whole
planned.
bringing the
Liquid
spirit
are
onto the
getting into
boss. I don't know how much of a time loss that
ahead
is.
of mandatory. Both teams have found the same
I wonder if
count
people are
as
going to
well.
utilize this spirit
Liquid
more in live keys
gathering
because
that
nobody's
huge
really.
Don't you
lead
take
after
more
that
damage
Shadow
because of
Meld
it,
skip
too?
Ended up being where they equalized the
Do you?
count, and both teams.
I
are
thought
Nobody
it was
fucking knows.
everything.
Nobody
Take
knows.
20% more
Same
damage.
number of deaths, so we can
yeah, I don't
directly
know.
compare the boss HP.
But
and
I
we
was
can
planning
see
on
that
using it
Liquid
for
came in with the
live
lead,
keys for just,
but
like,
mandatory have come in
that
with
one
way more
surrender.
damage.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes,
Mandatory
they
is gonna
have
smoke
found
this
the
boss with this
power of
spirit.
raw DPS and are currently exercising it onto Vortaza. That looked
Yeah.
It definitely feels like a
very
little bit of
scary. The
overcooked.
Well, they
from
used
Liquid.
like unholy
Blitz team
CDs
just
already.
dropping really, really low. I
Wolf's
believe
going now.
their skip just wasn't that clean as some of those casts were still landing. Ryzen
Oh, that's
then
interesting.
went
I didn't.
to go
Until I read the
down
top of the
at
screen, it didn't occur to me that yeah, whoever wins this
15
game
seconds.
locks in
They
a
are
top
through
4, so they go to
most of
BlizzCon.
the
Yeah,
trash.
there's a lot of
Wait,
games
what?
today.
Really?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. There's a lot of games that lock that in. So both of the upper, you go to BlizzCon if you win this series, you go to BlizzCon if you win the next series, and then I think whichever Chinese team wins the lower
Wait, but that's
bracket.
not necessarily true, right?
Yeah, it is true. I looked at it yesterday.
You could finish
Wait, it
top
says
4
right
and not
here,
and
winner
not go to
goes-
BlizzCon.
But you
Oh,
you
it says
guarantee
right
a
here.
top 3 finish by even being in the upper finals whatsoever, right?
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, because yeah, you okay? Yeah, never mind.
Because worst case scenario, you lose that, lose lower finals, you're third.
I forgot.
This is actually such a massive game, then.
How are mandatory ahead, by the way? No, they're not.
The Spirit.
HP.
Yeah, they got to the boss later and just instantly dumpstered it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Bro, this chain from Liquid is sketchy as hell, dude.
Yeah, they are not going to be using it on these Grim Skirmishers. It would be a little bit dangerous to pop all of those shields
How
at
broken's
once.
Litany,
Well,
by the way?
They're staggering
This
it a little bit better.
seems like a very even.
Yeah, I have
You need
been
one, hopeful.
staring at the HP bars for mandatory while they were in this phase. Mare's dropping low.
How broken
so
is Litany?
many times.
Apparently not broken enough for my team to bring up constantly that EU teams aren't playing it in the fastest keys, and that I should just learn to heal.
Slowly but surely dying off.
You hate to hear that when
Learn
you play
to heal.
healer and
Okay, so
confusing to use,
okay,
but
everyone
that's
got
awesome.
another use of their CDs here.
Right now, and while mandatory
Just like
is
Wolf's was a
just
little later.
switch ahead, it's a matter of
Yeah, but they're gonna Liquid is gonna
on
kill the boss
Liquid
first.
being able to pull back
Because they still have the
into
unholy
the
cooldowns.
same
Well, they have, yeah,
percentage.
Unholy just
Look
pop
at
CDs,
this,
it's gonna
a
be
photo finish
close.
on this boss
Holy
here.
shit,
kill
let's
it
go
from
Liquid,
the
come on.
But it is
Yeah,
Lock the
Liquid
fuck in.
Okay.
Get
They also
that
have more
boss
count
down
though, but I don't know what they
just
skip.
a
They have
second
2%
differential.
more.
A bat, maybe?
That's not that bad. That's more than a bat.
They've got to be feeling really
They're
good
pulling a
about
bat right
how,
now.
Maybe a couple
They're gonna go
bats.
for a big pop here.
They have as they both now run down the bridge here. We've got a couple of skirmishers getting added to this pull here.
I mean, this is just
So
going to
I'm
be a boss
assuming
race right now.
Fascinating roar from Yips as they run past here.
Well,
bring us all
Mandatory's
the boss
getting there
probably going.
faster. They're gonna pull the boss faster. They're just
Why is-
faster up the
Oh
rim.
yeah, Mandatory is zooming. What the fuck?
Oh, no. They just stayed mounted the whole time, right?
They did, but
They must
Yips
have been
didn't.
stuck in combat or
A little bit
something.
quicker than Liquid. Liquid a little bit more slow navigating.
No,
this.
killing the
dude.
drummer,
Also
too.
in combat with that drummer. They need a little bit less count, but they are a lot slower
Holy
in
shit,
getting
this
this
shit
dealt
hurts.
with. They are going to be slower to pull this boss here potentially as
Okay,
well.
it's just
Although
time to
actually, it
time to
looks
test
like
everyone's
Liquid
passion
are
damage.
going
Wait,
straight
oh, but
into
Liquid
the
pulled
Liquid
first.
just pulled first, but barely,
Mandatory-
just
yeah,
barely.
Mandatory's waiting.
Do you send one of
I mean, the
half
pull
phase
first
one?
matters a lot on
Yes,
damage
and
at
that's something we
bosses.
saw from Dignitas as well. It can work out in your favor if it allows you to
Cooldowns,
stay
Blood Elf?
clean while the other
Yep,
team
they
makes
Darkness,
mistakes.
AMZ,
Yeah.
Blood Elf.
That's going to be
Boom.
on
Boom.
for
That's nice.
Liquid
Okay.
right now as they were able to get that AoE onto the skirmishers. They're now also getting that last defender.
Liquid has this defender
walking
coming in
on
late, too. I don't know if that's
behind.
gonna hurt
That
him.
is count they need to finish it off before they go.
I don't think they
Does
need to count
he-
from it.
Count?
Otherwise,
Yeah,
That's why they
maybe
can pull
not.
the boss earlier, maybe.
How is the boss damage difference so big? Oh, they lost it, mandatory. Liquid's holding it for the damage.
Oh
round.
yeah,
Mandatory
Mandatory
are
lost it.
quite a bit ahead on that boss HP.
Do you have any shot at one phasing this on a 18?
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely won phase. There's no
You
way you
can
don't.
you get close on the high
I
keys.
don't know, though.
You get the boss to like 20 or 30.
Oftentimes at this plus 18 key level, if the boss is already so low, mandatory.
Yeah,
might
he's
not
already at
even
50%,
need to be
yeah.
able to just absolutely
Another
melt
thing
the
to know
boss
too, Mandatory
during
had
that
to finish
burn.
off the
This
defender
is
for
such an
count.
important
Liquid
gambit
doesn't.
here for
That's
Team
actually such a
Liquid. Both
massive
teams
difference.
Are going to be entering this intermission phase in a
Yeah, 'cause
couple
they
of
get to keep a
seconds
mob up here
Starting off with
for-
Liquid, that soul-rending roar gonna send them back to
Resource
Oh,
the
but
generation.
Mandatory's just gonna.
Meanwhile, Mandatory
Oh,
hot
dude,
on
this
their
is gonna be a
heels. Both
fucking nail
teams now
biter.
Yeah, it's gonna be
flying
very
through the
close.
Spirit Realm, and they're both
Within,
gonna be
like, a
Like
couple
Liquid will have
seconds.
more
back now
damage,
into
but
boss combat.
Mandatory
This
started
is going
the
to be
gauntlet
pivotal.
earlier.
Will the Bloodlust and the cooldowns for Liquid be enough to make
They need
up
to lust.
for the
Okay,
Yeah, we
Yeah,
popped
yeah,
lust.
it
We
is.
popped lust.
that Mandatory have gained.
All right,
There
patch
goes
damage
the
race.
cooldown.
Come on.
There goes that lust for Liquid. This boss is going to need to melt.
Army's not for 10. Mason has it on pull.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
Oh,
Yeah, I know, Army.
Army?
No, it's over.
Dude, what did it?
The army
say,
was
gang?
late.
Holy fuck!
Dude.
Yeah.
Ah.
How is the army late?
Oh, Mandatory's gotta be real happy about this one. That puts them into.
Ah.
This series promised to be a close
That's
one.
so
and
sad.
shit.
delivered. Mandatory
Oh, look how
gained
happy they are.
death through the power
God
of
damn,
raw
man, what a
DPS
fucking
and
game.
land camaraderie, burning
Oh,
through the
that's so
bosses faster than
unfortunate.
Liquid could keep
Oh,
up.
man.
Their path through
Okay,
It's
so
like
who
a-
does Liquid have to
is one
play?
step closer to the
They
crown
Liquid
and Blizzard
plays.
qualification. Now, it's
Well, they
not
probably
over
showed on
till
broadcast.
October,
Well,
though.
don't they
Liquid
sometimes do
have
weird
a little
reseeding
bit
shit?
later today, but gotta love seeing
At the
everyone
bottom of,
celebrate.
I don't think so.
Good seeing them
They've
just
ever reseeded
excited and
before.
relieved.
Well,
It says-
I know they do some weird shit
I
in the
love that
first
they
two
are
lower
broadcasting
brackets because they don't
that
want
and
repeat
keeping
matches
here
from
at
round
MDI.
one, right?
They're-
This was
they're
just
playing- no, no, they are
unbelievably
loser
close.
of
I mean,
upper
Dratness,
quarterfinals, so-
looking at these two again, these
Do you have
teams
the
are
thing
so
somewhere?
Big Lucky
evenly
again.
matched, it feels like.
I'm just looking at it
Absolutely,
right now. Yeah,
what a
like it.
great series.
Wait, they
that
shouldn't be
these
playing
teams
against
have
Big
given
Lucky
us
again.
here. 6
Link is in
seconds
this chat.
separate the two teams at the end here. one death for each.
Oh wait, no.
Either team had been able to avoid that death.
So does Liquid play again today, by the way?
By more than the gap that ended up separating the two.
They're playing against it's not going to be that bad for them. They're
like all I'm saying.
Yeah,
because I'm pretty sure what'll happen is the upper, whoever loses the game they just did, so Liquid, they don't go to the upper part of the lower bracket. They go to the lower, so they don't rematch the same team they played in round 1. That's how it works.
Yeah. So it's actually not that bad because Anti's Angel and Sense Spellbook aren't that powerful.
Oh, by the way, speaking of Anti's Angel, I got on BNet this morning and scrolled down and saw Divine playing Warcraft 3.
Respect.
I have a feeling.
I mean, maybe he's just waiting for his team to get
That's based, man. Warcraft 3
I don't
is one
know.
of the greatest games
You are
of all
not
time.
waiting. If you're an EU team, you are definitely not waiting for people to wake up because this was at like noon. So
how did Shine die here?
To give him the rescue movement speed.
Like he was he expecting a Tiger's Lust?
He didn't wall.
Grim Ward, is that
he
just
didn't
the,
wall. Like yeah.
That's the absorb, right?
By the mini boss for an extended period of time.
I think that's just an absorb popping.
Dude, how come the skirmishers do 0 dam? Did they just darkness high roll the whole team?
I mean, they sent every defensive they had.
And pressing every single defensive there, that's where they were able to make.
Shine was in the cage, and then a lot of skirmisher explosions went off.
With that skip, it became a
When
problem.
he rescued out and then exploded.
Ends up killing off Ryson.
You know what was really interesting in this game, as opposed to yesterday? I feel like there weren't a ton of deaths yesterday from the top teams, but I feel like there was like a decent amount of deaths in this series, just in general. Like a lot of like.
I mean, these maps are spicier for sure.
Well, what the only deaths on Skyreach were Senny at the start, and then Kush just jumping into the boss faster than he should have.
It was dumb deaths for sure.
But then in the first game, it was. I would say the only.
So they just let it reset. But mandatory had
like
offensive cooldown management at the very end. And
chaotic deaths, like deaths that were just felt like kind of dice roll deaths, were the ones at Nexus. And I guess the Shine's death on this map getting
unbelievably close series
altered at the same time that the pops are going off.
Is 5-5 in terms of who ends up winning this. This was a spectacular series, and this
hey, Dorky, I know how the ghost works.
The MDI has to offer.
God, that was a good series.
Every time it hits.
Whoever gets it takes a 2% stacking damage buff or debuff. That goes to 100% damage taken increase.
Oh, that is spooky.
Okay, not
so
it.
One player just gets nuked. Yeah, not it. I don't think anyone.
Well, no,
can do
I mean
it.
it's definitely a healer taking it on the first pull after. Well, the pull after. That
yeah, as long as you're doing it on trash, it's whatever.
Yeah, you're literally just going to be using it on that hollow.
Yeah, but what if you can't get rid of it?
Soul Render guy.
Still a death.
Megs, can you give us a little rundown on how we're set up for the rest of the
I actually know how to get rid of it.
Oh, absolutely. So,
okay, wait. So, which teams or which brackets are making it to BlizzCon?
Which brackets?
Anything
it's
that is
finals, semifinals, and what lower.
So
finals?
it's everyone. Yeah, anything from lower finals onward, and then also it's the team in like the lower semifinals, unless there isn't a Chinese team there, in which case it's going to be the Chinese team no matter what. So basically. I mean, the way it looks strength-wise in the tournament, it's highly likely that Big Lucky ends up in the lower semifinals, I think, right? Because what they would have to do to end... Actually, they could lose.
No, yeah, I wouldn't say it's a guarantee.
Yeah, Big Lucky could absolutely lose to Triple Threat or Dig in the next round, whoever loses this. And then if that happens, then that means the loser of Liquid versus... Triple Threat or Dig, assuming Liquid advances, is actually not going to BlizzCon where they otherwise would have.
Actually, that interrupt versus Big Lucky game determines a BlizzCon attendee
yeah,
as
that's
well.
what I said. I said the first 3 rounds today determine a BlizzCon spot because Big Lucky or Interrupt, whoever wins is going to BlizzCon no matter what.
You said the Interrupt sucked ass and then they almost took a game off mandatory.
Yeah, but
dude, their first, yeah, dude,
yeah, the pit was crazy.
Their pit of Sauron was fucking nasty. I don't. Is that in this map at map pool for them? It is. It's third, but like Interrupt or Big Lucky just bans that out, right? Like if you know the other team has one insane map, that's the starter map of their.
No, I want that smoke.
I don't.
Okay, wait. So Liquid has to beat Triple Threat, Dignitas, or Big Lucky in order to make it to BlizzCon, right?
Not necessarily. If Big Luck, wait. The thing you just said, I think the answer is yes.
Yes.
Except
they
actually,
have to play one of them in the lowers.
Hold on. It is possible that they play Triple Threat or Dig, and win, and lose and don't go to BlizzCon. Like they.
So they have to win lower semis too.
They have to win lower semis if Big Lucky doesn't advance. Yes.
Well,
but it doesn't matter if Big Lucky advances or not. Or?
No. Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying.
Teams and one Asian team.
The only way for
if Big Lucky ends up in the lower
loser-
semi, Liquid can lose in the lower semis to Big Lucky and still go to BlizzCon. But if Big Lucky doesn't make lower semis, only the top 3 like Western teams will go. So it's the winner.
Stated differently, if Big Lucky makes it to tomorrow, then every team that's playing tomorrow goes to BlizzCon. But if Big Lucky is not in the tournament
Only
by tomorrow,
3 teams
then
do.
the loser of the first round does not go to
Or
BlizzCon.
I guess the other way you could
That's
put it too
actually interesting.
is if you make the lower finals bare minimum, you make BlizzCon, and then that's the only guaranteed safe way to do it. You are basically throwing it up to RNG if you come in 4th, because the whole rule, which could be, it depends. I mean, I'm kind of thinking Big Lucky might make. Big Lucky's definitely good. Like they lost.
Yeah, there's a strong chance.
They lost to
beat
Liquid
Triple Threat
2-0, but like I don't know, they seem good.
I mean, they barely lost. It was like literally 2 seconds and 12 seconds.
Do we have? Yeah, exactly. Do we have information from their cups of like which of their dungeons is like were they like fucking crazy fast in to see if that's like part of this pool?
Yeah, there's a China regions finals. Let's see. I mean, it's kind of hard to compare with all past cups, but I just remember them being. I mean, it's kind of hard to compare cups with finals. Like, you know, they were playing different comps and people have developed strategies and stuff. So I don't know if I could take any of those for granted.
I will say, just off of the base level right now, I think Liquid's next couple match pools are gonna be pretty good. Right, so they're in match 10 and then potentially match 12. Those are like the BlizzCon, the ones that matter for BlizzCon for them, right? Like as soon as they're in match 13, they're already at BlizzCon. So it starts with Mysara Caverns, which we just saw that they have a good one, right? And then the other dungeons in there are Algathar and Nexus Point. We saw them in Algathar on day 1, and they won that round. And then I don't think we saw them in Seat, right? That was the 5th match of that thing, so we never saw it. It might have been banned, I don't know. And then the only thing we haven't seen them in is Magister's Terrace, right? That got banned out in this series. So like their next couple map pools are really good. We've seen them in every dungeon they'd likely play. Okay, by the way, this next match I feel like is going to be... Okay, is this next match good or is Dignitas better?
I mean, it'll be good.
Yeah.
It'll be good.
It's a really good team.
I think
I mean... Go ahead.
If there's any dungeons where Arms Warrior is really strong, which I don't know where they're strong because I've never played them, I think Triple Threat is gonna just win because they have Arms Warrior that, like, Dignitas does not have an Arms Warrior. But I don't know how strong he is.
Walleye.
I like Dignitas' cook though. The Havoc cook, that shit goes crazy. Because like, so far, Dignitas has the best timers of all these teams. Well, I mean, to be fair, we've only seen 2 maps from them. I would hope to see Dignitas continue with that cook. And just in general too, Dignitas has been the highest damage team since like.
Yeah, but that's been
MDIs
the
ago.
same since. Yeah, they always just had more damage. I remember we played against them as well. It's just they just have more damage.
Hello again, everybody. It's been.
Oh, I like Zyro's
a week
shirt
already,
today.
and, hey,
I was gonna
haven't
say,
seen
yeah.
All of our series today are
Meanwhile,
gonna be huge
Dranos
ones,
with
it
the
seems
same
like,
fucking
because
jacket.
up next
Hey, he's still got a
is
black
our
shirt on
top
underneath
team
it, and
from
I'm gonna
Red
bet you it's the
versus
same
Dignitas.
fucking black
So
shirt
go
from
ahead and get
yesterday.
your chat predictions in because honestly, I feel like every single series that we get today, there's something new about
Actually,
this
you know,
exciting
what if he
story
just
happening.
owns like 7
And I mean,
different
Triple
letter
Threat,
jackets?
This is a team that we've seen come
And he has
in.
been wearing a
They
different
have
one every day.
performed incredibly
He's just
well,
rotating those.
especially as this kind of new assembly of players from across 3 notable teams. But Zyra, do you think they can actually pull off an upset against our more established MDI players?
I think they certainly can. The question of whether or not they will is another one entirely. On paper, these teams are incredibly close together, right? Both #1 seeds from their respective groups, both have put up incredibly fast times in all the dungeons that they've run. But Triple Threat is kind of a new team. This is their first time playing together this season. They were a last-second addition. I remember when we were talking to them in the interview, they're like, yeah, we kind of just last-second signed up for the tournament and somehow got second place in the time trials. They've looked like a strong team, but of course, Dignitas, they're our returning champions. They've got the pedigree. They should be the favorites. Chat seems to think so, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than what Chat thinks.
I know. I mean, honestly, I think Triple Threat continues to outperform our expectations, but Dignitas, of course, have performed even better, too, than we thought they might, returning to the speedrunning format. So, Makes, with our reigning champions, do you think they're strong enough to take down both Triple Threat and even the other top teams this season?
Damn, chat. I'm sad. I'm sad for Liquid. We're not out yet, but that was such a good series.
In their own right, I'm a little bit confused about yesterday. The fact that they were bringing Havoc twice and then Andy Eldrachi on top of that. It feels like, you know, they're trying to bias me in some type of way. I'm not above that. But I'm quite curious on whether or not we will see that today again in this Windrunner Spire, or if they're opting to go for that more traditional Devour Demon Hunter. Just commenting on those channel point votes right now, I feel like chat is maybe a little bit lopsided here. I would take those chances on the Triple Threat for sure that we're seeing right now.
All right, so we got a Pit ban
incredibly good.
and an Algathar ban.
Way closer series than that poll result might suggest.
Will this be the first Windrunner we saw this weekend?
Triple Threat has come in, and I think every
I didn't
single
watch
series we see them play, we just keep going. Oh wow!
the
no,
4th
they-
series yesterday.
Oh, they really are.
I didn't
They've
see a
put up some
Windrunner.
really good times, and Dignitas. They have
I think
been
Skyreach was the first time I
absolute
saw today as
champions.
well.
They have
Max,
been
akin to
huge
race world first
powerhouses, but of
between
course
you
they're
all
gonna
and
have to
Echo for
face off
sure.
here in our
Basically
first map,
seconds
Windrunner
between
Spire.
you.
Now, this is going to kind of bring both of them in here, and we'll see just
Yeah.
how close.
Yeah,
it
this
ends up
last race
being,
was
but
crazy, bro.
Threat with
Last
this
2
first map
races.
taken with the bans that we just saw, what do you think about the pool for the teams?
Dude, I wonder now that I've gone
Teams,
through like
again, not
3 days, so like the
How
last
often
day of
do you think Travis
Demencius,
washes that jacket?
and then the last like 2 days of this current race, I wonder if I'll ever be better at like handling a day like that, you know? Like if we get to next race or a future race or whatever, and like I'm tasked with like being cool, calm, and collected when I think Echo's gonna win at any moment, and then we have to play at the start of the day for like 6 hours to come back and win. I wonder now that I've done that 3 times if I'll be better at it, or because I don't think so. I don't. I think it's just like you're just absolutely shitting yourself because it means something. You know, like if it didn't mean something, it wouldn't feel like that. Like you care about the outcome, right? Which I guess is a good thing. But like, holy fuck, bro, it is crazy.
2-1 in favor of the Triple Threat.
No.
Does Sporewalker Cho actually matter
Oh,
for the
sure,
race?
Said that, so.
It
Oh,
does
nice.
matter.
Okay, well, we'll see what tells
Depending
us
on
that
how
once
things
we
look at
start.
it, it
But, Dara, I
could
do have to
be
double-check with you. Have
7
you
wins in a
conferred with your
row,
Cat
or
Council?
8
Because I
if you
did see
include
that,
Blackrock
Paul
Depths.
making a brief appearance. Are they in agreement?
She's more interested in looking at you guys right now.
Okay,
I don't
great.
think
Well,
she's...
hello. Great. All right. Well, it seems like your vote is locked in. That's good then. We've got Megs. We've got Drados. For myself,
Nah, it doesn't matter. It's a
I'm gonna go
meme
2-1 in
race.
favor of Dignitas, because Dignitas, I love rooting for them. It was amazing seeing them win last season.
It would be. I mean, okay, so that's just going off of like everything they've said so far, right? Like, it's a meme race. They've said it's not intended for Race World First difficulty. We also did it on testing and like did it pretty quickly. I also think this is like a test for them to like try out the flex raid thing more. So if anything, they're gonna go on the easier side. They'd like, I think worst case scenario is all these guilds that have like an odd number of players want to zone in and try this boss, and it just like absolutely farms them. especially because it is like, think about it. This is what's replacing the Onyx Amulet. This is what's replacing the belt. Like, this is the 0.7 power system. It's dropping good gear. So, like, you're intended to get that good gear at this maybe the same level of effort you got those other things. It'd be an absolutely wild guess to think that they're going to make it, like, actually, like, for example, can you imagine a scenario where it takes us, like, more than an hour or two or something? Like, it's a 50 pull boss. It's just, you know, I don't think it's possible. It'd be kind of fun for us, honestly. I just don't think that they would ever do that. But also, I didn't think they were going to make Illyria really easy, and then they did. And I also famously said I thought Tindral was going to be a 20 pull boss, so what do I know?
With Windrunner Spire, do you think there's anything more that we could see from some of the different strats we
Yeah, what a landslide. 81%.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen divergence in which direction you travel.
I feel like it hasn't been talked about a lot.
Which wing you go to first.
But, like, Dig might just be the best team in this tournament. Right.
Certainly something that,
yeah, I said that.
Aside from the obvious, but yeah.
Besides Liquid, yeah, of course. Right.
Of course, sorry.
But, yeah, but...
Besides Cocaine Bear.
Oh, dude, so we get to watch Snow Bear after this. Oh.
They would be the returning champions if they won this.
Some completely unlimited size polls, so that does put some different constraints on the compositions.
You know what I'm thinking of doing for Tuesday, by the way? Like, as a bit? Except usually when I do, like, the deadpan bits, people don't get it and they get really mad. But I want to hit, like, a...
Well, already off the bat,
wait, hold on real quick. Oh, no, never mind. He's not playing Havoc. Arms Warrior.
Wait, I don't think I'm allowed to root in either direction here, because I have exactly one teammate on each team.
I can root. I'm going for triple threat.
Wait, you're gonna pick one? Oh my god, okay.
I'm picking triple threat. Wildlife.
Me and
him joined Echo the same tier. We have a bond.
And he followed you here.
Yep.
Anyways, what I was gonna say I was gonna do is I was gonna hit a unironic, like, nice monologue about how the NA advantage doesn't really matter, but after killing Sporewalker Cho first.
I feel like that would go hard.
Then there was a combination of sort of
just be like really
I'll
sincere,
do that for sure.
really sincere, and like really defend it, and just have the EU viewers just like fucking lose their mind.
When you're fighting multiple targets on a boss, right? It's
there's gonna be a side difference, left versus right.
And then it got another buff.
Where's Goober going?
Enhancing that
He's doing some Wernstone shit.
That's a great
They're
name,
gonna
by the
Shadow
way.
Melt skip.
From Shaman, but what Triple Threat have decided is, hey, we
Look at this
You know Goober, by the way?
dumbass clone following him.
By the way, Walllife has crazy aura for leaving Echo and then having a bunch of Echo players still wanting to play MDI with him. If you think about it.
Let's see what triple threat.
I mean, that happens pretty often.
I mean,
We hung out with Gub a lot at the last race to World First.
Zotzi down, Zotzi down, Zotzi
No
down.
way.
Spin!
He's back up though. We're good. That 15 seconds won't matter against Dig for sure.
Oh no, the problem is he did spin. He died to a melee from the steward.
Oh, no, I've had that happen a couple times.
Also, Walllife is like very. I cannot imagine disliking him. You know what I mean? He's just a very nice guy, and he's very quiet.
Yeah,
so
it's a nice young chap is the best way to describe him.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Wildlife, but he was the POV I used for Demencius.
If this works out and if Dignitas
So I felt like he owned the most as a DK.
But this is going to be such
Oh, he was beating every DK in that season. He was
reminds me of,
he was
Reves.
slaughtering our DKs, and he was slaughtering the all our DKs was weird though, because like Lip was in for a bunch of pulls but was really sick, and then literally stopped playing because he was sick, and Atlas came in like minus 250 pulls or something. But I mean, he was gapping DKs that season.
Yeah, all the DKs were trolling though. They were playing fucking Ryder.
Being cast out on himself just to be alive, but instantly being chewed through by the AoE damage here. Battle shot being used actually there.
Dude, swirlies on swirlies.
It looks like they've gotten through this strat.
You guys see the short from Robin about how to position this boss?
Yeah, I don't know if that's true though. I tried it and it didn't work for me.
Well, didn't we
he
mess
did
it
it wrong.
up?
This
Yeah.
poll is a statement for Triple Threat. The ball is now over in Dignitas.
We had a gap in the middle. I did think it was weird because the pools disappear and then they leave.
Strategy in the Ember Dawn section of the dungeon. That is the big question, because They haven't been there yet. We haven't seen yet what their Windrunner Spire
Man, I was hoping to
looks
see
like this weekend.
Havoc from
It
Half
might
Jacks.
be as aggressive as Triple Threat.
You may get a
but,
chance.
oh my goodness, Triple Threat still, even at this late into
Man, they are
boss combat,
struggling.
dropping
Why is
so
Ember
low
Dawn
during this intermission.
shitting on them?
There is still a bloated Lasher alive.
Ember Dawn's fucking
It has a
sucks,
higher
man.
health percentage than the boss.
That's just the Arms Warrior funneling the boss here. They're able to live through the Burning Gale phase. The bloated
Ember
spores
Dawn might be
not
my least
killing
favorite
off the
boss
team,
in this
and they've
dungeon
gotten
pool.
through the boss. In the meantime,
Really? I have a lot more
able to
bosses.
put together a similar
Any
sized
boss
pull.
where there's
Like you said,
tornadoes that
70%
move through an
for
enormous
10%
boss model
crash
piss me the
count
fuck
behind
off.
right now. They did go for a big pull into the
I mean,
derelict.
that's
You're like
just-
Algothar last boss then?
Boss nowadays.
Yes.
How to do the Ember Dawn
Algothar last boss,
Wait,
Roth.
right.
Triple threat. Doesn't
Yeah.
have to go
Welcome,
as big
welcome
on
back.
I know,
Algothar.
dude. I know you're AFK because
Oh.
I complimented one of your
This is
shorts
gonna
and you
be the
didn't
big
say anything.
question mark. Dignitas, let's
True,
no,
that is
I'm-
true.
I had to talk with the lady.
I think
She's
stopping
coming
at the
home
Apex
tomorrow.
Links
Oh.
is a very reasonable
now I'm
thing
sad.
to
Why,
do.
which short?
But if
The
they
one
do
about,
that, then they're gonna be doing this
Derelict
wing
Duo
in
positioning.
twice the polls of
Oh yeah,
Triple
you like that
Threat.
one?
Looks like
Yeah.
the Apex Links
Dorky
is
said he
in
didn't think it
combat.
was true because he
They're
fucked it
looking
up.
to kind of gather here. Let's see
I
if
don't.
this
I
is a
don't. It
stop
doesn't
or
work
a
for me. I don't believe
pause.
it.
Wait, how do
It
they have
looks like
boots,
it's
by
sort
the
of a
way?
combination of both. We have sent
Wait.
forward a.
Wait, is this a hack?
AJ
Did he die on purpose
Hold
for
on,
the
wait.
boots?
From further ahead, but it's not
Yeah.
including
No, he
that
didn't
There's no
one.
way.
No way.
Must
So
be,
a
must
lot
be.
more conservative
no,
for
no.
Dignitas, whereas on the
How do you
side
get?
of
Oh,
Triple
everyone
Threat,
had the boots, by the way.
we
All
don't
people.
need Lust to be able to get quickly into boss combat on the Derelict
That is
Duo
interesting.
side.
How
It was
do you
something
trigger
that
the
dying?
boots to
we were able
spawn?
to
I don't know.
leverage to do a big pull on
It
the
says
Ember Dawn.
chat
Are
says
we
they
gonna use
spawn
the
after
spot?
you kill in.
Dungeon
They spawn in
is
after you kill one
more
boss.
hold than Dignitas. That is a huge advantage.
That's
So
not
do they
right.
run-
Why is
so
it
do
no
they
light
run
in
back?
one?
Once trash is all said and done, Triple Threat did have to skip past essentially.
I wonder
the
if you
entire
can just
upper
run
wing
back
of
to the
Ember
start
Dawn
and grab
section
them
in
after
order
you
to
kill a
make that
boss.
single
Doesn't
pull
Triple
work.
Threat still like
spawn then.
look like they're in a decent spot here?
Trash mobs down.
No, because it's in the room
Dignitas
before
after
you.
dealing
It's in the
with
room
Apex Link
before
already
the room you
charging
come back to
forward,
after killing the boss.
spawning
I think Triple
Ember
Threat's
Dawn
definitely,
and
like,
getting in
even
combat with
still.
the boss, but the boss
I mean, the
damage
de-
is
the death timer
starting to
obviously is going to
open up
matter, but
here.
I think like no
The
death
trash
timer, I
count
think
is
they would be in the
too.
lead
Where
right
is
now.
this extra count going to come from for Triple Threat? Are they going to have to pull those phalanxes and
Yeah,
archers
where are they gonna-
after the second boss? If
they're
they
gonna do a
that could
fucking
be
giga
massive
pull, right?
time loss for them. One thing's for sure, though, this Arms Warrior is loving these two targets.
Oh, it's hard to
just
say.
lead down when they have the extra trash on top of it.
Yeah, this is really.
Also, Wall Life
really
has crazy
impressive.
aura
What a
because
strong
like
way
if you're the
to make
team
Arms
that's like
Warrior work
doing
in
the
this
different
dungeon.
thing,
You think about it,
right? You're
these first
playing
two
the
bosses,
different
they've
spec.
gotten
You have
full
to have
value out
so
of that
much
Arms Warrior
confidence
funnel.
in
The
that
third
person
boss,
making
you
the
can
right
do it
call,
as
you know?
well. They are playing
Because like
for
imagine you
themselves, so
lose
what
and
you
it's
can
just
do is
like you could look at it at the end of the day and just be like, okay,
You have
well
so
we
much
just
pressure.
didn't, yeah, we just chose to not play a Demon
Restless
Hunter,
Heart
and that
over the
was the
last
reason we
boss
lost, and
that
we
you
did all of
can't
that
throw
practice because
extra
someone
trash
picked the
on
wrong
top
class.
of.
Like you have to have
3 out of
crazy
4
aura
ain't
and be
bad.
very
That
sure
is
you're
a
right.
really good way to turn the Arms Warrior
I'm sure
from a
they've
good spec
tried
to an
both.
incredibly
He loves Warrior,
overpowered
though.
spec, and that is exactly what
Very,
Triple
very
Threat
good Warrior
have
player.
done so far.
Yeah,
I mean,
this
it's
is the
him
best
and
time to
Bebis,
be a
right? They're
warrior.
like the
Third
two.
target there, that entity being kept on top of the boss. That's a third target for the
You
Arms
get
Warrior.
constantly, like,
Unfortunately, now down to 2 targets,
Just
but the
like
boss
judged
HP
the entire time
is
you play it too.
opening up here
I
for
remember the last
Triple
TGP
Threat.
I played
40%
Warlock in
ahead
Ultimate,
on boss
and no, like
progression.
only
But
one other
again,
team did, but it wasn't like one of the
9%
good
count
teams. And
behind,
just
actually gonna be
throughout
12%
2 months of
count behind
practice,
once
my
all
whole
said and
team
done
was
here,
always
because
questioning the
Dignitas still
lock
have
pick
that
every
loaded
single
lasher to
time.
cleave down.
Yeah.
Where is the extra
Did you
damage?
win?
And then it turned out it was
Triple
good.
Threat
No, we got
Derelict
second
Duo
because
gone down.
Ooh, could have won
Okay.
if you hadn't been fucking around.
What do they have in store here? The
Our
typical
ultimate was the
route
best
we saw
ultimate.
them
It's
pioneer
just
in Cut B was to
someone
skip past these
miscommunications
phalanxes
on
and
the
archers
Azure Vault and we
Holy
didn't one
verb.
shot it.
monster as quickly as possible.
And then
Bro,
we
I get
tilt wipe for
anxiety
5
watching
hours.
Verb move around.
No way they can go for that. They essentially have to pull. I believe
They're
every
like
single
surrounded
Aren't they
by
Omega
what the
ahead?
fuck's
third
happening?
boss in order to make up the count. Even then, I'm
Yeah.
not sure if that's quite enough. It is going to be a
They're
phalanx
very
ready
far
to
ahead,
pull
yeah,
with the
Triple
archers.
Threat.
Strat knows this is where that extra
They
pull is
are
gonna come
lower
in
in
for them.
count, but I don't know if that matters.
Yeah, this is going
Maybe it matters. I mean, maybe Dignitas
I mean,
skips
the
this.
only way it matters is if they are going, if it is going to add a pull or really slow down one pull because of that, and I don't like.
I can't see the trash making this much difference.
Well, but look, like triple threats having to do this pull that some teams have skipped.
Yeah, it only matters if Dignitas can go straight to the.
Yeah, I guess if they go
boss,
they go all boss. But I don't even know what.
Dig can't go straight boss with 37% count, right?
Or are they just going boss anyways? The pack's half dead.
We've done most of that.
Yeah,
I mean, you probably just kill the archers and go, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Which has got to be what Dignitas has to do too. Like,
I mean, let's go triple threat.
I mean, it looks like the play is just to
But
like
why is
kill
Dignitas
one
And
of
what,
the
are they going to
most
kill the
possible
casters here?
and then
Wait.
just charge ahead to the typical pull here.
I don't think Triple
Double
Threat killed
Mystic
very much from the
being
first
gathered
pull. I think
with
they
the
just
I
killed
feel like
Archer.
Teef is in danger a little bit here, right?
Oh my
For
god.
the next
Okay,
little
they're
bit.
just going. Holy shit.
Yeah, they got
Teef is for sure in danger.
Teef is.
That could be a massive time save for them.
He only has
Dignitas,
one
though,
SI and Bark's
trying
getting
to do this
10,
pull as well,
and
gathering up
It's
all
fine,
the
they still have
shadows.
Cocoon.
He's gone correctly on the other side as well. Actually, I'm
Me
not
when I'm a
saying
healer.
I mean, he
Dignitas
looks
is just
fine. I don't know.
rolling in.
SI used now, and then
Holy
Bark, and then
fuck.
he's dry
We'll have to
though.
keep
No
an eye on
incarn
that on
after
the
that.
backside for them, but they are also engaging the second Mystic
Bark
as well.
and stuff.
Massive AoE damage going out on the group. Not only the Flame Novas from the double Mystic combo, they need
They
to
still
make sure
have
they
they
kick
still
every
have
single chain
Cocoon.
lightning.
Not even
All
as
of
a
it
meme.
meanwhile, multiple bleeds coming in the back from all of these Marauders and Axe throwers.
Bro, this pull from
All right,
Dignitas
look,
is
10
really
seconds
nasty.
on Teef here
Both Mistweavers under
with
a
their
lot of
group getting
stress.
fucked with no incarn.
Yeah, this is a very, very dangerous.
Oh, I think
pull
he's good.
for both teams. The AoE stun coming out from Dignitas trying to keep this all under
Oh my god,
control.
Teef is in
Triple
fucking
Threat
danger.
meanwhile
Nah, he's an
charging
incarn, he's
backwards a little
unkillable
bit,
right now.
grabbing a little bit of that trash from behind, and it looks like
Triple
they are
threat
Hold the
pull.
boss first.
trying to make sure that they always have
Dignitas
cash
still have, like,
alive
10 seconds
with
before the
this
boss
boss
spawns,
just
right?
fully
Yeah, but
Dig's
they have
pull looks
they have
not
Death
cleaner,
Timer.
bro.
No, they
Just
got it,
clear.
and they have Death Timer. I think Dig's in a
Yeah,
better
this
spot.
is very close.
I mean, I don't think it's close with Death Timer.
By that metric, and they also have more
Oh, it's definitely gonna be.
They're
I
not
think it
15.
might. I think Triple Threat wins because they have
They're
just
at
way more boss damage, no?
84% count.
Well, yeah, the thing
Well,
is,
they
we
have
don't
more
really
boss
know
damage
how
for this boss.
the comps
they
are going
really
to make a
slow down the
difference
last
here.
boss.
I think exactly.
Like, this isn't
Oh,
going to be
Hard
a mirror,
Please.
a mirror match.
No.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe. I mean, no, the Warrior's just slamming cleave on the boss the
Oh,
whole
yeah,
pull, right?
so Warrior's gonna slam this boss, but next boss, Warrior's gonna slow down heavily. Like, Warrior does literal ZDPS on the next boss.
Need to get maybe a little bit more.
I mean, I feel like it can't be
Oh,
that much less than Devour. Devour doesn't do that much to the target.
It's pretty bad.
Really?
I mean, we'll see, 'cause, like- Oh,
Is
shit,
there a
wait,
way to get?
Zotzi's running
Wait,
out.
Zotzi's doing tech. All
We're
right,
just out of the boss
this is a
arena. Well
DQ.
played,
That,
where we
yeah,
going?
that not my
Okay, so this is
Blizzard.
where they make an account.
Oh, does
What
he?
if they snap this
Wait,
to
can
the
he
final pack
transcend in
somehow?
from here?
From the other
No, they
side
can't
of
snap.
Emerson
There's no way
Woods,
you're allowed to
they
do
are
that.
Yeah, you can't get that up to the last
Well,
boss
not
room
snap,
without
but
getting
like
DQ'd.
somehow.
Somehow.
Wow, dude,
Somehow.
watching the
Are you a fucking
Mistweaver,
Star Wars
watching the
movie now?
Mistweaver leave the boss room like that is giving me heavy
Wait,
awakened
but how free is
flashbacks.
this pack and live keys too?
Dignitas do have that extra
Keep it out
repair
hard,
list.
Don't think about it.
That they are not in
Can't be
combat.
that. The healer just
We're
left the
not
room
pulling
for
a
fucking
bird.
20 seconds.
He's for fun, bro.
I mean,
Just
this boss doesn't do anything.
We're not pulling a bird into this boss, Dorky.
Oh my
That
God.
will be the remainder of their
Yeah,
count
bro.
when they can get it cleaved down.
Yes.
Triple Threat have a lot more to cleave through on their side, but like we've been talking about, every single time we see the arms warrior pick,
2 archers
this is
and a
just gonna
breaker.
Accelerate their boss damage. They still will have
Dude,
to
I don't
fill
know,
up
I think
all
I
the
like-
I'm
damage
pretty
before
sure
the boss
Walllife
goes
is going to
down, and they
absolutely
only
shit on
have
this
one
boss. I just don't know if the
motivation
trash
to do
dies
it.
before the boss does.
Yeah, this is going to
Yeah.
be such a
I think it does.
Alright.
Intermission, the boss can't take
Fifteen
damage, and they just.
Here comes the worst timed bird screech of all time.
I mean, do we even need to kill the bird? We might just need, like, the small mobs and make them leave.
Here it comes.
Whereas for Dignitas, it is entering that
Thank
shield
you for
wall
the sound
phase while this
effect.
trash is up.
That's how it sounds like in game.
Gonna see, actually, yeah, it's still
They caught up, but they're in
bloodstorming
better
for
cooldowns
Triple
here.
Threat as well. Okay, now we're doing that full damage to
Does
Commander
Yargi
Crow.
send?
Yargi's gonna
Whereas for
send.
Dignitas,
Does Yargi
they're
send?
inside that
Yeah.
shield wall, so they need to
Yeah,
finish
he
off this
definitely
trash.
sends.
So
Yeah, but
they
Walleye
need
can
boss
also.
RP to wait for.
once
Walleye
more.
isn't
Oh,
sending.
Wally's probably gonna hold.
Going
Yeah.
to be
Yeah, he's
able to
holding.
Who else is dead?
No,
finish
Wallach
off
sends,
first.
but I don't
Are
think
they
Swag
going to be
holds.
15 seconds
Walleye is holding, I
ahead,
think.
though?
No, Walleye can't send.
And they also still have to finish off this phalanx
Oh, the
breaker, so
phalanx
they can
breaker's
head
gonna
up to
fuck
the
them unless they're
boss.
pulling last. No.
No, someone's gonna
No,
start
someone
RP,
Meld
like, someone's
takes
gonna
and
lead
starts
start
RP. Yeah.
Yeah, like Zotzi's doing right now. So
remember,
I mean, they
Zotzi's
pinged
doing
it. Looks like they're killing it.
No, Zotzi already left.
They pinged it.
The healer's gone.
Yeah, it is big though.
Bro, ping
Okay.
system, by the way,
Yeah.
most goated thing.
So good.
Most goated
Yeah,
thing.
pings are
Okay,
pretty
it's
good.
almost the exact same, but
I feel like half the
Visibly
uses are
Swag.
just trolling now.
Nah, Dignitas, bro, Dignitas wins. They win.
Swag has CD on pull. But I'm
They
telling
win.
you,
No, I
this
think the
Warrior
death
can do
timer is
Z
too
damage.
much.
I don't think that this comp is going to make a
boss.
15-second difference.
Yeah, it's over, man.
That arms
Yeah, it's
warrior
over as
damage
fuck.
that has been so
They had a
strong
better
throughout
route,
the
they
rest
just
of the
died.
dungeon
Unless-
is going to start looking pretty
No, I
anemic
think they
here,
win.
although we'll have to keep track
How?
of
How?
What do you think triple threats will win? Because they only get one. You're gonna get 1.5 minutes cooldowns. I think they get double, no? For how long it lasts, boss?
Yeah, maybe.
Swag does get
maybe 2 CDs, yeah. And they're double minute and a half, right? Triple.
What are they lusting on right now?
Yeah, I guess that's how long.
The lasting execute.
Yeah, executor pots.
So we're gonna have to keep a close track of this boss HP here. 75%.
Oh yeah, Yargi is definitely not gonna get 2 cents. That's a pretty big deal.
When Dignitas are able to get it to 75%.
It's gonna hold for lust now, I guess.
Yeah, still a 7-second advantage for Dignitas, factoring in that death timer, but it's
now then Triple Threat's gonna send lust.
I still think Dig wins.
Both teams sitting on that.
I think Dig wins too, just because.
I mean, this boss dying so fast. Like,
Dude,
15
this
seconds
Arms
is gonna
Warrior
be a big
damage is
deal.
fine.
Arms Warrior does
No, it's not. He's doing sub 100K.
He's about to pop. He just popped.
Okay, well, okay, all right, yeah,
It
yeah,
just
yeah, he's
lusted
gonna spend
now.
it.
Yes.
Both teams
I
lost
feel like you're
identical
underplaying the
times.
damage so much.
Army of the dead from Swag. Bloodlust also popped on the right side for Dignitas.
Yeah, because like
Comes Yargi.
But Hearthjax isn't in void meta.
Swag hasn't
They're
armied
not-
yet though, and
they're
he's
not
still getting the full
overlapping. This
thing off in
perfectly
lust.
damage push is not gonna be great for them.
Triple Threat's
That
gonna
being
kill the
said,
boss first, but they're
still
gonna lose.
neck and neck with Triple Threat, and being neck and neck when you're up
Dude,
and
really
dead
impressive
means
from
that you
Triple
can
Threat though.
win,
Like
and now they're starting
they had
to
like a
pull ahead
very
somehow.
weird death on this, but they would have.
Yeah, Hearthjack's not
Well, who
having
knows
the
if they would have
perfect
won, let's
uptime
see.
on Void meta, but you know who never gets suppressed Void meta is an Arms Warrior. So Dignitas are able to get
Nah.
the
Dork,
boss
you're onto something.
re-accelerated. Triple Threat though, trying to get to the finish
Ah,
line
that's-
first. They
Oh,
need to not
man.
only get there first, they need to
Damn,
get
like
there
I think
15
Dig is
seconds
so
ahead,
good.
but
Like
don't
I think
it's gonna be
Triple
quite
Threat needed
enough.
this game.
What a close finish. Dignitas,
You can't
though,
get that
are
close, and
gonna
oh, they
take
still
game
beat
one.
them. By the way, God, Dig is so good.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I don't think
mean-
Warrior was a
Army
bad
was
pick though. I
solid.
think Warrior did really well.
I think they
Yeah,
would
it
have
wasn't a
won.
bad pick.
I think they would
They
have. I
could've-
think they
yeah,
would have
they
won without the
could've
death.
won.
I think they would have won without the death.
They definitely. Well, actually, I mean.
The
they
death was a
really did.
healer on the
It was
run, and
just
he
Rotzi
instantly
dying,
res.
right?
I don't know if it even matters.
Yeah, but that takes some
we
amount
stall a
of
bit?
time.
I mean, not really. If it
When the
just
game comes
pressed
down to like
them,
2
they were on the
seconds,
gas,
like
or-
I don't know. I feel like that's got to be enough to at
Maybe
least.
just reinforced what we were saying.
You know,
at
it's
the
a
start
few
of the
globals
series.
from
Maybe.
people.
These teams are neck and neck. No death occurs for Triple Threat.
Damn.
They win that map. Very
That was that
I
was a
mean, look at the
fucking
boss
good. That was a
damage.
fucking good
Close
game
first
though.
map.
I
I think
I'm really excited for the rest of the series.
really excited to see what
Is
happens
Arms
next
worth
week.
it if the boss damage is that close?
Me too, honestly, so
I mean, it's
close.
good for
Has some even
I guess you
everything
get
else,
battle
right?
shouts.
Like,
I'm calling it, by the way. Both of
it's
these
for
teams,
funnel. Whenever you're pulling shit on, it's insane.
both of
Yeah,
these
but
teams, if
boss
they end up in
damage
lower
from-
bracket, they're going to beat Big Lucky, and there's going to be drama. Calling it right now.
Oh, I can't
Yeah, it's
wait.
gonna be-
But like if you look at Devour boss damage and Arms boss damage, it's like similar. But Arms has this battle shout.
Yeah, battle shout versus whatever it's called.
Isn't Unholy a lot of magic damage?
It's half and half.
But Battle Chat
But
just
also
works in
5%
everything,
is way more.
So
Yeah, like five. You
Yeah.
gain 5% more damage versus like 1.5.
Yeah, I still believe in the
Maybe.
Arms Warrior pick.
all throughout the Windrunner
Where did it
Slaughter.
tie, by the way?
This one in particular
On this
Versus
run up right here, melee.
Zotzi's,
were a
yeah,
rare
he
one
gets bonked on
for
the
Aggro.
head.
teams. Unfortunately, at the same time for the triple threat, we did see the death there for Zotzi. Just
I mean,
Check
this
there's
can't
using
be a
crab
thing
mix.
loss.
aggro from spinning in, you know, does a lot of damage, does a lot of healing. And here is that routing.
I mean, like right there,
difference.
he was the guy responsible for tagging
Triple threat
mobs and
is
bringing them in. Like if he
full
dies,
on
then he has to get res and then turn around and tag them. Like that may have added 2 seconds of gather time.
Is really valuable. However, Dignitas
Maybe.
turning around to do that same pull without lust, of course, kind of invalidates that statement. There's
Robin,
something
are you
else that
still
we
in
suggested that
are you
we
still
wanted to
rating in
take a
method?
bit of a closer look at. So they
No.
started by placing these splattering spew puddles.
Oh.
Anything you'd like to add to
Oh,
that?
I did not know that.
They
That
pick
allows
up Nate
you
again,
to
right?
go
Some
heavy
shit.
here.
No? Question
That
mark?
means
Yeah,
Starting
I mean,
your own
it's just,
guild?
to spawn
No, I don't know if I'm rating actually or not. It's just like a weird situation, I guess. Or like, but you know, basically like I didn't do all the farmers, right? Because when I joined,
Oh,
it was
yeah.
like well, like the deal that I don't get a salary and I do less farm rates. And obviously you want your tank there all the time, right? Which I understand as well.
Yeah.
And then they basically we talked about like if I'm gonna step up and do everything and want a salary, and then it was like a conversation about it. They came back to me and said like, okay, you can keep doing just 1 day of farm rate. And then I just got pulled into a meeting and they basically gave me an ultimatum, like either step up and do everything or you need to step down. And I was
Yeah.
like, since I'm not getting an increased salary, then I'm not gonna do that, you know. So I'll just
Yeah,
step
that
down,
makes sense.
I guess.
And in the end,
But yeah, it wasn't really planned, but that's how it turned out. Which I understand their
I
side
think
of it
you've
as
always
well.
been on the
Go for
edge of
win.
like doing the race and not anyway, right? Like there's a lot of annoying shit with the
Yeah.
race, especially as a streamer that kind of sucks.
that was
I feel like mainly as a tank as well, because you need to be there all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, as a DPS, you can kind of skip a raid here and there.
Why don't you just DPS?
Yeah, let's get a DPS arc
Actually,
going.
good point.
It's not an arc. He was a
Yeah.
DPS.
Yeah,
in
but
the
then
first
if you're a
place.
DPS, you need to have like the ability to flex between multiple characters. Then you actually have to have like 16 guys, 20 guys. or
Oh,
whatever.
he says you can't play multi-spec.
No, I'm saying he doesn't want to make 20 characters. Well, no one wants to make 20
Yeah,
characters.
I just feel like it's so. I remember, but you remember back in the day, in like older and times where like you played what 6 characters? I think I had 1 of each tank or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember the low how many we had, but it was like I don't know, like 6, 7. But it wasn't.
Taros made a
lot.
whole video about it too. He was saying how like back in those days you would play like 5 characters, and if you were really ambitious, you would play like 6.
Yeah.
Well, also it's because
And
they
nowadays
had,
everyone does that.
they had the like
It's
they had all the borrowed power systems, so like you didn't really have time to like get a max neck on
Well, this was
5
older
guys. So.
when.
Well, I mean that whole era,
Frozen.
Legion all the way through BFA, like you just you had your neck, you had islands, like you actually couldn't have multiple characters prepped. You had one character you were going to get gear on, and that was a wrap, right? So like you couldn't, there wasn't a reason to do all the runs, right?
I feel like also the Warbound stuff just made it so you could just play way more characters, right? It was like rep and stuff on all characters that wasn't shared. I remember in BFA in the beginning where you did like the World Quest swoops or like multiple characters, you know? Or you don't have to do that anymore, which is nice, but.
Or like fucking Korthia.
Yeah, the more alt-friendly the game is, the more you're expected to play multiple characters.
Before this map starts, I did want, the reason I asked the method thing is I've had a theory about that, and you don't have to speak on this if you don't want to. But like, I thought when that guild got an infusion of Echo players, that there might have been a mixture of goals. And we actually dealt with this in our guild when we first started, like before you joined, where we had like a bunch of Blood Legion players that like didn't want to go for World First anymore because they had like been there, done that. And then we had a bunch of young and hungry players. And then I thought about that with Method recently, where like they had you and like all these other players that have like achieved success on the highest levels in multiple parts of the game. And then now you're in a guild where, and I don't know if Method ever truly thought they were like, we're going to win. Like our goal is winning or we're a failure. But like, was it weird at all that you had like a camp in the guild of people that have done that, and then a camp of people that really wanted to do that, and you have like different levels of experience, different levels of like, I guess, wanting it? Did that ever matter, or did it not matter?
I feel like it was only me that wasn't really motivated. I feel like all like Clicks and Kenix and Salia, I mean, Kush I don't know about, but like they're still motivated and like they want to win. I mean, like, you're right where it's like not as much as you did like 7 years ago when you started competing, right? Because that was the only thing you dreamt about, was like winning race world first. Now it's more like it will be fun to win. I'm gonna try and win, but I don't think people give it as much as it did back in the day. But I mean, at the same time, it's not like the people in Method are 20-year-olds that just started playing WoW that are super hungry either, you know? Like all of us WoW players, we're like 30, you know? So it's not like they...
Not all of us, but yeah.
No, okay, but like the majority, you know? It's like we have Whip is like 21. I don't even know how you start playing WoW when you're that young.
Yeah,
It's
Boomy's
just
like
weird.
that age too. I don't even know how the fuck that happens. Yeah, but the reason I asked is like, okay, but like, let's say you're like Kanex, and I know they're not here, and it's hard to speak for them, but like, you're saying like they really, really wanted to win. I don't know if they were demoted from Echo, right?
No.
Or if they just like chose to just
left 'cause
go,
they're out.
Yeah, that's
go
more like
to
a, did they
Method. But like,
join
I mean,
Method to try to win.
did they?
I mean,
Okay.
I know a lot about the reasoning, but I'm not going to talk about it on stream.
Yeah, okay,
This
that's
is
fine.
not my place
Oh.
to do that.
That's perfectly fair. Yeah.
Would you say that the guys that were in Method from Echo, that their goal was as much to beat Echo as it was to win Race to World First?
That's the thing. Like,
I
I
think
don't
that
know
has to
how
be true.
motivated they were. Like, my reason for joining Method was because I really wanted Celia to be able to get back into the scene so we could play MDI together. But then it didn't happen anyway. I was like, oh well, shit. So yeah, I don't know the others' reasoning exactly, you know. But of course, I still wanted to win. I don't think they have any bad blood with Echo though. Not that I know of, at least.
Yeah, my only thing I was gonna say, and again, you can't really speak on it, is like, if you really, really, really wanted to win, and winning was the only thing that matters, and you made the decision to go again if it wasn't motivated by other things to go from Echo to Method. You have to think your chances of that are obviously lower.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I find that to be interesting, but I don't want to like cause anything. I just found because like again like we went through that in our guild and it was a very real thing, and I just wanted to hear how like another guild maybe dealt with it.
I think the hardest thing is just that you try and build like because I noticed when I did 2 races or like 2 tiers in Method, and like you do decent. Like I think in Mana Forge we did decent. I think the last tier now we kind of sucked, but in Mana Forge I feel like we did decent for the first tier after we joined, and then it felt like we had stuff to build on. But then you lose some key players, and then you just have to like start from scratch.
Yeah.
And then we did this tier. Now we lose more players. Like so it's just like an endless grind of just getting new players all the time.
Yeah, I think that's been like the eternal thing with the 3rd place team. But like, have you seen the spreadsheet of how much pieces got harvested? Like, imagine you're like getting better every tier, and you're like have new goals, and then your best players are just in another guild every time. Like that has to hurt so bad. Anyways, I'll move on from the raid stuff because we are in a. Let's see if any of them do the like liquid skip. Even though I don't know, or was it liquid? No, it was
Yeah,
it was liquid. Liquid did the.
Yeah, it was liquid.
I don't know. I think that was very
curious.
specific.
We'll see either team using that sort of liquid style strategy of getting straight into
Why did
combat
Liquid
with
not get the thing put on the boss though? Because they could have done that with their route as well, no?
Yeah,
No,
Mandatory
'cause
was
they defender.
Mandatory won that game in here by being faster in between pulls. By the way, it wasn't even in combat. They were just faster.
Liquid
at
had
places.
to. No, I mean Liquid had to do an additional pull, which didn't allow them to immediately go to second boss.
Yeah, but after that pull, they could just have ran back, Burnstone down, and had the thing, no?
No,
Well,
because
it's
they
like
had a
not worth
defender
the
that
time.
they skipped, so they can't run.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
like maybe if they
true.
do like some kind of like meld or something.
More trash. As a matter of fact, they got less count in that first pull.
But yeah, I think losing that
I was hoping to see
spirit
this
definitely
weekend,
hurt them.
showing up and just
It's a pretty big damage
bigger
amp.
pulls faster.
Triple Threat didn't lust. That's why. There it is.
All right.
Oh, triple threat is holding
Maybe
lost.
this pull, maybe the next pull.
So you could use it
Wait.
on this pull. You could
Isn't
use
this
it on
just
the
a
pull.
live
What are they
round
lost?
triple threat
If you
doing?
hold it much longer than that,
I mean,
Maybe they
every
forgot.
team was doing
They're not
this.
going to have lust on the
Just
last
around.
boss if they don't. They're sending here, right? They're
that
just
would be a little bit dangerous. So
they're waiting for
What are
the
they
game.
doing?
Maybe?
How long was this
Boss
dungeon?
pull?
the boss pull.
Okay,
that
this
could
is
definitely
One
either
lust route?
they either have the craziest fucking route of all time, and
Yeah,
they know
they're
they're
about
only
to do
going to
some
one lust.
crazy
They
shit.
keep delaying it with how fast we know.
Bro, this is
This
a
is
one
the-
lust
these-
route. They're doing
these
last
are
boss
the-
without lust.
By the time they
These are the
get to
these are the
final
kinds of
boss,
dungeons
they're
when I was
gonna
competing that would
pretty
scare the
much
shit out of me
press
is
it
when the
now
other
in the
team
second
wouldn't
army,
lust
and it
at the
looks
start of the
like they're not
dungeon,
going
and you're
to be
like,
doing
oh
that.
my
So,
god, do they do sub
this is
10
the
in this
play for
fucking
them. If
dungeon?
you're gonna be
It's
lusting
either
for
sub
first
10 or
boss,
they're using
they
lust
better
to
get a
enable
whole
something
lot
in the
of trash to
middle
make it worth it.
to like reduce a pull or
But
something.
technically,
Absolutely. This is going to
you
be
don't
super
really. Do
pivotal
you need
here
lust until
for
one phase last
triple
boss?
threat.
I'm not sure.
No, not at all. I mean, you
Yeah,
saw
there's,
that. You saw that on the last.
Yeah, mandatory didn't
Mandatory
get
was
that.
nowhere close. They did lust on pull to like help clean up the trash, and that does equal a lot of boss damage. Obviously, they had the boss way lower, but like they could have still one phase the boss without lust on the pull as well. So
Yeah.
Look at the mandatory
guys are
division
on the same
13
time.
minutes, by the way. Like 13:06.
Yeah, they're not getting.
they're not doing sub 10. Yeah, I think they're gonna lust to enable. They basically must be thinking that like the lust on the last boss isn't worth a second lust really, and they think there's just a way more value lust somewhere, either to enable a pull or it's just like more time saving than using two.
Does
which is
second
kinda
boss
hard to believe.
go completely invulnerable at 50%?
They did extra trash after they dealt with the first
What?
boss. They had to do more trash.
Like when the second boss goes to the middle, do they invuln immediately or is there travel time?
Like, is it just lusting this boss for speed because two target
shield.
maybe?
Still haven't pressed it here. And at this point, if
No,
they
they're gonna
wanna
do some
have it
crazy
up to the final
bow,
boss,
but
I don't think
JB,
they
it's a
can.
shield. It's
Oh, this
not-
is fucking
Sorry, but
exciting.
I invul, I mean, like, does it shield instantly or does it?
8% behind on the boss now.
Oh, I don't
Dude.
know.
Yeah, they lost
Oh,
here.
yeah.
I think this is going
No, they lust. Yeah, they lust boss.
This is a weird lust. I don't like this.
Maybe they'll be able
It's either they're hiding, like, I don't know. Maybe they're just
Dude,
so
we were
slow to
thinking
get
that they were
to
so
the
fast that they're only using the
Yeah.
one, but they're actually they're slow maybe because like mandatory finished this in 13:30, which means like they wouldn't get another lust and they're just literally -1 lust.
But I mean, that lust doesn't matter. At least, like, it not really
Finally
matters.
pressed that bloodlust. It
I
was
mean,
on
dude,
the
I don't.
2-minute mark.
I think we might be overthinking it a little bit. Like, I'm pretty sure just having literally 40 seconds of lust at any other point in the key and getting it at a second time is going to just be faster than a more efficient one. Like,
I mean,
literally every
if this
time.
is the pull that you held lust for, then I disagree with holding lust.
Yeah, same.
Well, let's see. So mandatory left this boss at 5:16.
Hasn't caught them up in boss damage yet.
Let's see if
no, not yet.
either
Yeah, but
of these
Dignitas
teams-
are still ahead, and they both
like
used
that.
one lust in
They
the
held
key.
lust for this, and they're still going to lose on this boss. I think.
Yeah.
Maybe this isn't
Lust
a
is
dungeon
just
they're
worse.
good
And they're
at.
losing on count.
Can we look at their dungeon pool and see if Triple Threat like didn't like really plan to do this a lot? Maybe they thought Dig was banning it or something.
I mean, they've had all night to
I'd be
practice
surprised.
this shit.
All
They
night
could've
isn't
banned
that
this, dude.
long. to be
I mean,
fair.
but it does mean that you at least spent time in this dungeon doing something.
Yeah.
What is Triple Threat's goals? Like, are they a team that's like maybe looking at lower brackets when they're practicing, or are they a team that thinks they're going to like the upper finals?
No, these guys are planning to
They're
play
going for
Sunday.
the win.
Because this is like, you got plenty of dudes that have competed in the MDI before
they're doing this correctly,
and
right? For
have
their
had
strategy,
success.
they're pulling the trash down to
Dude,
the
Dig is
And-
waxing them, by the way. This is like not
Yeah,
even
they
close.
are like
This is like,
What is that?
they are faster than
This
man
game,
for like
unless-
2 seconds.
when you
Yeah,
look at
unless
the
they
other
wipe
side
it
of the
just over.
screen, it just looks slow. Dignitas are putting on a
And the thing
Yeah,
is,
whack.
Triple Threat has to know they're slow too, because they would have watched
Yeah,
the other
yeah.
teams play Mizara today and go, "Oh my god!"
In
Like,
13 minutes.
So
They
what are you
would
gonna
both
do
teams
if
would
they play
clear.
it?
The other two teams, by the way, that
Yeah, what
played
are you
today
gonna do?
would have cleared
Yeah.
before their lust came off cooldown again, which would make this
Like,
lust
it
make
did-
no sense.
it didn't give them enough time to change anything, but they have to know their route sucks at this point.
Than Triple Threat we saw in the matchup earlier
Yeah, but
today.
if you have a
You have to
plan,
know
like
your
if you're gonna
routes.
play,
Maybe
this
they were
heavy,
really
the-
confident
the
on
out-
1 and 3
The start of the final boss
instead of
just
2,
seems to be
which is like again.
But I guess
never-
but then I guess the question is, why didn't they ban this shit?
Yeah,
Like,
'cause
how bad is their other
What did they ban?
banned Algathar. They banned Algathar, but their Algathar was decent. Like, it wasn't bad at all.
Yeah, it's interesting.
They had an Algathar that matched Liquids.
For the meantime, it looks like they're just on
They might be going to the lower bracket to face the Chinese
Triple Threat
gauntlet.
are trying to close this gap, but Dignitas are looking so clean.
Still could be
They're
death though.
one
To be
zero.
fair, there was a death for mandatory and liquid in this
Talked a
dungeon.
lot about how unstoppable
Yeah, they were
teams
silly deaths,
like
though.
mandatory in particular have been, but mandatory.
Actually, I do remember there were some weekends where we were practicing against Method EU, where we would draw up routes and we would have the route, and then somebody would stick a note in the middle of it and say, "This is the part of the map where Method EU full wipes."
Dignitas is skipping this
They're gonna be
defender,
mounting
by
up
the
and
way.
heading forward. And looks
no,
like
never
we're
mind.
gonna see, yeah, no.
So they're not getting
bothering
the
with
spirit.
Shadow
So much
Meld as
count.
the bound defender here, like we saw
Are they
Liquid
gonna go
do.
back for
Dignitas are just
the spirit?
grabbing this
No.
bull and charging.
Dig is
on
just doing
ahead.
mandatory
I mean,
route,
they're
right?
gonna
I
meld.
don't see an
Hold on.
auto
They're gonna
vote
meld.
I mean, there's a
Someone's-
missing og in
Yeah,
the poll
okay, yeah,
on
yeah,
the
you're
right.
not skipping. Yeah, someone stayed back. Okay, yeah, so they're getting the
happening
spirit.
for Verb. In fact,
This is gonna be
there
similar to
definitely
what
is.
mandatory
AJ gonna
did.
hit that meld to be able to remount here.
Wernstone
Verb
Minus
gonna
the
hit
death.
That spirit and then Wernstoning to join.
God, Wernstone
Getting
is so sick.
Wernstone into click on mount
JB, you
combo.
showed your
it's one
age
of my
by
favorite
saying Method
abilities.
EU.
Just moving through this dungeon
I feel like
so
all the
smoothly.
Evoker
This
spec
is
should
some
have it personally,
optimization
but
that
I
we
get why they
hadn't
don't.
yet seen in the group stages.
I
But
think
just
Warrenstone
using
should
the
be
meld
deleted from the game. It's
just
the
to
most
What?
abusable fucking
Oh
mechanic.
my God, you're old.
What? You don't
You're
like
so
fun?
old, man.
You're so
No, the
old.
problem is only one fucking class gets this. It's the same shit
Back
as like
in
Shroud
my
on
day.
Rogue.
Oh my god.
Mass Invis on Mage. It's
It's
another
not
not
like
alone.
fun. Although I will say it would be cool if they did like the fellowship shit where you can choose your route. Like
This
Yeah,
is
like there
a
should be
fucking Grand
more
Canyon
people that
gap.
have Warrenstone. It
This
is a
is
cool
crazy,
mechanic.
yeah.
The shitty part is only one spec or one class gets it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think just more classes need something.
I guess it is
cool.
one spec.
We're at
Imagine how much
Gapplebee's right now.
That AoE burst damage, everything.
Yeah,
Imagine all the
triple
snaps
threat
you
is
could do with
getting
Brimstone
awesome.
though, this MDI.
They're playing
Yeah.
perfectly in
Dude,
this
Dig
series.
looks like the strongest team in this
Daza
tournament
already at
so far.
70% HP. Triple Threat only
Yeah.
just now starting to get their Shadow Meld skip done.
Except for Liquid,
Yeah,
of
Triple
course.
Threat are
So-
taking quite a
I
bit
mean,
longer
that
So-
you didn't even
to
say that. That
navigate
was just
through this
Mandatory
early
killed the
portion
second
of
boss
the
at
dungeon.
10:08.
It's a two-seater mount, not a three-seater mount.
They
as
are
well, as you can
crushing
see
this
that
shit.
Nice motorcycle with the little sidecar for the evoker to hop into there. That is stylish. from
Well,
Triple
so
Threat
mandatory
at
had a
least,
death.
but style
Is the
not
10:08
to make up for
with the death
without
included, or
half of a boss
no.
advantage that Dignitas now have Vordaza already nearly dead.
So I don't know how
That
much
lust is
I don't know how
up
much
in just
longer the
100
pull would have taken
seconds
with the
for
death.
Dignitas, still almost
I mean,
half
definitely
the
an
way
awkward
through
death.
Skip, right? Like,
Yeah, but you would have to
ahead of us
like
for Triple
get an
Threat.
awkward
I mean, the
res
gap is just
and
opening. Dignitas is so,
mount up.
so
Yeah,
clean.
But I don't know how much.
The pole around the incense room was so clean from them. The trash on top of the boss.
I mean, this is gonna be way faster
First
than
necrotic
maybe not way
convergence
faster.
shield is being dealt with very swiftly here by Dignitas. their
gonna
image
send cooldowns
breaks were
here.
perfect as well. We still have that one parrot off in the corner that could go and break it.
How much
count
count do they get in the end?
but it looks like that's
Or how much do they need here?
a problem for them whatsoever.
It's just the same pull, I'm pretty sure.
Let's see, we're bringing in bats. I like this. I like this.
Yeah, I like this.
Crackling Jade Lightning, a couple of
Wait, this is
bats
a
down
live
as well,
cook.
just to make up a couple of
I
trash
think we did a key with Yoda last night, and he was trying to do this because I remember at some point in the middle of the fight, he was like, "Where the fuck are the bats on this platform?"
I mean, this is really good because it gives them 2 extra targets. They don't kill your tank. It gives you kicks for your Devourer. This is sick.
98% of the path to BlizzCon. The final.
Okay, yeah, they're like 30 seconds faster than mandatory. That's a gap.
44%.
But they had a death though. They had the rest of it. Did a CR?
No, that's not counting the death timer.
Wait, so the
Okay, not 30 seconds, but like 20 seconds.
The buff thing you get in this dungeon, that's on one player?
It's a spirit that applies a debuff on the target, and the more you attack, the more quickly it stacks. And I believe it goes to 24%.
Okay, but I thought you said there was a
Holy,
negative
Kira
aspect
playing
to it.
Donkey Kong.
Yeah, you take 100% increased damage.
Yeah,
Is it
yeah,
everybody
ramp
that takes
by
it or just one
2%?
person?
Just one person, I think.
So if that person, if they get the debuff and they die, does that go away?
Nice and quick there.
I guess.
Maybe.
I've never actually used
wild
it.
charge from Kira to get into combat more quickly with that drummer as well. Not normally something you want to use as a guardian druid because of course cat form a little bit less tanky than bear form. But
This part I don't like as much from Dignitas, where like you're just waiting here. But I mean, I guess it's for safety.
On these skirmishers, that's a lot of shields that will explode when they're dealt with. Are we going to see them single dispel a couple of them? Purge from the Demon Hunter could be used, but no.
Those are lasting
Jackson's
cool.
just gonna collapsing star and Void Ray away.
I mean, the Lust Pool for Mandatory seemed like the better choice. You had the boss dead before you even got like full value out of your Lust on the burn anyway.
In addition to every
It's also because
personal,
they need
once
to kill the
again being
defender,
lit
right,
up
for count.
in the Bloodlust here, the health bars don't even drop for Dignitas as the trash starts to go down with the addition in aid of that Bloodlust.
Okay, so we're looking at a
This is just
12-51
so
finish
clean from
to beat
Dignitas.
mandatories.
Yeah, Dignitas are looking on another level here. That boss already a third of its health is gone.
Is that with or without
they still
death?
have another 30 seconds before they'll even enter
No
this
death.
intermission. That bound defender is the last big thing that could go wrong for Dignitas here. If they're unable to kill it off before that intermission starts, they
But
will
they had
have
1306
a
with
bit
the
of
death
a
vote.
miscount incident
Yeah.
reminiscent of their old team name. But the bound defender, still 14 seconds to finish it off. They are easily going to be able
This is
to
about
beat
the
that
percentage
champion.
Mandatory had
Kira
Raktul at, I think, right?
masterfully maneuvering
Yes.
that mob into
feel like I
a
remember being
position while
mid-50s.
also
Yep.
placing that puddle such that nobody loses even a second of DPS uptime. Down goes Dignitas.
Dude, I'm kind of sad Liquid's in the last series today. There's a chance if there's a lot of
52%
three game series that I might miss it. I have to leave a little early today. At 3.
It's
okay, I can FaceTime you while they're playing.
They're gonna still have a huge amount of damage.
And
How long do
Hardjack's
these
already
series
going
take,
to be
usually
in
on
the void
average?
meta after this one final Eradicate comes out. There it is.
Like
Well,
an
each
hour?
dungeon
Stars, the
is
basketballs
probably
taking Rakthul
15 minutes
ever
at most.
lower. There is nothing
And
in the
then
way
probably
of
have
Dignitas
probably an hour.
and a spot at
5 to 10
BlizzCon
minutes between
here.
dungeons.
The 150% damage.
So at most, probably 45 minutes of dungeons and probably 20 to 30 minutes of wait time.
Alright, so I need some 2-0s.
0 deaths here in the Myzara Caverns.
They lost time in
have
then for
punched
sure. They're
their
only,
ticket
what,
to
5 seconds
BlizzCon.
faster.
5 seconds faster, yeah.
They have
I for sure think that the death there could have been the difference between, like, I think Mandatory would have
Yeah.
been this fast.
Yet. They've thrown the triple threat down to the lower bracket where they'll have to climb their way back.
mean, that's a
up
good run
if
from
they
them, though.
want a rematch. The triple threat might have fallen behind in that Myzara Caverns, but there's still a serious
Dignitas,
contender.
clean as
so the
fuck.
other teams can't
This
afford
entire-
to underestimate
Can they
them if
play
they want to remain in
Myzara against each other
competition.
somewhere?
But here and now, Dignitas emerges on top. And amazing to see here in this run. But some
Yeah, for
good
grand
questions,
finals,
I think, that came out
Myzara
of
is going to
it
be the
as
first
well.
match.
Looking at this one, Dratnos, why do you think Triple Threat decided to sort of delay their
That'd be,
launch?
if it's those two against each other, that would be a banger of
Do you
a,
think that's
of a
what
game.
cost them ultimately?
I mean, this
I'm
is
not
looking good
100%
for
sure. I mean, it
Liquid,
definitely
though.
had some merit, right? On paper, the
If they
idea
have
of
to play
lighting
against
that
triple
lust on the first
threat,
boss
or
seems
potentially
really
triple
good.
threat,
The
that's
problem with this strategy is
a
that it
much
doesn't
better
scale as you
matchup
get faster
than
and
having to go
faster at
against
this dungeon, right? It's the kind of strategy that feels really
Dignitas.
good when it's a 15-minute dungeon for you, but then you get better and better, and you start getting under that 12, 13-minute mark, and then you start realizing, like, hang on a second, our strategy costs us a lust now, and that is a really deadly thing that requires you.
Dude, is this the
to
most competitive
completely
MDI ever?
refactor your entire game plan.
I think so, yeah.
So Dignitas's route way more able to scale up as they got faster.
It's because of
Yeah, I mean, it
BlizzCon,
makes
right?
sense,
Probably.
And we can maybe get a look at too where some of these other moments might have either
I think
gained
it's just
or
because
caused
there's
the tough
less
time with
cooking
Mace.
in these dungeons.
That's right. And
What?
I mean, analysis has already
It's a
been
lot
done
more about
by
just
my
like, you know,
caster
how you
friends
press your
who was
buttons
while it was
instead of
happening,
Yeah,
just
who
it
has the
does
crazier attack.
certainly
what
allow
exactly
people with
differentiated our teams here, and a lot does
smaller
come
brains
back
than
down
mine to
to
compete
that
in the
lust
MDI.
timing, just being, you know, I was talking to our
You have a
gameplay
big brain.
ops, Mike,
You used to have to be a
about this.
genius to do
We
the
were both
MDI,
No
saying,
negative
but
self-talk.
now
wanted it
now
to
every
hit,
man can do it.
wanted to love it, but it just didn't look good in the end. Not using Lustier, instead using it for this part of Necrax and Morigen, just not ideal for them.
Interrupt
A little
and
bit of
Big Lucky.
spicy situations as Dignitas we're gathering this pull here.
We're
First
thinking
couple of
Big
seconds
Lucky
for the
bans
players
Pit, and we're
rolling
thinking
really
Big
well,
Lucky
but
2-0s. That's
getting
my
through,
guess.
but here is that lust for the triple threat, and it didn't allow them to accelerate as much
Yeah,
as
Big
we
Lucky
really
is
would have wanted them to accelerate.
One
in.
thing
own
And
interrupt.
so from
I
then
think you
on,
should be able to
they were just
do,
playing from behind,
instead of
full
banning, is I
fog
think you
here,
should be able
choosing that
to
same trajectory that Dignitas was
unban a
on.
dungeon.
It's sad, right?
with your
'Cause
ban.
You see these teams kind of come in and
If you have a dungeon you
mean,
own
like, if
at,
you
I
pick the
think you
same
should be
one,
able to. I think you should be able to
cancel
protect
that
the
out.
dungeon instead of banning
that
one.
nobody else is doing.
But then it couldn't
So-
be a blind ban, right? It would have to. You'd have to see what.
No, I'm
teams-
saying like you'd have to just say like I'm using my ban to protect. Pit. Like,
Oh,
It's like
yeah.
Town of
What-
Salem, where
No, I get it. Yeah.
if you're if you have that one role, you can like prevent someone from getting lynched.
Yeah, that's what. Yes, prevent my dungeon from being
There's still
lynched.
so much more to come. We are only part of the way.
We should
through
play
our
some
second day,
Town
and
of Salem,
course,
that'd be sick.
tomorrow Is where we will actually crown our champions, and yet seeing how things are
I
getting
hate
set up now
gaslighting
across
games.
the bracket
Dude,
with
Bruticus,
this
I'm
opening
sorry, bro.
series, I mean, it's
I get
so
too
I've been going
invested.
with that. I've been
because
going
we
through
have
that as
had
well.
Some amazing ones already, and we have even more to come. I mean, taking a look at our bracket and where we've ended up after our first two series, Zyro, what are you seeing?
I mean, kind of expected to see Mandatory and Dignitas in that semifinal. These teams have been lights out the entire tournament. They're both former tournament winners. That's going to be a fantastic series tomorrow to watch. But again, those two teams, they're already locked for BlizzCon. We still have 2 more spots to determine here today for our top 4 for BlizzCon. Interrupt versus Big Lucky coming up next is going to be a massive one for BlizzCon implications, Stratos. It's going to be a
Yeah,
great one to
absolutely.
watch.
That is another BlizzCon series down in the lower bracket. And then, oh my goodness, all of the eliminations ahead of us, both Triple Threat and Liquid, started the day with hopes of BlizzCon so close to punching their ticket immediately. Both sent down to the lower bracket, where it is now a much longer journey ahead of them and a lot more fraught with danger. Elimination series ahead of us are going to be so brutal.
It is true, and while we have that brutal elimination just looming on the horizon for the teams, we can also have a little bit of a more lighthearted moment here on the desk and prolong that a bit with a few rounds of Where in the World of Warcraft. This is a mini game that we've been playing this season where a dungeon has been
All right, chat.
rebuilt.
I
and a housing
have-
feature introduced with Midnight,
because I have to
and
be
we have
somewhere
all try to
today,
guess from the clues
I'm gonna like
what
go get
dungeon
ready
it
for
is.
that
This
while
could
they're
be
doing
from
this like
any point
trivia
in the game's
bullshit.
history. So chat, let's get your
Be right back.
thoughts, your info, your Wikipedia skills in here as well, and let's see if we're able to figure it out together. All right.
Azure Vaults.
I'm getting a little bit of
Azure Vault.
Azure Vault vibe.
Yeah.
It's Azure Vault.
Yes.
You got it.
I was thinking
Yeah.
that too. Haha!
That's a little bit too obvious
Alright.
with the crystals.
Okay. And next one. Let's see.
And the book.
I like this. It's like a quick. It's like a fast fire round.
Oh, this
of
is
all of the
speedrun edition.
dungeons, Little mini builds. Speedrun
Oh, I
edition.
love this. Okay, this is sick.
Exactly.
I love it. That's cool though. The zoom is.
Braconide.
No, it's
Criminal
no
Depot.
Tinderbrook.
Grimrail Depot, yeah, Grimrail.
Yeah.
Oh, Grim.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, I didn't
Wait.
see the
Look at
dumbass
this.
train.
So
man.
Grimrail?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the train.
That's cute.
Oh, I love that.
Dark Flame
train.
Cleft would have been a good guess too.
That is so cute.
That's
Or-
I
Say
love
the person
these.
that's doing all of these is
Could
doing
this be,
such a good
um,
job.
These
Like,
are
the
great.
fact that we're able to
the fuck was the name of
These dungeons is so
the
impressive.
dungeon where you're on the train?
They've been amazing. It's also fun to just see what you can realize.
Grimrail?
No,
you can
Grimrail's
do
the.
different
Oh, I'm thinking
kinds of
docks.
styles
I
you
was
can
thinking
make
docks,
with
not Grimrail.
housing as it is.
Oh, Iron
Iron
Docks.
So good.
Yeah.
The train.
That was a pretty cool dungeon.
I feel like the train was put there like just in case we couldn't get it off of everything else. It's like, oh, there's a train.
The timing is really good. Love it.
It's a good train.
This is
Ruby Life Pool.
This is
What?
This is
This is
Miss.
Miss.
Yeah, never
Ruby
mind.
Life
yeah,
Pools?
Yeah, I see the symbol in the middle.
Ruby Life Pools.
Correct.
I'm thinking, oh, that looks like Mr. Tyranicythe, and then I translate that into saying Mr. Tyranicythe as fast as I can.
Very good.
Where's the mini
Ratmus.
labyrinth?
Thank you. That's very helpful. Oh, look at that. Oh, I love the outside.
I like how they're all
really
within these
pretty.
I like the like mini versions that we've got here. Where they're just inside a little shipping
This is the
container
same ones, you know?
in the
The
home.
same one, I
There's
think.
a
It
lot of
reminds me
effort
of-
being put
Yeah.
into these. This is crazy.
It's true. It's so true. It reminds me of when you see those shows that are about like.
Why is that a
living in
sideways
mini
picture of
houses,
fruit?
Like, these
Yeah.
little tiny.
I did notice that.
It's like the version of them.
Blizzard's a big fan of fruits
That's
now.
so cool. I love how they captured it. Oh.
Lakefall?
That
Miles
Legion
Max.
one, that old one on the boat.
Legion.
Oh yeah.
Could be Vault of the Warden.
Oh, Mauve
yeah.
Souls.
More
Legion
Souls.
remix, I played
Is
it. Mauve Souls.
Cathedral of Eternal Night?
Could be
No.
Mauve Souls also.
Oh, I like Mauve Souls.
Yeah.
I
Got a
think
little
you're
bit
right.
of nautical.
Mauve
Yeah,
Souls,
yeah,
I
yeah.
think,
Mauve
maybe.
Souls.
Is it Mauve Souls?
I think
Yes,
so.
yes,
It's
It's
got
got
the,
theater of pain as well. though.
Yeah, I was thinking
Yeah.
more.
Maybe?
Wait, so what was
Like
it?
the
But that
first
looks like
boss
a-
area where you're on the rocks first
Hmm.
before you get into the boat.
I think they just said it was Maw.
What was the first boss? It was Himdall,
Hmm.
right?
Oh,
No,
yeah, I think
Himdall.
so. Oh,
Himdall
no,
was
no,
the.
Himdall
It's like
was-
Can't believe they
it's
haven't
King
brought Maw
Ymir,
back
right?
yet.
Or some-
That's
It's
No,
not
that
a good
was-
dungeon. Can I say that?
Mauve
Some of
Souls-
the
I didn't
Legion
Legion
remember-
remix. It's not a
remember-
good
You're
one.
right, Yimmeron.
The frontal guys downstairs turning when they hit the wall, bro. That was pre-game.
It's just the boat, you can't see anything.
Helheim, yeah.
Can I-
Next one.
Here's our new dungeon.
No, this could be Ruby.
Okay, I'm getting some Blood Elvy vibes.
There's no way this is Ruby.
There's also the a little
Magister's
bit of draconic
Terrace.
vibes as well.
Magister's
No, this
Terrace.
is
Yeah, it could be. I'm kind of getting
Neltharis?
some.
yeah. I was gonna
Gosh,
say
what was that?
Neltharis, if anything.
Oh yeah,
Dungeon.
I think Neltharis.
The
Neltharis.
gold
I'm
and,
getting
like,
some
yeah.
Neltharis-y vibes from it too.
Oh, I could
But I
see
don't know what
that.
the fuck the
See
books
it.
are from.
But we have a
Although the-
picture
Yeah,
of
I don't know
Zeus
what the
in
books are.
background.
Picture. Maybe it's Murder Row.
Huh.
Ooh, that would be
This is
mean
tough.
because that most people have only played that for 1 week.
We haven't gotten it correct yet. We're kind of stumped
Yeah.
on this one.
Everybody has to actually register a guess. I guess.
Oh.
That's
Yeah,
the
it's
thing.
Neltharis.
We can't just name 30 of them.
Okay.
That's unlucky.
I mean, I
I'm
think-
gonna
saying-
go with
wait.
Murder. Oh no, I'm going Neltharis. Neltharis.
That
has to be
is
Magister's Terrace.
correct. Lava
Oh, it is
outside,
Neltharis.
yeah.
Oh, it's not there.
I don't get the Neltharis
I
vibes
saw some
though.
lava
It's too
outside
bright.
that instantly.
I don't know what the books are.
Neltharis
from.
is
I
so
haven't
much
seen any
darker.
books. in
Yeah,
there.
the books
I feel like
too.
that has confirmed my guess.
That's kind of a tough
That's good.
These are so
Okay.
cool.
These are cool.
Wow.
Thank you
Oh,
for
look at them
making
all
these.
built next to each other. That's so cool.
The lava makes it more
It's
I
gonna be
obvious.
so
love
fun.
that.
Like-
Yeah, imagine doing this once the feature where you can like collaboratively build comes out, and you'll be able to just like get 10 friends together and each build a little build,
V?
like a float in a parade type
You
thing.
can literally do that. You could do like a little fake parade and have that be like an event with everybody. I love it. This is amazing. Seeing what we're able to do in housing has been so fun, and especially when we get to use it for fun mini games like this. But the fun and games aren't
You guys like
entirely
housing?
over when we get back. It will still be fun. There will still be games.
Yeah?
There will still be a
Yeah.
lot
Eh,
more
I don't do
time
housing at all,
to
but
I
it
like
seems
it,
cool
but I
for the people
interact,
that
yeah.
do.
After our break,
Fuck around
we
with it.
have a
Yeah,
player
exactly.
series as
Yeah.
our top
Obviously,
CS
same.
teams
Do you guys
face
know
off in the
anyone that
lower
you play
bracket.
games with
Now,
that is a housing
eliminations
person
are
that like
officially
just fucking
about to
spends their
begin,
time
and
in
the
that
CM
house?
teams want to
Sang.
get through. They have proven that they have
Does Sang?
competitive times
That
can
wouldn't
stand
surprise me.
up
I feel
with
like-
teams,
I
and
think
they
he
want
used to a lot. I
bring
think
here
nowadays
our
not too
final,
much, but
they
I
have
still
to
think he
make
does
it,
some
and
stuff
only
there.
one can. We'll see who it ends
That
up
seems
being
that seems to
when
be
we're
like the
back from
bit,
our
you know,
break.
like everyone was like fucking with housing for a bit, and then they kind
For
of
like 2 weeks.
Yeah, I just don't know
Yeah,
how you
they
keep
kinda just, like,
housing interesting
bothered.
for very long. Now, it's not that housing has to be like permanently engaging content, but it does feel like the kind of thing where like you play around
They
with it,
invested
when
a
you-
lot in it.
and then once you have your house, it's just like it's your house.
Anyways, I'm gonna jump off because I'm a bit tired. I'm a boomer these days.
What?
9 o'clock.
9 p.m. bedtime.
Yeah.
That's like
Oh, well,
JB.
I'm a bit ill as well, so I thought I'd rest. I feel like these games are not.
There you
That's
go. Get
interesting,
to the real reason.
You don't want to watch anymore.
I'm a bit tired. Also, these games are.
I mean, they're definitely
I
not
feel
going to
like
be as exciting as Upper.
I feel like Triple Threat and Liquid are just gonna. I don't see either of these two teams losing, right? And then it's gonna be like the next game is somewhat interesting to see which Chinese team qualifies, I guess. But then it's just gonna be, in my opinion, obvious who's gonna win unless they choke, I think.
But what if somebody does choke?
Then I'll be missing out from a sofa.
That's right. Oh, so you're not even going to bed?
Well, I haven't decided if I'm watching from the sofa or from the bed. We'll see.
Fuck. Has this guy ever told a fucking truth in his life?
Wait, what about the World Cup? Isn't the World Cup happening?
Yeah, it's Qatar, Switzerland. You're not following that?
What happened with USA? I heard USA.
4-1, USA on top.
4-1, baby! Greatest soccer team in the world!
Yup, and the country.
I think we can all agree that Paraguay was the favorite to win before we got done with them, so...
Amen.
Is USA going to be against Argentina or what? What's the lore?
In the finals, probably.
Holy. Is that like NA versus T1 in League Worlds?
No. I assume they have more of a chance.
How's Sweden's team doing in the World Cup this year?
Well, I'm going to bed, guys. See you later. Enjoy yourself.
Yep, just like your soccer team, buddy.
Yeah,
it's soccer.
Holy shit. Imagine being from a country that I can actually talk shit about your soccer team.
Can we talk about soccer? Wait, so what's happening in soccer?
All I know is USA is on top for soccer. And if they win, the world has to globally call it soccer.
Was that a big upset? USA versus Paraguay?
I have no clue. I was just watching as USA was in it.
All I'm saying is, if your country puts the majority of your best athletes to be a soccer player and you lose to the U.S., where probably less than 5% are doing that, that's tough.
Yup.
That's tough for sure.
Where in the tournament are we for World Cup?
It's like the... What do they call this shit? The group stages? You got to play... You get put in your different groups where the tournament gets divided up into... I don't remember how many smaller sets of teams. And then you have to play the games against the people in your group. And then I think it's like 2 teams from each group advance to a bracket style tournament.
We're having a
And
flashback
then
to our CN team
you can
weekend
actually
as our
get,
top 2 teams from the
like, each of the
region
games can
in the
send you
lower
home.
bracket.
But for
The
now,
winner doesn't just
it's like a
win elimination,
round-robin
they'll go and
tournament
represent China at
among the teams
BlizzCon.
in your
So
group.
let's see some
And you're
predictions in
trying to
chat,
win
everybody. Team Interrupt
the games.
versus
Like, obviously
Big
winning
Lucky. Who do you
is
think will
the
take it? Now, of course,
best
Interrupt and
outcome,
Big Lucky
but
had a
you
really
also
competitive
want to
showing
get
in
as big of a
CN
goal
Group.
differential
So
as
tell us,
possible,
is there potential for one
because
of
that's
them
like the
to do a
tiebreaker.
big sweep through
So
here to
every game that
one
you're
of our
playing,
season
you're
one
like
champions?
trying to
Yeah,
shithouse
I
the
think
other
that
team
for
and like run up
me,
the score as much as you
Big
can.
Lucky looked like they had a lot of
Because
promise.
if you
compare them to
beat
Liquid
one team
yesterday,
like 10 to
they
nothing,
looked insane. And for Interrupt, I think there's a world where Interrupt is
that
able
can end
to
up being
upset
the like thing
mandatory
that
team that has qualified
gets you
for
the
World Cup
tiebreaker over another team in your
I
group.
think that, especially in that pit of Sarah on Interrupt,
Which is great because it encourages like really
I didn't
poor
know
sportsmanship,
what you kind of expect
where you're
from
just
them, but
like
they looked way better yesterday.
Hell
trying to
yeah.
lay it on as hard as you can in blowouts.
During the China finals.
It's true, honestly. I was surprised as well because it seemed like they'd been lagging a bit behind.
So when does it get
But to
hyped
see them come
to
in
watch
so
USA?
competitively yesterday.
Well,
also
I mean, every game
reflecting
counts in that
some time
sense,
leading up to
but
this.
I imagine
But
by
of
the
course,
time
we
that
already knew that Big
you start
Lucky
getting
were really
down
strong
to,
contenders. They had
like
put up
right now,
incredibly impressive times.
so a few games have been played in the
do you
group
think
that there's
they
still a
can
million
prove here in
different
the finals
possibilities for how the group plays
faster,
out,
or
but
have
after
they
a few
been kind
games
of
have been
falling behind
played,
themselves?
you start getting to the point where you see like, okay, this team has to like lose in order for us to advance, or like if we win out, our destiny's still in our own hands, kind of thing. I think it'll still be another couple games before we get to that point.
Of brilliance. They've actually shown us 2. They showed one against Big Lucky in the CN final.
And this part of the group, I think, I was looking at the schedule, I think there's still like 2 weeks or something of games in this stage
Big Lucky
before they move on to the bracket, so it'll be a while. There's like somewhere between like 3 to 6 games a day for the next few weeks.
Also, crazy bans here. Big Lucky banning Magister's Terrace instead of Pit.
Oh, damn. They saw that other team's Pit, and they're like, bro, that's easy. Or they think they're 2-0.
Also, they saw their Magister, too. Their Magister was terrible.
Did we see Big Lucky in Magister?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
No, not Big Lucky.
Dorky's right.
Saw, Interrupts.
Yeah, we saw Interrupts
Magisters.
Magisters. Maybe that's just like Big Lucky never planned on playing Magister's Terrace.
Yeah,
so.
I assume their Magister is just equally bad.
I guess, but like,
that's possible.
That's not the kind of moves you want to be seeing, though.
I would have expected them to be better, but also
you're trying to do that alpha shit, you know?
To look at the bracket and be like, what dungeon can we eliminate from our practice regimen entirely?
Do we know if BlizzCon is new season dungeons or this season dungeons?
It'll be new season dungeons, right?
We don't know.
There's no way. It's gonna be during the second season. Why would they be doing old maps? They are gonna have like maybe like very little time to practice for it though, especially for race world first teams most likely.
Yeah, that's still gonna be crazy.
The PTR is gonna matter a lot for these guys. Like more than ever before.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gonna be exciting to watch for sure, because like normally MDI is the most exciting when you're watching it, and it hasn't been fully solved and figured out.
They played both Magisters and Pit of Sauron against Mandatory. I thought that Interrupts Magisters was much more...
Holy shit, Tellus' backyard is so bright now.
Yeah.
The storm went away.
Do they feel like that 19 Keystone level is very coin flippy? Additionally, does that say something about Big Lucky's Pit of Sauron? So during the China finals, they put up the world record time and actually ran a really good strategy. But we saw the Pit yesterday from them versus Liquid. Do they think that their Pit should be faster than Interrupts if Interrupt has everything set in stone for them? I do not feel great about Big Lucky's map pool here versus Interrupt. This is kind of a weird setup.
Interesting choice all around, I think.
I'm not gonna lie. Titles is looking a little
right from the group weekends to now,
disheveled compared to
they
the
have
rest.
happened much sooner
What does
than
that
like
even
our
mean?
Group A weekend competitors,
Like,
right? So there hasn't been quite
then he looks like shit.
Homeless, but like
development you would think in some of
you know?
their dungeons or
Yeah,
streets.
but you're
You know
calling
what I mean?
him
Like,
homeless.
he's looking a little
Homeless. I mean, he's
Actively
clearly
in a
streaming from
house.
in his home, but
He's in a house.
How well they were performing, whereas Big Lucky seemed to be a little bit slower than we would have expected for a team that was putting up these times that absolutely can rival our top teams. Now here we are
here
in
we
the
go.
CN showdown.
Oh,
Interrupt versus
I
Big
can
Lucky,
wipe in the first
whoever
2
takes
seconds
them
I've learned.
represent China at BlizzCon.
No Warriors.
Here we go into the first poll. Both teams agreeing on the comp to run here. Actually, no, it's
that's a Havoc though.
Demon Hunter for Interrupt. Okay. We need to find out if that
I
guy's
love the
playing
Havoc pick here.
Jack's Eldraki Reaver build, or if they're playing Fellsguard here. We'll see
I love
in a
anything
moment.
Snowbear does.
The talents on my other screen.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. More AoE damage for Big Lucky, more focused target, single target damage for Interrupt.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it is... AR is occasionally very powerful. We've seen it in a couple... You saw, like...
Okay,
you pointed
surely
out, Jack's
Interrupt
running
kills
it,
this
he ran
boss
into the
quicker.
Magister's Terrace. Eldraki Reaver, especially whenever you have a bunch of funnel mobs, they get a sizable advantage from the Wounded Quarry. Now, if they're playing Fellsguard, they basically just do infinite amounts of damage every single time they're able to press that Metamorphosis on that 2-minute window. They do an insane amount of damage. And then they have mini burns, let's say, every minute. That's kind of the advantage of the Havoc. The Havoc and the Arms Warrior and the Frost
There it
DK,
is,
those
he's
have
going
kind of
crazy.
been the pocket picks, where on a per dungeon, and maybe the Ellie Chom a little bit as well, on a per dungeon basis, those can show up. But, I mean, I think that the Devour Demon Hunter for Big Lucky, it's something that we've seen. It's tried and true. It's something that
I do
makes
like
sense
that we have the tag at the top of this one that says winner goes to
Interrupt to
BlizzCon.
be able to get enough value
Yay!
Demon Hunter
That
make
is-
a
that is
pick
hype.
That was a consensus over that Devourer.
What is
The boss
Interrupt
damage is
doing to
crazy
this
difference.
boss? Pulling all of these Famish Broken onto the boss. it looks like it's giving
The Devourer is
Havoc
doing
Demon
so much
Hunter
more
an
damage on the meters, but
unbelievable amount of funnel damage
so much
on
more
the boss.
of
Look at Interrupt.
interrupts
They're
is on the
pulling ahead
boss.
15% ahead on the boss right now. He's got to be AR for sure, yeah.
I pulled it up. Yes, he is Eldrachi Reaver. So for context,
Damn, what a
for
gap.
those who don't know, Eldrachi Reaver, it was the premier Havoc Demon Hunter hero talent setup in War Within. It has since been, not super popular, but it about 3 weeks ago got
that is so fake.
like very, very sizable, like single.
Oh, is the DK from
and
Big
it
Lucky
also
doing
got a buff to an
200k?
ability called Wounded Quarry. What Wounded Quarry does
Well,
is it converts a lot of
his
your
damage is getting eaten, right?
So what
Like,
it
the
reads
dev
is
They
just
also
AoEing it all
Interrupt
down.
pulls everything on the boss.
Yeah,
And
there's
their
less
first pull
damage
wasn't as
and less
big.
mobs.
Big Lucky's first pull is really big.
Damage dealt to your mark target.
Yeah, 2% more
chaos
cal.
damage. That basically turns
Oh, I thought that
their
was still
AoE
from
damage to full
with
funnel
trash
damage
included
into a
on it.
specific
Okay, never
target whenever they are marked with that Reaver's
These
Blade,
wardens should blow
which
up here
means that
too.
The more targets the Demon Hunter is able to Blade Dance on top of, the more conversion that
Why don't
has
we
into
play
a single
Havoc?
target focus damage. And so on the left side, you see a mob like the Rift Warden. That's
Yeah,
gonna be the
play
mob
for
that's
like
gating
first
your
pulls and
progression
shit,
for
and then
Interrupt. The
or like
Demon
first
Hunter is
area
here
and
to
then zone
basically
out.
try to focus that
Zone
mob
out,
down
reset the
as
key.
quick as possible. The downside of Eldrachi Reaver Havoc Demon Hunter, it's low overall DPS.
Well, you can swap
I
specs,
think
you
that
know,
it is
life keys.
lower than the Devourer. It's lower than things like the Unholy Death Knight. It's lower than things like, maybe potentially even like a Frost Death Knight in here. But the advantages are ideally that they give you a sizable timer increase because they are killing off those linchpin mobs a little bit faster.
And this is a perfect dungeon for that, right? Because the entire dungeon is not really the biggest size pulls in Seed Forever. You're kind of capped by all
And
of
Bear
these
Tank
mini
looking
boss
OP as
mobs and
fuck.
bosses, of course, that you have to
Look at these
focus
bears.
down in order to make progression to the dungeon.
Is it allowed to be a
Rift Warden
tank
on
on
this
top of the
pull is
meters?
actually the first
Is
mob to
Henry
die
playing
because
Apex Talents today or
the
no?
Demon Hunter is just single
Yeah,
target
he's definitely
focusing
playing
that mob
Apex.
down. That's actually crazy. The Paradruid is actually just keeping up with the, cooldown-less Unholy DK plus Havoc Demon Hunter combo. I mean, it looks like it's good for Rift Warden damage, but Big Lucky, after dealing with the boss slower,
Too much
has
single
dealt with
target
that
there.
First Rift Warden faster.
Yeah,
Something
Big
that
Lucky
Big
caught
Lucky
up.
will be better
I
at
think more
if they
AoE.
opt to go for it is the double Rift Warden pull. Shun gathering together the first Rift Warden here. Are they going to be charging ahead to the second one? It looks like that will not be the case for them here.
They're both doing the same pull, but
is doing it on their side. Loaded get
Big
the
Lucky's
Interrupt
pulling
is
it
doing
towards the mid.
Interrupt have
double
already
Rift
gathered
Warden.
together.
Oh,
They've
they are,
already
never
got
mind.
everything
No, they
topped
both
up
are,
to
yeah, it's just-
stabilize
Yeah.
damage.
Big Lucky's
Starting
pulling
to
it back
get
to the
forever
mid.
to-
both of our teams
I don't
now.
know.
Are they just
Interrupt
taking
will be
triple
able to
threats route?
focus one of those Rift Wardens down
Yeah.
a lot more quickly than Big Lucky, but Big Lucky is going to AoE them down a little bit better too.
I think that for Big Lucky, this is actually a faster gather because of where they are positioned in the dungeon. For Interrupt, needing to run all of those mobs on top of this far side Rift Warden, where Big Lucky, with that spatial paradox, with Loda just crackling Jade Lightning and tagging that far side Rift Warden, I think it gives them
The
that
Havoc is
positional
definitely
advantage in the
not
dungeon to save them somewhere in the order of 10
doing anything
seconds.
special in
But,
this area.
you see on the right-hand side of the screen, Big
Although-
Lucky is going to be able to kill this Rift Warden off
Interrupts
a
has
little
more
faster,
count, right?
and now
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that they have
A lot
little
more
bit of a
count.
lead.
They do, but I
We're
mean,
talking
like,
about
They have like
a
half a
couple
pack
of
more.
seconds. I would
Havoc
not be
itself
shocked
doesn't
if they
do
are
anything
able to
special.
get the second boss pulled earlier, but Interrupt, they will not be halted. They are rescuing their tank. They are trying to get the next Rift Warden pulled. Is that Rift Warden going to be killed off faster for Interrupt? Looking at their offensive cooldowns, they actually have that Metamorphosis available for that Havoc Demon Hunter. If that meta is pressed here, that is going to accelerate the Rift Warden damage. And I mean, look at on the left side, that Rift Warden, every single time that Havoc Demon Hunter presses that Blade Dance, you
Okay,
see
so
massive
Dignitas'
chunks of
seed
HP
yesterday,
taken off of that guy.
they had
The,
a
Havoc Demon Hunter for Interrupt
201
actually
first
elected
boss
to
split.
save his meta, so saving it for
Interrupt is faster than that.
The second boss here.
702 second
the
boss
Rift Warden
split.
goes down for Interrupt. They're starting the boss spawn.
They are
here
not
in
going to be
just a
faster than
moment.
that.
In Big Lucky, they still have
Yeah,
about 10%
they're definitely
HP
slowed
on
down
that
big
boss.
time
So
in
even
this
though
area.
the Warden was pulled first for Big Lucky, they're getting in boss combat about 10
Arrow's
to
boss
15
gonna
seconds later.
drop here with
Will
Pot and
the
Havoc.
Devourer Demon Hunter AoE damage on 3 targets catch them
Actually,
up?
on a
I
16,
suspect that it will. But the
I mean, it's not going to be
Metamorphosis
702, but
for Interrupt will help kind of
maybe be like
prolong that
730 or
difference here
something,
for a
I
little
don't
while.
know.
They did not do a lot of damage at the start of the
That's
boss here.
significantly slower.
How good
Yeah.
is Havoc on 3 targets?
Like being
Do you know? I mean, I feel
almost
like this
30
season
seconds
there have been
slower
some
on a second
specializations.
boss
I mean, if you
split
watched
is
Crystal first, you
not
saw
amazing.
Light-Blinded Vanguard. There are some specs that are unbelievably polarizing on 3 targets. Now, a specialization that's not that great on 3 targets is actually the Unholy Death Knight. But what do you think about Havoc versus Devourer here?
I feel like Devourer has to be the favored spec for this particular encounter, right? Like, the fact that Interrupt don't get to do as much just AoE blast here compared to the Devourer, I feel like they Big Lucky should be favored, and you can see that.
Dude, Interrupt's zoning.
Pretty close. Interrupt pulled the boss about 10 seconds ahead. They had about a
Snow
4 or
Bear.
5%
Yeah, this boss is kind of dying quick.
By the time Big Lucky got in boss combat,
I would imagine Havoc is better from here on out too.
Big Lucky has been pulling more trash on top of the boss. They've
Well,
caught up
I
and
don't know,
actually
it's hard to say.
surpassed Interrupt on count.
Quite close.
When both teams were heading up to that final Rift Order, Interrupt actually had about 7% more trash count. So
How are Havoc players doing this season, by the way?
Their pulls on top of that fourth
Like, what I mean by that?
They aren't. They are not doing it.
I phrased that wrong.
Looks like the boss damage should
One
be
second.
a little bit better for Big Lucky, but
How are
surprisingly enough,
Havoc players
both
doing
teams almost dead
transitioning
even
to
on overall
range?
boss damage here
If
on these three
if that
targets.
is,
Big Lucky only now just
you know
starting
how
to
like
really catch
sometimes
up.
people play different specs or
Yeah,
different
I mean,
roles in their own class because they happen to be good. Think like Hunter's playing survival when that was meta, and it's like it's a different thing. Sometimes people are really bad at that. Is that what's going on, or is it easier and they're good?
The funny part is, I think a lot of Devour players are actually mage players.
That's where Big Lucky is able to kind of.
So you're saying the
Almost
Devours
mage
you're playing
players.
with are other ranged players. They're not Havoc swappers.
Yeah, I
But
think
they
there's
are
like
Havoc
one or
swappers, too.
two in IKEs
Yeah,
that have
they
like swapped
definitely
from
are.
Havoc to Devour.
Well, like Evade and
but like
Shaq.
majority of them are just other
the
classes.
fight killed off a little
Yeah.
bit earlier, and so they were able to accelerate somewhere in the order of about.
But yeah, a lot of them
25
are
seconds
also
in
just
this
like
next
mages
section,
who are
or
no
in the
longer
second
meta and
section.
are now playing
But now they
Devour.
have to be able to maintain that lead. I would not be
Snow
shocked
Bear
if
doesn't give a
Lure
fuck,
on
by the way.
final encounter, if Interrupt is able to take
Okay, so what was their
trash
split?
into that
I missed
Lure
it.
encounter, that should allow
That
Havoc
would
Demon Hunter
be-
to
It's kinda
have
slow.
that Aldrachi
Like
root
730s?
for wounded glory,
725.
funnel damage. Be
Okay,
able
yeah,
to
so
like
these
math.
things are quite a bit
Big
slower
Lucky's
than
way
Big
faster
Lucky.
getting to the boss.
735.
35. You
Nothing,
can't do
but,
math.
35.
I think it's going to be significantly lower amounts of single target damage. So now Big Lucky here on the right hand side. Everybody is so
Ooh.
low.
Death on Big Lucky, dead healer.
No
No res yet. No
really
res.
That's a full wipe.
Ooh, they're gonna have to change their
Oh
team
my
name.
god.
Oh.
Is that a DC?
shit.
They never even resed him. They could have resed him in salvage. It took them like 6 seconds to bleed out or something.
Oh, they're tilted. No one's releasing.
And this is what you were
Well,
hoping for if
I was
Just
not
gonna
expecting
stay
this out of
dead.
Big Lucky, man.
I think he
Oh,
DC'd.
dude.
I think he had to have DC'd. I don't understand why they
Oh,
wouldn't have
no.
instantly resed him, right?
It looked like a full DC. It looked
I
like
think
he
he
was just standing
DC'd.
there doing nothing as he came down into the trash
No.
pack there. He
Yeah.
wasn't
Bro, on the
casting any
BlizzCon
spells,
match?
and no healing on top of 3 Shadow
That's a
Weavers is a
fucking rough
recipe for
one.
failure.
Yeah.
That's what we just saw happen. For
Big
Lucky
unlucky.
as
And now they're
crowd just
tilt not
standing there wondering
releasing.
what to do if they
Oh, I
have
don't
an
think they're
healer.
online.
Meanwhile, Interrupt have gotten
All
through
of
the trash
them?
pull. They've spawned Viceroy Nezar.
I mean,
They've
they're
got
probably just
trash
like,
on top of the boss.
what the fuck do we do
funnel
now?
engine.
You know, like,
for
I mean, the
this
healer
Aldrachi
definitely,
Reaver,
yeah.
Havoc Demon Hunter is here. They'll be able to do a ton of boss damage. This is just so
Or
unfair.
Dude,
is
that
he
is
yelling at
rough.
his team?
I mean,
He's
this
just sitting there
is-
dead, just fucking laying into
I
him.
feel like this is over, right?
The Vera led. They're about to fucking
Normally we're
battle
like,
it
oh yeah,
out.
there's a path back in. What
They're
exactly
fist
is the
fighting
path
right now.
back in for Big Lucky? I mean, I
Yeah,
feel
there
like
it
this
is, offline.
Just the nightmare scenario. You're
That
on the
is
big
Yeah, but maybe
stage.
he just
so
went
Playing
offline
for
after that.
BlizzCon. Big Lucky, they were a team that
That is
decided that
also possible.
getting to BlizzCon was their only goal for this entire season.
I mean, there's still
Right.
2 more
They
matches,
They
but
absolutely
goddamn.
slammed in the China finals. And now, I mean, this has to be heartbreaking for them, right?
Now, Interrupt doesn't know this yet.
Yeah, the implications.
But I guess it
for
doesn't
the
really matter, they're
series
just
and
fighting
the
Interrupt
bosses
doesn't know
are
this yet,
insane.
but they're going to
We were
BlizzCon.
talking about this at the start of the series. The band
They still
Pit of
have.
Saran being the
I
third
mean,
match.
this
Pit
is
of
so
Saran
bad for
being
Big
done,
Lucky
and that
though,
looks like
because
an
like you
Interrupt
know,
field
one of the
match.
next
They
2
were
maps
going
is
to
Pit
be
of Saron, and
mandatory
Interrupt's got a
on
fucking
that map
banger.
until this
So
stupid
Maybe that's why
dragon
Loda went
duplicate
offline.
ruined it all for them. I mean,
That's true.
Big Lucky has to
Maybe the
beat
plan
them
was win
in the
pit.
next 2 maps if they want to go to BlizzCon. It
Sacrifice
looks like this map is
or win
over.
seat,
The
sacrifice
series
pit,
is not over yet.
win third
Loda
map,
can get
and
back
when you
online,
lose
they
the
can
seat, and it's
regroup,
like, all right,
get ready for
there's a
the
good
next
tournament,
2
guys.
matches. I don't think the Pit of Saran is as set in stone as we think. Like we were talking about, Big Lucky had a world record run in their cup stages. We'll have to see if they're able to pull it off. For the
Man,
time
this
being,
seat is
Interrupt
really
gonna
slow
head
from
on
them,
here.
though.
We're gonna get it on the big screen here. As there's really nothing to watch on the side of Big Lucky as they're hoping for their
Dignitas,
healer to
10:08.
reconnect here.
Third boss
Interrupt,
split.
though, making great progress on the
Triple
third
threat.
boss.
10-12.
Chat spamming big unlucky.
Unlucky.
I mean,
Dude,
it
Tettle
is
stole my bit.
Very unfortunate. I mean, for Interrupt though, I think that there was like kind of a big bright spot for them. It feels like they've come into the global finals kind of with their own strategies for how they're dealing with the dungeons. They had the Destruction Warlock in the Pit of Saron yesterday. They had this Aldrachi Reaver Havoc Demon Hunter. They ended up playing it some during the China finals, but we hadn't really seen it all too often. And it's kind of interesting
Snow Barrel,
that
too.
they're not just purely.
Wait, why are they
Funneling.
so over
as
count?
often.
What What the hell?
Instead, they're trying to come up with their own strategies.
This is kind of cool.
What you're seeing on screen right here, where the DK He's pulling. I'm actually really worried about his ability.
What's
to get
happening right now?
These,
I don't know.
There's grabbing a little bit of funnel.
They're just doing some snow bear shit.
This does not look intended.
Oh,
Yeah.
DK's dead.
He's gonna die.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's one way to skip
Okay.
trash mobs instead of shadow melding, but they have to use a battle res on him now because I believe
Maybe
the
he
healer
DC'd
in
too?
combat
Bro,
with
what
trash-
is
actually, no,
happening?
you can just release it to boss, so
Bro,
that makes
it's
it
a
easier.
snow
They were trying
bear.
to grab funnel onto boss.
These are the-
Time to spare anyways.
You-
Dude, the best
live with
part
snow
is-
bear, you
Old
live with
guy.
snow bear.
Do they still not know the other team DC? They probably know about now.
They
They
would
know
have
by
to,
now.
They
Yeah,
have
they
to know
know
by
by
now.
now.
It's like a 2-minute delay.
Okay, so at least they're not like extremely shitting themselves over this situation. They're probably just laughing.
They're definitely hyped. I'd be hyped.
I'd be hyped.
The other team full fucking wipe.
We've had people
Okay.
go down.
Oh, it gets crazy.
It's happened before.
Bro,
Low-key,
isn't it
this
like
fight does a
huge
sneaky
money on the
high amount
line
of
if
tank
they win
damage.
this?
And especially
Probably,
with
yeah.
the Shadow Guard champions on this fight, if they get their
Because I mean, they're
charges
already
off,
gonna
that
get
can
like a
actually
decent
be
amount of money
sizable
from
amount of
just
tank damage.
being.
Now, I would be quite
I mean, this is
surprised if there
whatever,
was
this is the
minimum.
biggest game of the tournament for both
Zone
teams.
level to
How much
this
money is in
fight
this
specifically,
tournament?
especially since they're in that
Not much,
290,
but
like
going to
295.
BlizzCon and
100K
being
for first
even
place.
fourth place in
But it is
BlizzCon
certainly
is
something that
massive.
could happen.
It's
Now,
not a-
trust
isn't it
me,
100K
they already
total,
blew off all
maybe?
that trash.
100K for first place
No,
in this
100K.
one?
First place team gets
Top
100K.
damage right now, and the augmentation of
Oh,
is coming for the rest
that's-
of the
And it's
rest
What?
of the
300K
Yeah, I
for
think yeah, I was gonna say I think it's
BlizzCon,
200K for this tournament total and 300K for BlizzCon.
Oh shit, bro.
That's kind of the
Yeah.
question
and
that
300K
we
is
have.
All right,
amongst
chat,
4
chat,
teams.
chat is
Well,
fact
because
checking
they
hopeful.
saved
It's a
that
100K prize
army.
pool for
You
this.
would've
First
been
place
like
is
this,
40K.
send that army
Okay.
on pull,
Yeah,
you said,
I was about to say,
I
100K
literally,
is
okay, I
not
checked
street.
an hour ago. I'm checking
So I
again.
knew they didn't go
I'm
for
fact
full.
checking chat's fact check.
I don't know what this says about
So
me
looks like it's
or
3-3
hopeful,
here.
but
The
I am
Thor
trusting the
goes
person in
The
chat more than
normal two
hopeful.
sets of beams into the
Yeah.
damage I'm facing.
What?
I would agree.
I'm gonna keep it a buck.
This boss is kind of high. Though.
I'm with you on
You
that.
guys have no idea what Hopeful thought about P3 Bellerin, by the way.
Yeah,
Okay.
Oh, no, what was it?
and the Unholy DK
Roger
came
thought
into
the
play.
same thing as me.
While the Devour Demon Hunter, they do a lot of damage.
What, that you're supposed to play
inside of the Horde
P3?
Metamorphosis. That is something that actually
Yeah.
takes a really long time to ramp.
Well, you
Having
were
Demon
supposed to
Hunter,
play
on the other hand,
P3. It was
their
unfortunately
Metamorphosis,
impossible.
it's
Okay, it is
a little
100K
precise in
total.
terms of how much damage
Chatter
you're able
is
to deal
right.
during it. Oh my god, his
Ah,
Interrupt
shit.
almost ends up killing the
I
boss
mean,
during
it's-
that burn
I'm
with
over
that
it.
I mean,
plus,
100K for
2% remaining on the fight, and
winning is
Interrupt
insane
going to be able
for
to
First place is
go up
40K.
1-0 against the Chinese champions Big Lucky.
And
All
then
right,
BlizzCon
interrupt,
first place is
interrupt with the
150K.
surprise 1-0
A huge advantage coming in here, taking that first point
in the
matchup
in the
that seems
MDI or
like
the
it's gonna be
the
very difficult for
BlizzCon
them to
championship.
overtake. Interrupt, get that first point.
How
but
much
of
is
course,
fourth place
with that
getting in
DC and
BlizzCon?
other considerations, we'll hopefully see a
40K.
more stable run from
Third and
Big
fourth are
Lucky on
40K.
our
Second 70. First
That's
place is 150.
crazy.
Yeah, they're actually
We had
paying
some
people an
extenuating
appropriate amount of money.
circumstances, but
That's
given
always
what
been the
we
problem
saw
with
from this
MDI
team,
is that
we were
the
already
winners
thinking that
make
Interrupt looked
a
stronger than we
gargantuan amount, and then everyone else
expected.
gets.
Do
I
you
mean,
think that
second and
still
third get a
stands?
decent
Or
amount,
do
but
you
then
think
like
Lucky really just had a
sixth
bad
or
break
fifth
here?
through
Their luck
eighth
was not so
are
good.
like
I mean, we were
Nothing.
already talking about.
Yeah,
how
you might as well
I mean,
have
yeah,
gotten
last
surprisingly
actual
strong
MDI
play yesterday
first place
compared
prize
to
is
what we
now
saw from them
this
in
place's
group
second
stages.
place prize.
I feel like they could have still won this map based on merit. Now, their time wasn't the fastest that we've seen. It's about a minute slower than what we
Or
saw. from
similar, at
Dignitas,
least.
who ran a similar comp with the Eldrachi Reaver.
You wanna get fact checked by
You guys
chat
get
again?
money for
all of the other
these
same
Chinese
specs, so
teams,
it's not the
even if they
fastest
come
we've
in
seen,
fourth.
but it was relatively clean.
Isn't
Just
it
the
just
one
more money
death from the
RMT?
DK on the construct skip at the end of
If
the
you
round.
could
Yeah,
not
but you
get
could go
caught,
BlizzCon.
So they weren't really
I don't know how
promised
many
to
people are doing
have
RMT and are not like
Question for
routinely getting banned
Can Big
because like
Lucky
no one in the
come back
like top
and give
scene
us a reverse
does it
sweep
because
here? This
we
team,
have gotten banned in
they
the
put up
past and
some
will
of the
get banned
fastest
and there's
times
too
we've
many
seen
lights on us. But I
from
mean,
any
What
of the
if-
teams
I
in
know
group
people do it.
stages. Past our
What
time.
if none of the guys playing
That's a
these
great
characters
point.
right now are
They aren't
actually
a
these
really
players and they're
strong contender,
RMT?
so
They're all
They're getting
sales.
boosted.
for these
They're
players
Get their
in
focus back where they
this
need to,
tournament.
and they can
That'd be
come back
beast.
here in this series. But as we look back
Dude,
on
that
the
was a.
But also they're
I miss
getting-
RMTing, man. That shit was actually
Yeah,
so
me too.
goated. It was so goated,
Yeah, of
dude. Like
course,
when
the,
Blizzard didn't care about that, you just it
gonna
was
be
just
by
you were
far
just
the
doing
biggest
your
factor
weekly
here, but
farm,
even throughout
except
the
you just like
middle
made
of
money.
this map,
It was
we
amazing.
saw some really nice movement.
You still do it, they just don't know.
So, Let's start off by
I was the only one that got caught.
You know what's fun? I wonder if you could even do that nowadays, because like before you didn't have as many characters when you could RMT. This is like back in like Nighthold, but like you were selling all the gear from every run. You had a buyer for all 3 or 4 armor types or whatever. You had that all the time, but now you have to gear so many characters in between patches. I wonder if you could still RMT if like you could even do it. Like you probably just couldn't give the gear up.
That they can put out on some of the bosses. boxes.
Wait, what do
such
you
as
mean?
that first box,
We still give the gear up.
really strong place for that
You couldn't sell as much gear as you did previously.
with Big Lucky.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is
just use
true.
your void cores to gear yourself up.
Maybe you'd end up doing that.
Teams were still just competitive, right? Look at that boss HP, just identical.
But also, a lot of
between
the
two
RMCing
teams
is
there.
coming
Zero
from
deaths.
M+
This was
and
gonna be
PvP
shaping
boosting,
up
so
for a really thrilling conclusion.
you just make
to
crazy
the
money
map
doing that.
here, which, you know, looking at it on paper, Big
Wasn't
Lucky
there a
should be
fire act
way
log of like
faster than
40
Interrupt,
fire acts in one
but
day or
Interrupt
something
were
stupid?
looking as good, if not better. But of course, this map did
I
not.
wonder
end
why
up
Blizzard
that
doesn't
good,
do a
and ended
prize
up
pool for the
coming
race
down
like
to
low-key.
a very unfortunate
Be sick.
disconnect on
Well,
the
because
side
then it
of
would
Big
become
Lucky,
Blizzard
and the
sanctioned,
stars
right?
are really
Yeah.
aligning here for Interrupt.
Not a
And it normally
community
becomes
event.
a
They were
community
looking
event.
so good in this.
Yeah.
They absolutely
Yeah, also they would
Or I
have to
guess-
do global release before doing that too. Like, could you
The better
imagine if
question
there was
is,
like a
why would
500?
they?
Yeah,
Why would they make a prize pool for it?
Yeah, if
Yeah,
they,
you definitely
if they
don't
get,
want
if they
to
get it for
ruin
free.
something that's
Yeah.
already a thing.
The whole point of a prize pool is to attract competition. That's like why a prize pool has ever existed, is to convince people to come to your tournament. And the Race to World First already attracts its own competitors.
So we all need to quit and demand it.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I mean,
It
we already
could be
get paid a
attract more
lot.
I mean, I also think it adds to the drama, and now
Kind of
Blizzard has
teams.
like something to
Now, Big
lose, and
Lucky
they can
had our
fuck
eyes
up.
on
Like,
them,
can
but
you
Interrupt
imagine
really
like
have
a
been
team
stepping
wins
it
like
up, and as we see this
300k and
map
they
pool,
nerf and
there's
kill a boss while
certain
someone's asleep,
considerations
or like
and this longer
we
game,
kill a
if it
boss
goes
on
to
the
that map
reset
like you
or
were saying,
something, and you
Dennis,
doesn't
that
even
I
have it
think
yet.
could lean
Like,
towards
I
their
feel like
favor.
Or like
a lot
one
of
team
stuff would need to
exploits
change.
and
Looking ahead to our next
Oh.
map, Windrunner Spire, do we have any expectations of how these teams might
I
go?
mean,
like
no
we would have to
World
make it
Fair
as
skills
strict as
exploited.
MDI too.
I put 250,000 points on Big Lucky here, and I'm feeling.
Or like, you know,
bad
maybe
right
they
now.
snap a mob or some shit.
I think that Big Lucky should be favored in pretty much all of the maps by like 10 to 15 seconds. But I feel like going down 0-1, that is a tremendous uphill battle. But Big Lucky, they're going to have to be able to play perfect throughout the remainder of the series. For Interrupt, I mean, they have members of a formerly pretty good Chinese team and a couple of TGPs, Identity. They ended up renaming to Interrupt. They have some members of the.
Did we ever get to the bot?
Skyline
Let's
whenever they
do
were at
P3
their
Bellerin
peak back
once.
in Battle for Azeroth and Shadowlands.
Let's
when
just see what happens.
Performing quite nicely. And so, I mean,
I'm sure
the
it's fine.
Interrupt team, they are players that even though they were the second seed coming out of
How
China,
many people reached
they are
P3?
highly
and just, like,
accomplished
hard
players
wiped?
in their own right. I think that going into the China finals, they were a little bit under practiced, but man, have they really stepped up their game coming into the finals. This has been ridiculous.
I feel like every P3 poll I've seen is
Super
just
impressive. I
they
mean,
didn't kill the egg, so they
again,
get the
it's great to
P3 and just
see-
call
we've
the
had
wipe.
these seasons with China back in, with everybody competing, the servers. It's so great to see how the regions come together, and also some of the differences that we kind of get from how those different regions are approaching things, or strats that seem more conventional, or different compositions they might run. Even.
Bellerin has turned into a
Anything
completely
looking
different
at what
fight
we've
for me
seen
now.
from both of these teams. Zyro, is
On
there
farm,
anything that you think
because I
has
get so
stood
bored
out this season as
that
being kind of
I
distinctive
make it my
from
job
other
to
regions?
try to eliminate
Yeah, for
every
sure.
orb
I
of
feel
my
like
color on the
the
field.
Chinese teams that we've seen have been more impactful.
I think that's cool.
I just run around to, I just chase down the line and see how many of them I can pop.
I mean, I kind of do the same where, like, because, like, you want to stop damage anyway, so I'm literally just, like, jumping
Yeah.
around the entire time.
There is nothing to heal. And I'm like, the only thing that's going to kill us on this boss is one of these balls hitting Bellerin or somebody missing an interrupt, and I can't do anything about the interrupt, so I'm just going to run around and try to soak literally every ball on the field.
Every team was playing 2-minute Ascendants in that dungeon on their shamans before they saw Big Lucky do that pull. The Warlockless Skyreach, where the Demon Hunter double jump shifts up to the platform.
Something I've been
that was
hearing
Big
is
Lucky's
that
strat that they
farm
showed
is
off in the
just
group
less
stages.
fun
So, yeah,
these
the
days.
impact from these
That's true.
teams
That's got to be
is
true, right?
insane. And the fact
That's what
that
you make
Interrupt
of
have
it.
raised their level
I mean,
to
compared
The
to
answer is
Win,
yes.
like,
is fantastic to
Because,
watch.
like, in the past, you
They
know,
still
like, you would
have to
either
close
be,
it
like,
out, and it looks
log
like they haven't
chasing
favored
or
what the
parse
biggest surrounding in the
chasing,
map will let me
or,
talk
you
about,
know,
You still do
you'd
that.
be like,
having a better potential run
yeah, but
doesn't
it's a
just
lot
guarantee
more
you to win.
cringe
You have to
chasing
execute
parses
like we
now.
saw against
You know,
Manatar
I mean, like,
It's always been
it's
cringe.
always been,
It's always been cringe.
Yeah, it's never
Yeah.
not been cringe.
yeah, but it's
It was
more
never
cringe,
cool.
Like, you know, you're gaining power every week from the percent thing.
Yeah, you get to chase
Ads
every
are
week.
dying so fucking quick. You
It's-
have to stop damage on, like, Valorant and stuff.
As someone who was a parse chaser, it has never. It's been the same for the last
Was,
like
holy.
years.
there's always been stupid
do you mean
shit
was?
you can do to juice your parse.
Yeah, what do you mean was, buddy?
But for these Chinese
Yeah.
teams, it's like a really big
God,
deal
Dorky, that was
for them to
loaded.
be
Come
able
on,
to go
no,
to
let's
Anaheim,
expand on that.
California, to go to BlizzCon and like that, the entire BlizzCon trip would be like
Okay.
a once in a
Well, you know.
lifetime opportunity for them, and there was a lot of competition in the China.
Go
in the
ahead.
China
I
finals
just see
to
you in a certain
I don't
way.
know.
Get to that position to get that slot, and I mean that's why I think you see Interrupt and Big Lucky putting in the absolute required amount of practice. Neither of these teams are like phoning it in. Neither of them have
Yoda's going to 23. Althar, holy shit.
Holy shit.
Finally,
yeah, I mean, we done that key already, so it's not too big of a deal.
Yeah. JB, I'm glad you're still here.
0.4 seconds left.
Totally
yeah,
agree.
so Frosty was supposed to get his internet replaced today, and I guess that has taken longer than expected, so...
like
Let's
Tuttles was
fucking
pointing
go.
out, some might value BlizzCon a little more. Maybe we have teams as well, like Dignitas, though, that are like, hey, we finally became champions. We want to stay champions. Maybe we have teams where the prize pool...
Dork, I took that as a
recognition,
compliment, by the way.
Of being named season champions opens up
That's
opportunities
fine.
for
How you
I just
Yeah,
do
we
so
will.
much damage, you
feeling
think
like
I'm a
you,
parse
hey,
chaser.
We achieved it. We did this, right?
Chaser.
But
Shaker.
for the teams that come from China,
No,
I think
Okay.
in particular, we see these
That wasn't what I
players
was
just
talking
being
about,
like,
but
I really
That's
wanna
what I
be
got
there.
from
I
that,
wanna
don't
be a
worry.
part of it. I want to be there with everybody.
I mean, it's good
feel
to be,
that
you know, caring
energy
about
and
your
be part of the
damage.
global community.
I mean, you saw
Yeah,
my
really.
Croft
Anaheim,
damage.
and I think that's so special and so cool to see these teams fighting for. Now, we are giving a second here. As
Ain't no
we
one
sit down
doing it
below
like Cowboy
Big Lucky
Sam.
To get some things set up.
Okay, so
Take a
there
look,
must have been
meanwhile,
some
at
No.
connection
Set
issues,
Up
right? Because this is
We're
taking
peeking
for
here at some of
fucking
what
ever
they're
between
Yeah,
the
it's
games.
taking
Should
so
we
we're
get a
talking
little
about
bit of
Croft. I am
Yeah,
at
They
least.
definitely
Unholy
want
Death
to
Knight, a lot of
make sure
standard choices being
their
made here.
internet's stable.
I do want to talk a little bit about the Unholy Death Knight Apex talent that we have this expansion. It's actually such a cool one that you get access to.
I
It's
feel
called
like we
Forbidden Knowledge,
must be
and it
flirting
means that
with
after you press Army
a
of the
forfeit,
Dead,
is
your
what this
Death
must
Coil
be.
and
It must be
Epidemic
like Loda
turn
can't get
into
back
Coil
online or some shit.
and Graveyard, very powerful versions of those abilities. That is a huge part.
Bro, imagine
of
just
the
forfeiting
damage
and
breakdowns when we
losing
look at Unholy
10K.
Death Knights,
Yeah.
is that Apex
But I
talent
mean-
You guys
doing
good at
huge
flirting?
amounts
fucked up.
of damage
What?
if you play it
Apparently
properly.
good enough
It
to get
loads
married.
even more damage into
No,
those
that's a
Army
good-
of the
that's a
Dead
good
windows.
point.
It's part of the skill expression
JB's got
of
Riz,
the
old
Unholy
man
Death Knight
Riz.
right now, is
Ooh.
figuring out when and
Ugh.
how to
I'm like,
use
I didn't like
that.
You got that old man Riz.
Amazing. I mean, it's cool to see and great to see as well some of how these things play out behind the scenes.
No,
for
like,
the
you have to
teams and
consider
player picks.
how
I mean, as we look at the Windrunner Spire,
potent
which is
my
the next one we have coming
Riz
up,
must be
as far as
that
comps go, is
I
there anything, Tuttles, that you think would be really standard
managed
for
to
us
get a
see, or
girlfriend
anything
while
that maybe
being
these
a
teams might
full-time WoW
bust
streamer
out that would be
who
really
basically never
unexpected
left
for
his
us?
house.
I mean, what's the
Yeah, I would have one if it
Top
wasn't for
Windrunners
Dazer canceling
to be
my game
played
show.
in Windrunners. We saw it a little
Fucking
bit in
Dazer.
Stage. We saw triple
Yo,
threat
should we
Biggest
host that on the
cockblock.
Potty Z? Holy
Destruction
shit.
Yes.
Warlock, hear me out.
Yep.
The Destro
Talk
Lock,
with
the
your
CN
co-host.
special. This is a
Ask
map
Frank
where you
about
could
it.
use
Maybe
it.
Frank would
Some of those
consider it.
big
I'm
goals,
DMing
right?
Frank right now.
Okay, you want to take an Apex Lynx, 400 flowers onto Ember Dawn? I'm just proposing. It's an option.
Warlock would
Drop
like
some
that.
rocks on him from the sky.
All right, counterpoint. One collapsing star, Your Honor.
Can I get some tips,
I think
JB?
Warlock does
Stop
more
flirting.
damage. Destro does more damage.
Yeah,
On mass AoE, Destro
Act
beats every
more
spec.
like me
Now, on
and
single
less
target,
like
maybe
you.
not, but mass AoE,
Okay.
they do more
Oh,
damage
sorry.
than
Yeah.
every spec.
I'm just gonna mute up for a
Just
bit.
don't be
Is that a
yourself.
Linkin Park lyric?
A balance, right? And this idea of
Yeah,
how
they
fast
probably
we
knew
really
as well.
process how much with dealing with our percentage, right, and trying to get count. How much are we focusing kind of AOE? Do you think what do you think when the teams kind of consider this or balance it, Tuttles? Is it more that focus on single target, all of the above, AOE?
I think historically it's been about over-indexing into AoE, right? There's normally about one funnel/priority specialization per season. I think that Guardian Druid adds unique texture to this season, though, just because of how much raw AoE damage it does. You have room for things like the Arms Warrior, the Eldrazi Reaver, Havoc Demon Hunter. Somebody like the DK maybe full focusing on single target damage or priority damage on a specific mob. Those moments in time where
Also
it's
down there,
like
Big
you
Lucky is
don't
checking
balance
over
because
their
you're gonna
internet
want the
connection
mob
as
has
we get
1.5
ready
extra
for the
on
next
boss,
game.
potentially. HP, you want that to be able to take an insane amount of damage to the point where the pack dies evenly. That's the main objective. Obviously, that's not really going to happen.
Is that
whenever you're talking
Tettles'
about
router
boss,
behind him?
Whenever you have trash pull on top of it, but ideally,
Yeah, it
you'd
is.
rather have the priority mob die.
That's
what mine
looks
like.
Is his not hardwired into his PC?
And then it allows you to speed up.
That's
your
not
time.
good.
Even if it looks.
Is
a
he
little
just
more
using
convenient.
fucking Wi-Fi when his router's
Gotcha,
like
gotcha.
20
I mean,
feet
it
away
makes
from his
sense, right?
desktop?
There are these different considerations with speedrunning, and especially for folks who haven't tried
Dude,
it,
I
or
make it a
it's
thing to make sure my
time,
shit is
or you
wired.
kind of sit here
Same.
going,
Like,
well,
even if I have to
why
route it
are we
from,
picking
like,
this particular class, or
upstairs
why
all the
is
way to
this
the
one supposed to be
basement.
so good?
Yeah.
I think that having some of that
Yeah, we
insight
dropped the
is
wire
Okay,
down
your
the
your
wall.
house is 3 floors.
And of course, Big Lucky interrupt.
Yep.
We're down here in the lower
Mine is 3
bracket.
I didn't know
floors,
we were
actually,
rich,
yeah.
A lot ahead of us. But with the lower bracket, is there anything we think really needs to be focused on? Sorry, Tuttles, were you going to add something in?
I was gonna say so. What exactly is happening with Big Lucky, they're trying to resolve their internet issues?
Oh, yes. I think we have a bit of a delay because they're trying to make sure that with this
My
being a
router's
big
10
one,
feet from me.
that
It's
endless
crazy that
rebuild
we've
with
had
CN
6
servers, that
matches
they're
so
making
far,
sure
and only
everything is
one of them
stable
has
as
not
we
been
look
a
ahead.
2-0.
So we should be going live with the next map very soon, everybody. Thank you for sitting tight with us. It seems like it's going to be very, very soon here. But we're taking a look at the bracket right now. So down here in the lower bracket, this consideration, right? This push. What you have to focus on if you're trying to do something like a lower bracket sweep. I'm curious, Zyra, is there something that you think that works best for the teams, or that if you're angling for this lower bracket run that you really need to keep in mind?
Well, the really important thing, the implications of the fact that we are guaranteed sending one of our Chinese teams to the BlizzCon finals, that means there's only one slot left for Sin Spellbook, Auntie's Angels, and also Triple Threat and Liquid. Only one of those 4 teams gets to make it to BlizzCon. So that last match,
I'm looking at Divine
TBD
Field.
versus
He's
TBD
still
that's
not
after the Triple Threat match, after the Liquid
logged
match,
in on WoW,
second
I don't
match
think.
tomorrow. That's going to be our final BlizzCon qualifier.
Maybe this isn't.
Only one of these 4 teams gets to make
Maybe
it
he's
to
on a different
BlizzCon.
account.
They have to be perfect.
Maybe.
In order to.
But I'm looking also
seal up
Heartjacks
that
isn't
last
online.
slot. You
That can't be right.
Can't make any
Maybe they
mistakes
stopped
in the
for
lower
dinner or
bracket.
some
Well, why
shit
would
after their game.
Heartjacks be- Yeah,
All of
I mean,
the
very
stages
done.
to
They can
make
go
it
back
Usually,
to
back.
yeah,
practice.
if you're only playing one a
Number
day,
one
just take a
priority,
break after a
minimize
watch.
death timers.
Yeah.
Those 15
They're probably just,
second
like,
deaths are
figuring
a
out what,
crazy disadvantage. Not to mention
what
whatever
other teams have been
momentum
doing
loses,
and
it's an Augur
see if there's,
death,
like,
right?
any
Having
tech
to
they can
re-up your
steal,
duplicates, get your
anywhere they
momentum
can
back.
make up
You probably end
time.
up losing
I just got back. Are they
30,
waiting for the
40
guy to come
seconds.
online or
seconds
something?
of Augur titles, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
they just have to be
That
perfect.
is so bad for me.
It's so tragic.
I mean, I might not get to watch the series, but I know he was saying Liquid wins that series for sure, but I want to support.
Pretty much
I
every
don't-
single specialization
I can
in
give
the
you
game now
play-by-play
is
if you want in
way
DMs.
more focused on their damage that is dealt inside of their offense.
I might join on my
It is-
phone while I'm
it
on
is
the
very
way.
rare to see a specialization that has a more flat damage curve. It's like basically one of those things that you see a spec with their cooldowns available. They press that offensive CD and they're doing 2x the amount of damage.
It says
maybe
neither
even more,
Roybin
the
nor
amount of
Shelly
DPS
are
inside that
online
cooldown
either.
as opposed to outside
What
of
the
that
hell?
CD. And so anytime you end up
That
having
can't be right.
some of these momentum specs,
Maybe they're all
like Bounty
protesting.
Hunter,
They're just
Augmentation
gonna
Worker, like, lose
Maybe
not play
different
until
MDI
it's fair
account?
their
match.
momentum, lose some of their cooldowns. We saw it with like Beast Mastery Hunter.
I don't think so,
last
'cause I think I've
season,
seen them
and,
on-
Elemental Shaman as well last season.
Maybe
You
they
just
deleted you
lose
from
so
friends
much
list. That
time.
could be
Where
a
if
thing
there
too.
might be a death that looks like a
could be.
15-second time loss because of the challenge
me
to
see
15
here.
seconds.
Where
I think we saw a
are
death
they?
yesterday to a Shine that was probably a 45-second
There's
time loss
Roybin,
in terms
yeah,
of
she's
damage
not
times
online.
lost
Where's
on
Shelly?
top of the 15 seconds.
Was
Wait.
there like new aug tech figured out recently by the titles? I saw Chun talking about this in Discord yesterday. He said like something about like aug evokers.
Oh no,
using
okay.
their empowers
Shelly's
on
online,
so that they can set
but he's
up
in Silver Moon
quad
City on
bombardment windows now. Is
the
that
tournament
something
realm.
that's new for more damage or something?
I don't know if you would do that in the MDI. I mean, it's like a thing. It's like a.
And
it's like
Yaunt,
you're about to be
the
on top
tank
of, like,
for
15 seconds, probably.
Antes, he's in Silver Moon City. Seems like these teams are just like
You mess
chilling.
it up, you lose all of your damage.
They're locked into the matches.
Big risk.
Don't mess up.
Big reward. Yeah, don't mess up. Just do it perfect. And all right, speaking of the teams wanting to get some perfect runs in Interrupt versus Big Lucky.
It's like, you know how they
finally
say in
coming
Race War
here
first,
as
like,
it
they
seems
should
like
just
things have
wait until
stabilized, and
everyone
it's very early in the
is able to
morning
enter a
for our
raid
Chinese
before they
teams.
start doing it.
And some ISP resets.
They're just,
sometimes
having a
happen.
standoff.
We're very glad that
Yeah.
we're able to get
Yeah.
things. It seems like stabilized.
Neither one of them
now.
wants to
We'll
look like the
be able to
try-hard
continue
team.
on here with the series. Now, like we've been saying,
Can't
no,
think
I
wait
guess
to
I
get
got
a
it.
seventh world first on
they both
Tuesday.
wanna make it to
We're just having a
BlizzCon, and
gentleman's
of
handshake.
course, they want to make it as well here with our Season 1 championship crown on the line. There's a lot to play for and a lot that they have riding on the line, but only one of them can continue on while the other will be eliminated. Whoever wins this will be securing a place to represent China in the BlizzCon Grand Finals. But of course, they've got to get there.
Bro,
Now,
where's the
phase
NA
two,
representation in
Win Runner
the
Spire. This is
in
gonna be
the
Interrupt versus
BlizzCon
Big
Finals?
Lucky. Can Big
Yeah.
Lucky even out the scoreboard?
There's
Zyro?
going to be more Chinese
This is
players
do or
at
die
BlizzCon
for
than
Big
NA
Lucky.
players.
Backs against the wall.
Oh,
One more
shit.
map loss means they are out of the competition and their BlizzCon dreams die right there. Meanwhile,
All right, here we go,
Interrupt,
Snow Bear.
one dungeon win, and they've
Let's fucking
made
get it.
They've punched their ticket. The road starts now for them as both teams gather up this first mandatory pull to bring down the walls. Do we think we're going to see them?
Dude, why is the
move
Aug Evoker
towards
doing so much
different
damage on
bosses
the
here,
left
like we
side?
saw earlier today?
I don't think that
Is that
it's
not
been
crazy
a
personal damage?
100% consensus as
It does
to
seem
what's
rather high.
actually the fastest strategy. It really kind of comes down to where you want to be using your Bloodlust and where you want to be using your offensive CDs.
Holy
for some
fuck,
teams,
they
they're
blew that
electing to
shit
pull
up.
all the way up to Deerlick Duo. It looks like Interrupt, they're going to be going towards that Emberdawn wing. It appears as if Big Lucky
They're both
is
going the
also
same side.
posturing to to be going towards that Emberdon wing as well. Interrupt, they were able to get the
And now we see the
half
Augbooker playing Spider-Man.
faster than what we saw from Big Lucky.
Dignitas was the team that went.
No, it looks like the same.
They went duo first.
Dual boss, right?
Across
Yeah.
the board, everyone used the same buttons. The damage was just.
Oh, no!
Yeah, this always happens.
On the side of Interrupt, it is our Devourer Demon Hunter.
Oh, that's
down,
a bad
notably
death
a lot
too.
Worse than the Mistweaver death that we saw from Triple Threat
He's gonna have to
earlier
rebuild a
today.
little
The
bit. It's a long
Devourer
gabber for
loses
him.
all momentum heading into this poll. He has to regain all 50 of his souls as we head down, and it's not going to be
he's canceling all of his
consume
consumes,
on
too.
the move here. That meta is not going to be for a long time as they make their way towards.
He only has
Emberdon.
2
Looks like they're doing the
souls!
same
Is that
thing
accurate? Yeah, I was about to
as
say.
Yes,
no, he only
it's
has 2 souls.
accurate! Oh my god!
God.
Loaded Lasher, and we're
It's
going
been
all the way
30
to
seconds!
Emberdon.
He's at
Big
1
Lucky.
soul every
You can't
time!
Ivy here
Pull of
too.
their
It
own.
was just.
No, you get 100% Ivy. 1 thrash is enough to
Yeah, I
Ivy.
mean, there's no way he has aggro.
Ivy doesn't do too much damage.
No, but I mean, like, I don't think they even have a.
I'm
tag
sure
for
that
it.
after that, this Demon Hunter's feeling confident about the aggro situation.
He goes to the boss with 30 souls.
Okay, no, but I mean, like, the other Demon Hunter doesn't have that many.
What is it? Are any players in Liquid from NA? Our MDI team, 60% are NA. Although, okay, 2 of them are definitely NA, 2 of them are definitely EU, and 1 of them, it kind of depends on how you look at it. So Yips and Cine are NA. Wolf and Ashine are EU. Zevi came from an EU guild. He was the raid leader of Fat Shark, yes. He was born in EU, but he's been living in NA for a long time, and he's been living in NA since he joined Liquid. So, I don't know. Like, if you recruit someone and they live in America and they've been in America the whole time, I feel like they're NA, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Being
probably just
ethical, you saw
like
what happens to DHs that use fucking
yeah,
DK
like,
schools.
No, it's not even that. Like, I think it's
Making
just
up that
aggro is like
difference from
probably really
Interrupt
hard to
either
gather
way is a
because
6%
we saw
Yeah,
loss
but-
damage
Nazi dying in
advantage.
Spell
But the
too.
Bloated Lasher already dealt with.
It's not like you need to hit every new mob. You just need to hit mobs
It
you
might
know
get
the
yet
tank
another
is threat on.
Dispersal.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
cast
yeah.
going off right now. This is going to overlap.
That's
as
what I do.
well
I
with
when I press
the
spinning crank
burning
kick, I make sure to
gale as
only
well.
hit the
So
things
again,
that the tank is hit
tons
with
of
my
heat
spinning
Yeah,
crank
being
kick.
we're
fired
back
from
with
our
die.
Mistweaver monk here, and there's nothing to
What I do
sit
like
on
about
this
Mistweaver
time.
though
Only
is
2
you have
targets. It's
dance
going
with
to
a
be
win, and
manual
that really
healing.
helps.
They did have the AMZ to
Like,
counteract
I
the
genuinely
overlap.
don't
It's
give a
just
shit
the
half the
burning
time
gale
whenever
pulls damage
aggro,
now that they have to
'cause
heal through. That's something
I can
the
just like
healer
eat a
can
hit
deal with.
and
It looks like
hopefully
they're gonna
they
be A-okay here.
regain
Big
aggro
Lucky,
or I
though,
just
in
like
the
melt or some
meantime,
shit.
not having any issues as they've been able to just freely DPS the boss down, and that 5% gap is
Yeah,
now
I'll just
opened up
die
to
if
a
I get aggro.
15%
Yeah,
gap.
that's my
Dance with
plan
the
if
win
I
should
get
just be a
aggro.
thing for everyone.
I mean, there's a
Like, wouldn't that be
pretty
cool if
sizable
everyone just like had
gap
a
between
way
these
to
teams. Interrupt's gonna be like 40,
avoid
40.61
melee
versus Big
damage
Lucky at
on like the first
35.19.
second or two?
Give mirror
that way,
images
like,
to
you
every
use aggro
single
happen.
DPS player.
You should be able to shield
we're
like
talking
in
along
Super
the
Smash
lines.
Brothers.
So they're 15 seconds behind, but they have 5%
There
more
just
health.
needs to
I
be a
think
way
they'd rather take
to
it.
be able to
5%
deal with
health,
aggro
but it's gonna be
yourself
quite close. It
if
really
it ever
depends on
happens.
how many pulls is this going to equate to for Big Lucky, and what exactly is the mobs? What are the mobs that they're going to be gathering? I think is going to be like a pretty big question. So looking on the right side here, that is going to be the question for Big Lucky here. What?
Oh, look at the tank being a team player carrying his DK.
Just straight up the right side, even grabbing these stewards, which put some pretty nasty magic damage.
Oh, look at the
dots onto
boots.
players, but for Interrupt,
Dude,
it
maybe
looks
the
like there's
boots are a
skip
hack.
that's happening.
Wait, he's
Yeah,
he's in
this
the
is-
bench tech.
Interrupt. Taking a seat on the bench, shouting.
Holy shit,
Dude,
that
no
goes
way.
hard.
The potty C, and instead prefers the bench podcast.
Oh my god, you
That
hear
was-
that?
Oh no, he
He
just
was
shouted out
talking
the
shit about
bench
Potty.
He just shouted
podcast.
out
He
the
was
bench
mogging
podcast.
so fucking hard right there, grabbing the boots to go sit on the bench.
Is that allowed?
Shameless self-promotion there from
He can't
Tunnels,
just
but
self-promote the bench.
We'll say it's okay.
Yeah, that's
there as the
actually
skip
crazy.
goes
That's
well for
fireable.
Interrupt here. Big Lucky going for the more typical route, kind of copying the same
Big
route that
Lucky
Triple
is
Threat
doing a
showed
lot
off, and every
people.
team kind of copied for
Not
after
Snow Bear.
Group B. But of course, they obviously did the
crazy.
Emberdon pull first, so it's just an extra pull added to the dungeon for Big Lucky that makes up the
Bro,
drop
Snow Bear-
differential. They gained
Dude.
about
Snow Bear
50%
does not stop till he hits a
but
boss.
Interrupt already
he doesn't
in
give a-
combat with the Derelict duo. Big Lucky now have to gather
I was
up this
definitely
pull of
expecting a
their
lot
own. They're
more
gonna
out
be
of Big
pulling the
Lucky.
boss
They were definitely a
somewhere
little
in
bit
the
slow.
realm of 20 seconds late. I mean, to be honest, that pull didn't
Okay.
take Big Lucky too long. That was not bad at all.
Big Lucky
Well,
has
I'll
a
say
lot more
this.
talent coming in,
Less
coming out of this
so
boss,
that
though.
I
Yeah,
am
for sure.
unimpressed by
So
Big
Interrupt's
Lucky.
gonna
I
be
think
at,
Interrupt has
what,
been
54.55
much better
if
than
all the
expected.
trash goes down
Yeah.
if the tracker that's above the damage meter is correct. Big Lucky here, they're going to be at what, 65?
1435 cross
so
split.
About a 10%
Yoda.
count favor for Big Lucky.
1438.
Oh, that's pretty good for them. That's not
1438. Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's pretty good for them.
Seconds ahead coming out of the boss.
Something like that. Something around. It's essentially like one death timer ahead is how I'd put it, right?
The thing is, in my mind, I already timed an Algothar.
About the advantage that Interrupt has.
Because we were 5
I feel
seconds
the same
over.
way.
Myself all the time too.
We were 5 seconds over. We had 0 deaths, and I'm like, I
I've
did my
already
job.
timed seed in my head.
We've
I did
timed
my
Seed,
job.
timed 24 Pit, and Magister.
Yoda just died on the gather.
Let's fucking go.
What?
I'm glad somebody doesn't fucking dance around it. The thing I hate most is when people hate watch, but then pretend like they're not hate watching, and they're like, "Oh
Hell
no,
yeah.
somebody
We
just
need
died."
them to get this key to steal the Resil, Dorky.
Yeah, but
We
that's what
have
they're
the
probably
choice
saying
to
about
see the
you.
bags.
Tag another Phalanx back, grab it down Warnstone back for the remainder of their count, and it looked fine. The problem was they weren't able to cleave down the Phalanx with the boss before the boss died, so they had a little bit of extra cleave to do.
Yeah.
If that's what Interrupt is doing, I'm not sure I like it the most. They're going to have to make up the count somewhere, but I think they're going to have to add a pull either way. So I don't think adding the pull on Big Lucky's side was really that big of a time loss for them.
Okay, so we're looking at a 11:33 or 11:42
Neither team is really
triple
pulling
threat
away
and
on boss
Dignitas.
damage alone with the mirror comp. So
third boss split.
yeah, Interrupt having to do an extra pull here.
Yeah.
I feel like they're
I
very
do not
firmly
believe
behind
either of
it.
these teams will be killing third boss by
I was gonna
11:30.
say the same thing. I love that Interrupt cooks
Maybe.
their own routes, though. I feel like that's
Well, so
the,
Dignitas did a
that's the really cool
7:23
part. But the
second
problem
boss,
with cooking
but
your own routes is
they
sometimes,
had extra
and we've
counts,
seen this from
and
some
triple
teams,
threat did a
sometimes
6:30,
it's a little bit overcooked.
where they had
you're
to
like, oh,
fight
okay,
that.
This looks really good.
Yeah.
But for Interrupt, we're gonna
Whatever
have to see
for a bit.
what are they going to be doing.
I mean, yeah,
Is
these
there
guys are
some
looking
way
slow as
that they're
fuck.
going to be able to leverage
Unless
this
they just,
about
like, go straight
15-second
down,
advantage
and even
coming
then,
out of the Deerlit duo
they're gonna be a little bit slow.
into, you know, see,
I mean,
they're 10%
'cause
count behind. Are they going to be able to make a
Dignitas went
10%
straight
count
down, and they already had this boss
and-
dead
and
30 seconds
maintain
ago.
the
Yeah,
current lead that
yeah.
they have? It's really hard.
Dignitas
to
are
know
not
the
Interrupt's
conventional
count is
wisdom in terms of
complete
how
dog
many
shit.
mobs that they're going to have to kill.
Okay.
It's likely to say that it's going to be challenging for them to be able to make up time. But look at what they're gathering here. So these were the mobs that Big Lucky.
Okay, so that's where they're getting their extra
Instead,
count from.
now
Is all this
Interrupt,
shit from this
they're
room?
gathering all of these trash mobs.
Yeah,
They're
they're
pulling
gonna have to
them
fight this
into
for a
the
bit.
phalanx breakers.
There's
They're
no way
going
he
to be
goes.
killing off
If
some of the
Snowbear goes on
players.
boss with
Kind of
this,
the
he's a
question that I
legend.
have. It looks like the answer is going to be
That'd
yes.
be crazy.
He is a
Big
legend.
I mean, yeah, they are incredibly
Snowbear is
slow.
a fucking
So
beast.
It's unlikely that they're going to be doing a skip, but they're running all the way down into this Commander Crowluck area. How far is Big Lucky?
By the
going
way,
to go? With the interrupting shouts.
I have
with the
fully
fire
decided in my
AoE
headcanon that
from the Mystic
Snowbear is an
here,
absolute
there is a lot of
reference to
AoE
cocaine.
damage that can go onto players, especially at the 17 keystone level.
I
that can
cannot
take
be
people
convinced
out. Oh my
otherwise.
God, Big Lucky are going all the way. What's going on here for Big Lucky?
Oh, Big
They're
Lucky's
doing
going
the triple
stupid.
threat pull that we saw earlier today, but with
Yeah.
no whittling down of the initial pull, they're just straight
This is
going
like the
for it here.
Dignitas.
Now they can line of sight around the corner, which will prevent the first couple of interrupting shouts from having any issues for the Mistweaver and the Evoker. But once those are part of the pull, they're going to have to contend with those shouts, interrupting their cast. For the time being, though, the AoE blitz is going insane.
Yeah, I'm not even a ranged DPS or healer, but like I feel like the MMO mechanic of the mob shouting and interrupting your casts is like just
horrible.
It's just like one of the worst things. It's just
Yes.
irredeemably
horrible.
bad.
It's one of
It
the.
doesn't even feel rewarding to play around.
It's one of the low-key things about Mistweaver. Like, obviously, Mistweaver is meta for a lot of other reasons, but it's like a lot of times small things that make you want to play healer as well. And the fact that the big interrupt from the bird does not interrupt the only thing you're pressing on that pull, which is spinning crane kick, feels amazing.
Telegraphed exactly where it's supposed to be all the time.
I did
So
watch
it's
you get
a
locked out
risky
by Croft, though.
strategy to be
I did,
pulling those
yeah.
archers to the point where we actually have seen a lot of teams.
I
Can
don't get to
happen to
spin
the
on
best
that.
of us. Don't
I don't
worry.
get to spin on that
It
boss.
seems like they've gotten it consistent.
I saw her.
Have
There's
you
still
have-
trash that's available
you have the
for
channel
My
them.
healer got
Receive
locked on
response.
Croft too, and we didn't get an Algathar
Yeah.
because of it.
Was that the one we timed?
So we're gonna be a
Nope,
couple
this one we mistimed by 5
short, but
seconds.
If the monk
Shit.
has their port outside the room, they can go out.
That was the
tag,
one where you
push
fell
them
off
back,
too, and then I died
just
on last
drag it into the
boss.
boss
Yeah.
room that way.
So
Here's
3
the
stupid
difference.
deaths, and
As
all of them
Interrupt
would have been
now
the
has
key.
finally engaged Commander Crowluck here. Big Lucky has gained 20% boss damage, but they still have these breakers charging around, causing a bunch of issues, whereas Interrupt have already cleared off their Phalanx breakers, so they might be able to actually catch up a little bit on boss damage. It looks like we're just going to get a good old-fashioned single-target race to the finish between our two teams here, Tettles. We've got a boss in 3/4 left for both of the teams to DPS through still, though.
There's a death. I mean, there's a death for.
Okay, so
that
Big
is
Lucky
on
just
Interrupt,
wins this.
so I think that Big Lucky What would you say?
Unless, one of them tragically disconnects for 5
Something
minutes.
like that. They've got a pretty significant advantage, but they still
Their
do have to
timer's
find
not
a way to get the
amazing,
remainder of the
No,
count
but
in,
like
right?
you can't
If the monk
lose from this
doesn't
point
have
out
the
in a
board prepped
17
here, they'll
spire.
have to
Yeah.
pull that trash
And then
naturally
they have to play
after they
pit.
kill the boss. So let's
Holy.
keep an eye on Loda here. Yeah, he's outside the room right now. Tag the trash. Burnstone's back in. That's good that they've got that.
He's gone. He's back. just as seamless as you were talking about it.
Maybe we need to do this
We see him poured out.
transcend Burnstone shit.
Crackling Jade Lightning tag, and that is going
Could
to
be good to
remain
like
count.
stagger funnel
Big Lucky
into
needs to
this
go
boss.
towards that 100% enemy forces marker. And now,
I mean,
just Commander
the
Krolov
problem is those are
and
not
a
free
win
mobs.
that separate,
I don't think.
No,
these
just
two teams from being able to
the
stop the series,
Oregon
and it's really hard to be able
grunts.
to make up a bunch of time. I feel like from here on out, it is basically
Like do 2
on
into
Big
boss and
Lucky to
then
make sure
go
that
back
they do
out
not
and pull
fumble.
another 2 into
Any
boss.
death could kind of tip this balance back into Interrupt's favor, but if this team, Big Lucky, one of the top live key pushing teams on the season.
Actually, I wonder if there's
number
more you
3
can
for
do
an
with
extended period
Transcend
of time.
and
if they're able to continue on with this current
Burnstone,
pace,
now that I think
there is
about it.
nothing that is stopping them.
Feels a little
from being able to
underutilized.
even up the series 1-1 here.
Yep, already through that second intermission. Interrupt yet to have started that second intermission there. They've also got those 2 remaining mobs that were tagged in by their Mistweaver Monk as well to finish off their count. Both teams actually perfect count.
Well, that reminds me. I was going to consider.
See that they have the perfect route available.
Oh, I don't want to tell
for
you.
their
Never
counts.
mind.
No mistakes whatsoever.
Always tell
no
me.
overcount either. Very, very
Oh, I was thinking about
satisfying.
ways to bring more shit in on
Going down
Veximus.
first here for Big Lucky.
You know those 2 mana worms you
more
grab at the
ever
end of the
more
bridge
apparent
as
now
you
as
go
the
up and do
boss
the
goes
Veximus
down.
pull?
Interrupt
Yeah, they're
still
dangerous, Phil.
with that second
Are
intermission.
they?
Still have the
I-
Yeah, if
Yes.
you get hit by them
Well,
during
30
a
second
bomb,
lead might
like
be
you're
closer
just
to a
fucked.
45-second
I
lead, or even
guess.
a minute
But
lead
people
now.
pull
Not
them
even during a
in at the
bomb.
beginning of pull.
My read on this
Well, yeah,
dungeon
because there's
now,
no bombs in
having
the
seen
beginning,
what
and
the
you just
Big
personal
Lucky
the
played, is
first
there's
time.
gonna be
Okay,
about
but what if you just bring
1
them in
pull
on
that
like
you're
the
not
second
willing
round
to
of
do. And then
like
for these
the
top teams, it's
the
about
same
determining
point in the
where you
fight,
want that
but
single pull to
like
be.
2 rounds
Because
into
these
it,
teams
so
are
everybody
doing
has their
this
personal
JB,
dungeon
backup.
about 3.5
you know what?
pulls. And so
I'll
it,
give you a
know,
clip
really
about
kinda
those
comes down to
Ravagers if
that.
you
What
want.
is that half pull? That sucks. For Big Lucky, it was that.
I'll tell you
Yeah,
why
the
you
Soul
can't.
Pull's worst enemy.
Stopping and killing it off, and it felt a little bit weird. For Interrupt, it was the Phalanx Breakers, and having to do that half beat where they stopped and they killed off some of the mobs, and then they did that.
God damn, they are
chain.
slow.
If any team is able to consolidate any of those, not great pulls down, that could actually be, map winning. But for Big Lucky here, they were able to have a very clean run. What is the time that we had from some of our other teams that were
Watch this real
performing
quick,
inside of
JB, and let's
this
pull those
Lunar
Ravagers on
Spire
the boss
earlier
like
today,
that.
Zyronic? What is the timer that we're looking for to see out of Big Lucky?
So Dignitas was able to do a deathless run with
All right, let's
a
have a look.
similar strat to Big Lucky in 14:05. Big Lucky is going to be a little on the slow end of that. They're probably going to end closer to 14:30, 14:40 once all is said and done here. Still in the realm, still very close, but not perfect. Not the exact clean run that we saw from Dignitas. Triple threat, if they had a deathless run, they would have been in the same ballpark as Dignitas. They had a 1 death run that was 14:23. They actually finished the dungeon like 3 seconds after Dignitas, but obviously the death made the gap a little bit bigger than that. Either way, for Big Lucky in the lower bracket, they're not competing right now against Triple Threat or Dignitas. They're just competing to stay alive here, and a deathless run is going to be all they need to even up this series. 30% left on the Restless Heart here now. Going to try to bolt Gale this Augmentation Evoker. Selected the best target, but the Cocoon going to keep XCM alive on the Aug Evoker there. And it looks like Big Lucky are going to be cruising to a victory here in this dungeon.
I mean, this boss is dead. We got the Breath of Eons coming out. We got the army plus the DT. We got the Demon Hunter inside of this Void Metamorphosis, and it is coming home for Big Lucky. A tragedy struck inside of that Seat of the Triumvirate. A dungeon that looked like it was going to be won by Big Lucky. Having loaded DC during the third boss room. An unfortunate series of
Big
events,
Lucky.
but now,
All right, game
with a
3.
perfect
But
run
it's game
inside of
3's
Windward
pit,
Spire,
right?
They are going to be evening up the series 1-1
Yeah.
here. And this,
And
the
their pit's
China
a fucking
Finals
banger.
match is going to be going to a game 3.
You love to see it, and Big Lucky, no doubt, do as well. They are vying for and have wanted to make it to BlizzCon, as well as to be our champions here in Season 1, and whoever comes out of this still has that ahead of them. But they're going to have to see who can break the tie with the third map. Now, in the meantime, this map that we just saw with Windrunner at least gave us more of a look, without any other issues, without anything else interfering, at just how these two teams match up. So seeing Interrupt go up against Big Lucky here, I mean, what were we kind of observing with them, Zyro? What were we kind of observing with them, Dratno, sorry, and what did we see from them?
Yeah, I mean, this was such a close map between the two teams, so back and forth. throughout the entire run as well. Here's a look at that damage graph. You can see Big Lucky getting ahead a little bit early, Interrupt getting ahead again around that 8 to 9 minute mark, but then Big Lucky just able to do one big.
How long is
pull
6-7 gonna last?
Did the 2, and that I think
like another year.
Like okay.
I don't know.
Took the lead.
Like 69 is still around.
Yeah, they definitely
Yeah,
left
I think
that
69.
That's like a.
I could be wrong. I feel like
Well,
69 has more
until
staying
we're observing
power.
throughout this map.
Yeah.
Yeah, so of course, right
A
at the
little
start, things. Of
Well,
course,
but that we haven't had a
but
chance to
then,
prove it, you know.
We did have one death fairly.
I'm
Yeah,
sure when
6-7 is
69
just
first
like
came
a
out.
TikTok meme that's gonna go away, like a lot of the other ones.
Of it, but we did have a
Yeah.
melee taking
Or
out the Devourer Demon Hunter. So
maybe
right
not.
off the
Maybe
bat
it's
there,
the
that
chosen
was a
one.
Time loss against Interrupt. Now they made it back. They slingshotted back into the lead. Off of the back
Like, for
of the
example, in
way
5
they
years,
handled not
if
this
you
boss,
say
but
something like,
returning from this boss and
like,
heading
yeah,
over
I
to
think
Derelict
they
2
win
side.
this,
This
like,
was the moment where
6 or
Interrupt
7
actually
amount of
claimed
times, or
some time
something
and
like that.
I'm gonna laugh.
Is
I'm gonna laugh 5 years from
someone
now.
gonna just start
Where
fucking
is
throwing their
the,
hands up
Yes,
and going crazy?
yes.
5 years
I,
from
well,
now?
here's the thing.
Setting up to
It'll
that
become more subtle,
brimstone from
but
the
if
Invoker
somebody's like,
and these shadow melts,
it'd be the same way like if
that was
your
looking
teacher,
really, really
if like
nice
if
for
you were in school
them.
right now and your
But
teacher
Big
said
Lucky
something
were able to just
69,
live up to their name
there
sheet.
would definitely be somebody in class who'd be like,
Go bigger.
and
Get
the same
luckier,
thing will
they were
happen
able to
with
get through this
6-7.
boss. So you can see
Like
even
5 years
though
from
this
now,
boss was pulled
you're gonna say
about
6-7, and like
15%
somebody will
ahead,
either
like
do like an
Interrupt was
eyebrow
15%
raise
ahead
or like a
on
little
this
smirk
boss
or
when it was
something,
pulled.
and you'll be like,
Big
shut the
Lucky
fuck
were
up.
actually able to get into combat with that next boss faster by virtue of just doing bigger pull here and getting into that boss combat a little bit more quickly.
Yeah, it's like if I
Never
say
gave that lead
Ligma.
back. 0 deaths for Big Lucky across the
Yeah,
list.
if
Nah,
Dorky's just having a
no
normal
reaction.
conversation where he uses the word
Quite
Ligma
close
in an
and
organic
a
way,
back and forth map in what is
completely
turning out to be quite a
non-memey,
series.
you know, we
It
all say
really is. It's
Ligma
great to
as
see these two
an
teams
ordinary
so neck
thing,
neck
and if
so
you
close
laugh
to
when he
one
says
another,
it, then
but they
you're
have put that
immature.
practice
Yeah.
in, and they're gonna have to hope it pays off here on the Pit of
But it's funny,
Sauron,
though.
which is a map that is a little
It's
bit
not.
of a potential pitfall for the teams here. Zyro, as we look at this, we already talked
Do you remember
about
the
it a
first
little
time you
bit,
got
but
Ligma'd?
This is kind of one that seemed like it kind of leans in Interrupt's
In
favor,
chat?
right?
I never
remember.
really knew
Never
what
got
Ligma
Ligma'd.
was.
I
I've got
remember.
THD
It was
used to
And
absolutely
not
love
have
that
a
shit.
duplicate pull the trash after it
I got
can
Ligma'd in
It
BFA, and I
looked
remember because I remember I was just like,
unstoppable in this
Jesus
dungeon.
Christ, that guy
That
boomed me.
Hellcaller Destro
That is
lock pick
unreal.
Oh, I got
looked
something
like
with
it was
Honeydew last
so
month.
perfect for this dungeon. Literally
What's Honeydew?
soloing the first pull, almost soloing
Honeydew,
the second
these
spot.
nuts fit in
2
your mouth?
targets for Ick and Crick. It catapulted them
That's
ahead
pretty
of
good.
Mandatory, a team that has been
I'd be like,
dominant
I like the
throughout
green melon.
almost all of the play we've
And
seen
they're like,
them in, even
Honeydew?
taking the series against Liquid earlier today.
That'll get a lot of
That
people.
being said, Big Lucky
The
is a
green
team
melon.
that set the world record for it in their group stage in the China group finals. Can they return
Holy
to form?
fuck,
Can they
Pitma.
put together a clean dungeon and potentially take out?
Yeah, because I
what
got
looks
back
to
to
be the
back.
best dungeon for Interrupt?
Somebody hit me with
I
Ligma,
can't
and
wait to
then
get into this map.
while my
I'm
defenses
just
were
taking a
down,
look at the maps from
because I
yesterday.
was
So
like,
both
God
these
damn,
teams
that guy
ended
got
up
me.
winning maps
He
yesterday.
followed
Big
up
Lucky
with a
ended up putting
Sugma.
up a 1047
And-
dungeon.
Ooh, that's a forbidden
It was-
combo.
Losing to an 11
It was just
time
back to back, and I
behind
was like,
without
am I
any
ever gonna
mistakes that
recover
we
from this?
really
Yeah,
Like,
that's
do you
pretty
come
tough.
back from
55 to 2.
Ligma into Sugma within the space of like
Lost
2
an
minutes?
They lost their entire DK press, right? When they accidentally pulled the
Yes.
trash mobs, the DK is like, okay, I'm going to press cooldowns and kill this trash. And then they're like, no, we're going to chain this into Glaciath. And then they ended up doing that pull without Army DT. They lost that entire press of cooldowns. I feel like you're right. I think they could have been closer to like 10:30. They could have been extremely fast. Question is, can they do it again?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, and again, when we see these times going up, or even looking at things like coming out of groups, right? Oh, well, Big Lucky seemed to really have a distinct advantage, but with the time and the practice that goes in, as well as emerging strategies, these teams can master them, and if they can execute them, as we've noticed time and time again, without those deaths, without those mistakes that cost them those extra seconds, then it can overtake even what were previously world record runs or incredibly fast runs through. So I'm sure both of these teams really want this map to be one that will prove that they deserve to continue.
Maybe are you gonna
on,
play the new
but it's
Fellowship
gonna
season?
be a pretty close
I don't think I
match,
really
think,
can.
between
Like,
these two. Dratnos, we've heard Zyro
I
and
had somebody
Tunnel's
reach
thoughts
out
on
ask,
it, but what do you think
asking
about
yesterday if I wanted to play.
I
And
think
the
this
problem
is
is,
a
I'm gonna
big
be on
opportunity for
a
Interrupt. I think the way that they played
vacation
this map
in
their
California.
series against
When
Mandatory
at launch, we go to
shows
my wife's
they are
parents.
laser focused on Pit of
So it'll be
Sauron
the end of
being
June
their
for
pathway to
the better part of 2
BlizzCon.
weeks.
But it is
and
a big mountain to climb.
Oh,
not
it's
just
gonna
the
be
dungeon,
like like that's gonna be one of those things where nobody's gonna want to play with me if I can only play like
Yeah.
4 hours a day or some
Is your
shit.
team gonna disband too?
No, that's the other thing is I'm sure they'll still want to do keys, and that'll be the priority. Will be to do keys for a few hours a day, and so.
Wait, you're still gonna play keys with them during vacation?
Yeah, well, it's not. I mean, it's not a full-blown vacation because it's like a summer trip to see my wife's parents.
Okay, so you're gonna go play over at California?
Yeah, I mean, we just spend all day at her parents' house, so it's not like I'm doing exciting shit all day long and taking a break from it.
Or what?
Yeah. I actually have like a little mini setup there now because we've done it enough times that I'm like, I need a more dedicated thing. So I actually bought like a 32-inch 1440p monitor to set up there.
That's crazy commitment.
We've got to see everything they have to offer.
Well, yeah, I'm going to be there for like, we always go for at least like 10 days, sometimes up to 2 weeks. And it's like, if I'm going to be here this long every year, then I'm going to invest some amount of money to.
Dude, JB, just go chill there. Go have a good time. Look, I'll fill in for your group. Like, you can just tell them I can
yeah.
go for the group. Yeah.
Oh, God.
You just go.
You hear this? Hopefully you're losing your tank.
Go.
Yeah, no,
I mean, we'll still be doing keys. Well, the thing is, like, we only play like literally 2 hours a week, so whenever I'm not playing with these guys, I can always heal.
This is going to be a big one. Interrupt put up an incredibly fast time, but Big Lucky.
I think Frosty's actually picked up Mistweaver too. You might not even be able to heal the group. Might be one of my other teammates who wants to heal the group when I'm gone.
Who the fuck's gonna take?
Gert's playing Mistweaver. They've all got a fucking Mistweaver now.
These two teams have to decide it here and
I'm telling you, man, it's just the best design healer.
I'm making a Mistweaver.
This is match point. This is everything, and this is how you get to.
I can even play on your account if you want.
Just play on his account.
If you want IO score, yeah, like if you want IO score, I can get it for you.
All right, we have
for sure.
The final map, like Rook just said. And for Interrupt versus Big Lucky, they play a little bit of a different strategy, particularly slated around this first pull. So Interrupt, they're going to be pulling about 40% of their enemy forces, and they're going to be bloodlusting it. For Big Lucky, they're going to be pulling a little bit less count. From memory, I think it was about 30%, but it may be even a little bit less.
You think there's going to be another piloting ban ever?
And then they are going to be running up the right side.
That's not Asian players.
Yeah, somebody will get complacent and push the line too far.
I mean, it just never gets publicized when someone's getting banned for. Well, aside from
you know,
in the race world
yeah,
first.
no.
But like,
well, someone in the race the world first piloting is what I mean. Or do you think like no one's stupid enough?
No one's stupid enough.
What are you asking? Like piloting during the race, or like piloting another guild's top 5 world boss kill?
Yeah, that second one.
Yeah, I wouldn't think anyone would have ever done that in the first place. So yeah, I would assume.
I mean, you never know.
Obviously, once the
you do never know.
We actually do know now.
You're locked in. You're going, but
I could run it back.
We actually do know somebody is that dumb.
Get that figured out before we get into
okay, to be fair, I was between guilds at that point.
Just a little bit more titles,
I mean, you should have at least done it for some.
He's such a powerful tech pick for this dungeon, right?
No, he was supposed to buy me a cheesesteak, but he never did.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, and you got used.
There's so many casters in these packs. AoE Curse of Tongues, absolutely insane for just making sure you land those key interrupts on these pulls.
I think that it's also one of those things that while it looks like it's kind of just pad damage, the mob density in a dungeon like Pitaceron is such that it kind of facilitates the ability to be able to
Alright, so what I think I've learned from this season is I need to root for whichever meta healer,
funnel damage
or I need to root for whichever healer to be meta that's doing like the least amount of damage.
That you have.
I mean, it's not even about the amount of damage it does. It's just about like
average healer take.
Yeah, I need one that presses no damage buttons.
Destro Lock is back.
And now we are seeing the first pull again.
Big Lucky is going against their biggest rivals.
Lock in 1-1. Winner goes to BlizzCon.
It's going to be something that's slightly smaller. You do see both teams making great use of that spatial paradox to allow their Mistweaver monks to have a 100-yard range.
Okay, also, if they can track defensives in cities like this, can't someone do it on live technically, or do they have like a cheater client?
No, because they have
a cheater client.
Getting 32.81% enemy forces and Interrupt are at that 40.28%.
Holy shit, here comes Destro Lock. He's on the rise.
Destro Lock?
But you're going to see their pathing through the dungeon.
Yeah, they were playing that yesterday, and they were crushing this dungeon.
And they're going to do that by actually running a very direct route.
Yeah, the Destro Lock smurfs.
I have a live route that I want to do. That's going to be.
Oh no!
You're going to need to learn how to play Destro.
I play Destro in TGP. Don't worry.
I mean, I was
just hit
looking at
random
the
fire.
damage meters for Interrupt here, waiting for the DPS meters to even out and start
Okay,
to
sounds like you know how to play Destro.
after the cooldowns run out, but the Warlock just kept accelerating, kept moving
Okay, but
up
Big
the
Lucky
meters,
killed this pull
although
faster.
damage is not as high
Well,
as
Valve
we saw
with
from
Destro
yesterday. He was peaking
Yeah, but
well
do they
above
go
Let's count.
straight into the
7%
fucking
less.
boss?
Maybe a little bit of
Yeah, this is
RNG
where
on Arena Chaos,
Interrupt
maybe not
does
as
some
many infernal spawns
crazy
from the
shit.
shards being
Yeah.
spent.
And they had
They're able to get to the
Interrupt
pool
had
more
7%
quickly
more.
here.
Like, if
So-
Big Lucky
Big
doesn't
Lucky
win
is
this
able to
game,
gather
like
that
on a
second
zero
pool a lot
death,
more
like they
quickly.
just get
And
out
both of the
timed,
teams
it's
we
gonna
know,
be
they like going
very
straight to
wild
first
to
after
me
your
that
shadows.
they didn't ban this,
so
knowing
this is
what
the
Interrupt
difference
was
in terms of
able to
strategy.
do.
Big Lucky ends up sitting here. I can't
Yeah.
tell exactly what the mob is that they're killing off. It's probably a Plunge Talon Gargoyle, if I had to wager a guess.
It's probably a
But that
situation
timer
where they
in
figured out their
combat
picks and bans
effective up
before
top.
the weekend
So,
and then didn't change
but
it based
on the left
on
side,
like
you
the
saw Big
dynamic
Lucky
stuff
or
of like
Interrupt.
you
They're
saw
out of
what the other
combat.
team was
The
capable of.
8% enemy forces that
They
Big
stopped
Lucky
before the
needs to get
boss.
out
This
of
game's
here,
done.
Interrupt already has. And
And
with
knowing
that
how
and that
winner
Warlock
goes to
getting
BlizzCon,
those
they're
core games
definitely
resolved,
like
they're able to
locked into
immediately
this
pull that
match.
I
dragon,
mean, Interrupt
skip
has to
that
lock
Plunge
in though. I
Talon
guess the only
Gargoyle,
time they
and
messed
they
up on
are
their previous run of
already
this
onto
was
Gargoyle.
was
Just
when
they
the
look
during the
to
skip,
skip
right?
side now. They have that
Yeah,
Plunge
but
Talon
Interrupt,
Gargoyle
I mean, this
dealt
pool
with,
is
and they're
definitely
going to
not
be
easy,
pulling this
even
first
with the
boss
lock.
about 15
They are
seconds
kind of
slower.
getting shit
This
on
is
really hard
exactly
right
what I was
now.
calling out earlier.
They're
Big
like
Lucky
they're
was able
saving
to
their
even
personals
go
though. They're
into
not even
Garfrost and
scared.
getting him killed off.
They haven't
I would
used
not be
scales.
shocked
They
if
haven't
Big
used
Lucky
IBF. I
going
guess
to
the
win this
Warlock
map
popped
because I
everything,
think
but
their back half should be slightly faster.
I mean, you're
For
not going to
Interrupt,
get
this is the lead that they need.
global
And there
on a
is the question,
16,
is
and the
this
monk
lead
has
going to
Yeah.
infinite
be
shit to
Interrupt?
spin on
I was
right
gonna say,
now.
isn't it
You say
safer
that, but they
doing
can get
this with
overlapped
mobs?
hard.
No,
What
nothing in this
overlaps?
pool is going to overlap you that hard.
That might
Gonna have to be able to
stream
hold
for
this
a
I'm
little
gonna
bit.
DDoS.
against
Same,
the
same,
Chinese
yeah.
Yeah,
champion,
same.
Oh,
Big
okay, it
Lucky.
wasn't
Same.
us. Okay, nice.
Looking good for them so far as once again the minute 30.
Oh,
no,
man.
Infernal
a DK summoned his
Stop
pets.
it.
Starting to
Yeah, it's the fucking DK.
What's gonna overlap you in this? Like a bolt's going
It
off?
happened to me
blast this
again.
pull down.
Well,
Yeah,
you
like
could
a
get the
lich
lich.
This happened like 3
Yeah, you could get the
times.
lich suck.
Image of what we saw
Yeah.
against mandatory
Gargoyle could pick you up and drop you into some weird shit.
yesterday. Them just
You see
being
how-
First boss
slightly
split,
ahead
we're
throughout
looking
the
at
first
a
2/3 of
408.
the dungeon. Monks
Yes.
going out to grab a little bit of extra count.
I will
but
say, Big
Lord
Lucky
stoning
did
back
kinda catch
once
up
they
on
have
boss
that
down.
in tow here.
They're
But this
equal
is
almost.
also
Yeah,
why
only
the
10%
Warlock
behind
is
for
such
doing an
a
Yeah,
extra
Big
pull.
Lucky is
even with just
kinda
2
popping
or 3
off.
mobs alive, those
Maybe they were
extra
right.
moves
They have
Maybe
more
mandatory
talent, too.
sucked?
available for Havoc Cleave is just
No,
Could be-
CJ.
Oh no, Interrupt.
doesn't really suffer when they're at a cooldown.
No, there's no overlaps.
15 seconds gone as our
It's 'cause
DK
the-
Okay, but he
dies.
had meld up. That's just personal play, right? That's player
It's
diff.
'cause- Yeah, but DK pet, you wouldn't be able to
To
meld
the
that, would you?
torrent of misery.
No, I think you
That's
can meld
15
that,
seconds
you
gone.
should be able to
That's
meld it.
damage
It's hard to
gone.
meld.
Fortunately, it wasn't in cooldowns,
Like the-
but it's just another mistake.
Because like
that gives
there's
an
certain
advantage
mechanics that
back
just
over
like
to the other team.
disappear
Yeah,
when you
so
drop
Interrupt,
combat,
they
and then
pulled
there's the
this
ones
boss
where
about 15
you
seconds
just
ahead of Big Lucky,
stop them from
but
being
now
able
it
to
would not
target
be
you,
shocked
right?
if
And
both
this is
of
one of
these
the ones
teams
where
were
it stops you from
virtually
being able to be
identical
targeted.
coming out of Forge Master Garfrost in terms of the timer, which is terrible for Interrupt considering they have a death penalty against them. They are going to be accelerating a little bit, kind of like you called out. They press the breath of
So
Eagles,
he
they
died
press
to
that
the-
Sentinel, they press that
Oh my
Bundle
god,
with
this
the
stream just went
combo.
black.
MDI
They're
stands for
possibly
missing
accelerating.
D internet.
What is going to happen for
That
Big
was-
Lucky?
Missing D internet.
Sorry.
Did you take that from chat?
No,
or
I like
is
that.
No, that was off the dome.
No, that's
Goddamn.
for. I could have told you he made that up without a shadow of a doubt.
On their side as well.
Were you sitting here the whole time thinking of that shit?
Yeah, I was,
For Big Lucky though, you can see Interrupt press their minute.
I was waiting for it to happen again.
About 25 seconds ahead of where Big Lucky did. Their cooldowns will be back up once they have that pull gathered on.
Big Lucky is doing a
Big Lucky
mandatory.
is able to
boss
accelerate
split.
and kill the boss off more quickly, but those cooldowns aren't going to be available until probably closer to like.
Well,
30
I guess
seconds
if
in
there's
I don't
good
think
news
it's
for
over,
Interrupt,
by the
then-
way.
that we-
I
that
think
we-
Yeah, if-
I think
and
Interrupt
we
can
already
still
saw
win.
this strategy for both
If
of the
they
teams
hadn't
yesterday.
scuffed
Neither of
their
these teams
skip,
get
I
into
think
the corner.
Interrupt
They're
would
going
have
straight to
beaten
the boss,
mandatory by more
gathering
than a
everything
death's
until
worth of
behind
time.
Correct.
them.
Well,
Super,
there's
super
one thing we
close.
didn't
1
quite
second
see
apart
though,
on the
is
boss
like
kills, but
their kill of the mini boss before the last boss.
Oh yeah. We assumed the mini boss kill time was scuffed.
I think
it was but like
Just
mandatory
slow
like
down the cast of
fucking
the mobs they're
smoked
on.
it. Like
Big
it was
Lucky doesn't
faster
have
than
that
any
available
team
to
in
them.
here. So like maybe that's like a warlock thing. Like a warlock's gonna be slow on that, but faster on the other things.
Almost 100% of that strategic advantage in this dungeon comes within the first.
Big Lucky
3.5
is a bit faster than Bear
in
Run
terms of how
against
Interrupt's
Liquid
been dealing with
yesterday.
this dungeon. And now it is
Bear Run on
basically
better
them
run.
on virtually identical strategies with Big Lucky. Now it's the question of, is the Warlock better than the Devour Demon Hunter? How is the Midnight Hero class, that Devour Demon Hunter that was debuted last season in the War Within, how is it going to fare in the back half of this dungeon? I think the answer is it's been a specialization that's been so potent this entire MDI season. If Big Lucky and Interrupt are able to keep the same pace, Big Lucky are going to be winning. So Interrupt, they need to be accelerating on the Ick.
Dude, Big Lucky is not moving Ick and Crick's health bar at all. Holy shit.
This is going to be quite tough.
I think this is going to come down to that death. That's how close it is right now.
I swear they stayed between, like, it took him like 10 seconds to go from like 90 to 88% or something.
But of course, they don't care on the Warlock if the bosses are stacked. For Big Lucky, they need to be stacked to do maximum DPS. You can see Big Lucky,
well, they're catching
with
them
that
now.
next
Holy
press
shit.
of the Unholy DK cooldowns, they're unsynced compared to Interrupt here. They're able to catch up to Interrupt on the boss damage, even though they pulled the boss about 15 seconds later. Both teams within just 2% right now, Tettles.
Yeah, it was one of those things that whenever we were speculating before this map started,
at this point, it seems like
get about a 10:35
if one of these teams has a
in their bag.
guaranteed
Now,
Glacier
with that death,
one phase,
they're just gonna have to execute.
they probably
Look at this,
win.
Both of the teams, they are electing to kill Ick and Crick. They have to be able to kill this boss off before that Shade Bomb cast goes off. So the Shades of Crick, if they're alive for too long, about 40 seconds from now, they will start a cast called Shade Bomb. And if that goes off...
Dude, that's crazy how Big Lucky came from behind by like 15% on this boss, and they're going
It's
to
about somewhere between 28
beat
to
them.
32 million damage you can do.
Big Lucky's on
to the boss
a
before that
7-second
ends up
faster.
wiping you off.
Maybe it's just the maps we've
Big
seen,
Lucky and Interrupt
but
are
I
totally
feel like
fine.
Interrupt
Now,
has just
what the teams
looked
are going for is they're going
as
for a
good
skip.
as Big
The last
Lucky
Corey camp has not
in
been
this
glitched
game,
for both
and
teams.
honestly
Yeah.
in this tournament
Oh my
so
gosh,
far,
Big
but that
Lucky here,
wasn't the
they're not
case
even
at
going
all
for the
right in
skip.
their
So
group stage.
Interrupt on the left-hand side,
Yeah.
they are electing to do a skip of these Grave Blades. And,
Also,
they're
Big
gonna
Lucky
be
is not
pulling
even
them
skipping
into
the
final
pack,
boss.
Yeah, they did set
For
up
Big
so much
Lucky
quicker.
skipping.
They're actually just electing to grab these Grave
But I
Blades,
wonder if it slows
determining
down
that
this
skip,
area.
While it is fancy, it gives you a little bit of trash into the boss. It actually costs a little bit too much time to set up. And so instead, Big Lucky here, you saw Shun, he grabs the pack, and they are going straight into Glacier. Now, this is the big point in time in which Interrupt lost a ton of time yesterday. They lost infinite time on not being able to one-phase Glacier.
He takes 100% crit strikes?
Now, whenever he has his shield
Yeah.
During his shield?
he takes 100%
Oh my god, please tell me
Dude,
that you're
there's
not
no
learning
way-
this.
Mandatory, liquid. We've even seen Big Lucky.
It doesn't change how I play the game. Like, my CDs just
It
come up
doesn't,
and my
but I
CDs
mean-
come up.
Shield. Can Interrupt
That's
do
not
that?
something that's
Big Lucky
relevant for
won't
me.
pull that off. Those are the questions that we have right here, but all of the offensive CDs are
I
coming out
feel like
from
it's
Big
All my
Lucky.
spells
There's
crit
damage.
Interrupt
anyways.
is going to be on a similar lifestyle choice here.
Yeah.
What is going to happen to Glacier? It looks like for Big
Well,
Lucky,
I
it's
actually
about
wonder if it
25%
makes you do more damage.
HP as
All right,
they
here we
focus
go.
hard cast
Is
Instead,
anybody killing
Interrupt
Glacier?
all the time.
really high
He
those
is
items.
definitely not getting one
They're
phase
not
by
getting the
Interrupt.
focus damage down. This Warlock is just pressing rate
He
of
got
fire.
almost
they
one
get
phase
one
by
phase
Big
for
Lucky.
sure.
They win.
Whereas the Devourer or Demon
Yeah.
Hunter can just single target to do their AoE. Glaciath goes down. Most of the trash is dead.
I mean, it's
They're
better for the
heading onto
competition, I
final
guess.
boss. Interrupt
Big
still
Lucky
has to
is
deal
still
with
the
a lot
better
of this
team.
trash. The boss is spawning for Big Lucky. Interrupt behind in dungeon progression, and Tettles, they still have the 15-second death timer disadvantage. Big
This,
Lucky
I feel like,
is
would have
set to
been
running
very
away
close
with it.
without the death.
I mean, we saw Big
Because
Lucky
I'm
in
assuming the
dungeon
DK lost
yesterday. They
some
ended up
amount of
putting
damage
up
from
a
that.
1045, losing that map to Liquid. But for Big Lucky, this has been a near perfect run. They have that Cold Wraith coming in really late. They have these Grave Blades.
Let's see how this
trickling
run
in.
compares.
They don't
Oh wait,
actually
never
need
mind.
to
They have to
this
do all this
strategy
weird
that
shit
you're seeing
before they
from
pull the
Interrupt
boss.
here,
Oh my god,
where
they're gonna
the
get.
tank for Interrupt, instead of
So
pulling the
Liquid did a
boss, he's actually
10-34.
going and grabbing the Grave Blades, Wernstoning those mobs. They're going to traverse the mountain. They're going to climb up the mountain here and then engage combat with
Are they gonna be
Interrupt. But for Big
10-34?
Lucky, they're almost at 100% enemy forces. All it takes
I don't
is
think
You're gonna
those
have
you'd have
a
to.
lot.
die off.
You'd have to do a
Then
1.5 minute
it's
boss,
like
which
pure
doesn't seem like that's
single target
happening.
damage into the boss. And
Yeah,
for
so
Big
they're gonna be
Lucky,
slower than
they have
Liquid's
one death in
run
their
still.
favor as well from Interrupt. Where that
I think they're gonna be a
15-second
little over
penalty,
10
I think
minutes.
it's gonna come back to bite them, and
Or a little
this
over
is
11 minutes.
Looking massive for Big Lucky. It would require a death for Interrupt to be able to get back into this.
They are going to get some free cleave, a little bit of, a tiny bit of funnel damage for Destro. It's not a lot. It might be a couple percentage points, but you'll take it if you're Interrupt at this point. You need everything that you can get to do as much single target as possible to try to close the gap to Big Lucky, but the cooldowns are not in their favor. They're so far behind on the boss damage. They're 15 seconds behind on the death timer, and Big Lucky look like they're pulling away with it, with the Void Metamorphosis active right now for the Demon Hunter. Lust is active in about 20 seconds for both of our teams. I imagine they'll be popping it almost instantly, which actually is, once again, really, really bad for Interrupt. It won't overlap with either of their major cooldowns. This is just looking worse
Actually, this
and
boss
worse
time
for them as
faster
we
than I
go further
expected,
ahead.
and they're gonna get
Big
Lust
Lucky
here.
has the voice
This guy's
meta
gonna
coming
die
back
at
in just a moment, so they'll be able to
10:40
have
or
that
something.
inside the Lust window. Tettles, I think Big Lucky is just going to run away with this one.
I mean, they're definitely running away with it. They're unfortunately only going to have the DT with that Void Metamorphosis. You know, we got the Arbitration Evoker basically just eruptioning the boss, not really doing too much. But at the same time, for Big Lucky, this has been a perfect run. It's going to be very similar to the run that they had yesterday inside of this Pit of Saron, being about 5 seconds faster. And the Chinese champions are able to reverse sweep against Interrupt. And
oh my god, Big Luck.
Take down Interrupt and
That's pretty
guarantee their
good.
spot to BlizzCon. Wow.
Big Lucky has qualified for BlizzCon 2026.
All right, let me check the BNet launcher to see if either of these other two teams have been doing anything in a dungeon. Divide is actually online in Nexus Point.
Stronger than ever, then we can only hope that they will continue to push forward and gain momentum here in the
dude, we need a
bracket.
Warcraft 4.
We're very much looking forward to seeing what else they do
And
today,
Shelly
and
is
at BlizzCon later this
chilling
year.
in Silver Moon
Big
City.
Lucky, they were the team coming out of China that had these fast, impressive runs, but they've seemed to be trying to find their bearings here in the finals. You know, what are we kind of
you guys ever play RTS?
Affecting them, and how do we think
not
they
in
can
a very long time
up to some of those incredibly fast runs that we know they're capable?
I actually don't remember what the last RTS I played was.
I mean, I think that for Big
Maybe
Lucky,
StarCraft 2?
it's really going to kind of come down to consistency.
Like when it first came out,
they were
I
a
think.
team that we saw coming out of the Chinese
There's
finals,
that
and especially with their time
more
trial
recent
finals.
one, Storm
We know that
something.
they can compete with the teams that were playing in the upper bracket today. And I think that their series versus Liquid, even though they ended up losing 2-0, they have to be, you know, kind of upset about their performance in that. And I think that a lower bracket run is certainly possible for the likes of Big Lucky. I think they're going to be up against the triple threat a little bit later today. And if you're the triple threat, you have to be super worried. Like, this team just looked really good.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really intense matchup between those two, because both of them
Still winning
really
after the
have the
DC
capability of
is
doing these
good
impressive runs,
vibes.
but who's just going to be in the right mindset?
Yeah, it's gotta
the
be
right
a
headspace,
massive
whose
relief.
strats are going to win
Imagine
out,
getting knocked
I
out of a
think will
tournament due to
really
a
be
DC.
telling. But of course, we can take a look in more detail at this.
That means they could have won all 3
matches.
matches.
All right, let's take a look at the Pit of Saron. So, in this map, right at the very start, we had
The breath missed the whole pack.
for Big Lucky here.
Ooh.
Watch the breath from the Evoker, unfortunately, off to the side.
And
there,
they still
missing
killed
half
it faster.
Of that pack. So Big Lucky ended up losing a little bit of damage as a result of that slight strafing mishap from the Evoker. Little mistake there on an otherwise perfect run from Big Lucky. Meanwhile, Interrupt were on their usual pace through this dungeon for the first minute and a half. Things were looking good for them. They were charging towards the boss, getting in combat with things quickly, using that gateway to just navigate this dungeon so fast. That Destruction Warlock really singing in this dungeon. But unfortunately for them, we did have a minor calamity on this boss, the sort of thing that there aren't a lot of teams in the world that can punish you for, but Big Lucky are certainly one of them. Just a single death from Interrupt, a pivotal death that happened for them on the DK. You can see just the debuffs overlapping there, that Torrent of Misery ending up being the killing blow. And you could see that even still, they were a little bit ahead on the boss at this point, right? Like, as this happened, they were about 9% on the boss ahead. We weren't in cooldowns either, so it wasn't a huge damage loss there, but it was still a damage loss, and those 15 seconds were a big deal, but just goes to show how close these two teams were throughout the middle section of this dungeon. So impressive as well that Big Lucky were able to do the run the way that they did.
Yeah, very well played, and super cool to see as we were finally able to get all of those maps rolling and get through the series. Now, of course, this does mean that we'll be seeing more of Big Lucky today, and unfortunately, Interrupt will be eliminated at this point, but everybody please get some hype in the chat for them, celebrate what they accomplished, because I still think Interrupt was a huge contender that we got to see. Yeah,
I think they were like low-key the dark horse of the weekend. That was that was unbelievable. They could have interrupted. They could have I was interrupted. They could have upset 2 tournament favorites. That was kind of insane.
It's true. Honestly, I was so impressed, and I think they made such good use of the time that they had leading up to this and really prepared well for the series ahead of them. So even though they are eliminated, still a great showing. And we can take a look at where our bracket is. Now, of course, we have some more lower bracket matches ahead of us and more eliminations on the line. And Zyro, while we know that CN is qualifying for BlizzCon, they still have work to do if they want to be Season 1 champs. So can you give us a little overview of the lower bracket matches we have ahead of us?
Yeah, so we've secured 3 of our 4 BlizzCon slots. Mandatory, Dignitas, and now Big Lucky are going to BlizzCon. They will be there competing for $300,000. They've already locked up, I believe, $40,000 each just for qualifying for BlizzCon, crazy amount of prize money. There's 1 slot left, and 4 teams are fighting for that slot. Sin Spellbook versus Auntie's Angels will be our first matchup and the next matchup. Both of them fighting to keep their BlizzCon dreams alive. And then after that, we have 2 more matches today. We know Triple Threat versus Big Lucky. Big Lucky's already qualified, but Triple Threat wants to keep their dreams alive. Big Lucky can play spoiler and make other teams' lives easier. And then, of course, Liquid will play the winner of the Sin Spellbook Auntie's Angels matchup. Got a lot of great matchups heading up here. And, of course, again, final BlizzCon spot on the line for all 4 of these teams. That's everything to play for in the final matches of the day here.
Yeah, this is so huge for these teams, and I mean, every single one of these series is going to determine so much, whether or not it's that you're moving forward in the finals, whether it's elimination, whether it's BlizzCon qualification, and these lower bracket matches today will decide and set us up for what we're going to see with that and who that one last spot will go to. And then, of course, we have champions to crown still for Season 1, and although tomorrow we'll see those huge final matches, today is what sets up all of the teams to get to that point. So up next, we'll have Sin Spellbook versus Auntie's Angels. These 2 teams have a lot that they need to pull together and be able to execute here. We saw them start off this weekend, but can they continue to grow and match up against each other as well as the teams ahead? We'll certainly find out after our break.
Auntie's Angels, huh? Assuming there's no DCs, I can probably watch like the first 2 maps of this, maybe. What music is this?
I actually have no idea.
It's like Grizzly Hills-esque, but it's not.
I feel like I normally know what it is, but this doesn't sound familiar. People are saying it is Grizzly Hills. I don't know. This sounds...
So in DM saying he'd know the exact song.
Oh, yeah.
This sounds like it's from this expansion. Okay, this is definitely Grizzly Hills.
Yeah, this is, yeah. Someone Shazammed it, and it's called Totems of Grizzlemaw.
Grizzly Hills was Watlick, right?
Yeah. I forgot people call it Watlick.
Watlick babies.
It's a battle of the underdogs to see which one will emerge as our top dog. We've got Sen Spellbook versus Auntie's Angels. Let us know who you think will win in the poll in chat. Now, Sen Spellbook is a team that's resilient in the face of mistakes. We've seen them make comebacks and have some good plays and be able to rally and overtake their competition. But with that in mind, just how important is the mental game and ability to recover in a setting like the finals makes?
Oh, it's very important, right? And I feel like both of these teams are good on vibes. Like, whenever I kind of hear from them or we talk to them, they're both very determined teams in their own right that are hard to kind of shake up, even when they aren't able to execute in similar ways like we have seen from Mandatory Dignitas. So it's going to be an interesting matchup because I feel like they're very close and very similar in how they approach competition. And if anything, these teams are going to have fun. So that's always a good thing.
Honestly, I do love it. Just having a good time with people that you genuinely enjoy playing games with, I think, is so much more important than we all remember sometimes when we're deep in it or we're trying to push for ever higher goals, right? And of course, though, our teams, they can't just have good vibes. They do have to also be able to back it up with their gameplay and replicating other teams' strats. Hey, Zyro, how you doing down there? Replicating. Oh! Hello. Replicating other team strats can only go so far. So at some point, the teams have to kind of make a breakthrough in their own tech or pull off a big play. So do you think it's possible that we see Auntie's Angels make this breakthrough themselves this weekend, Zyro?
I certainly think they have a chance. Again, remember, Auntie's Angels is the only team, actually, that was able to beat the 1 seed in the respective cup stage in a series. They beat Triple Threat in that upper finals match. No, unfortunately, they didn't win the grand finals match. That's why they're the 2 seed for this weekend, and they didn't have a great showing in their first match yesterday. But on paper, they should be the favorite in this series. Chat doesn't seem to think so, though.
Dude, I feel like with the finals, like, that was when the teams were supposed to have the most time to practice, and so I would have expected.
Is Auntie's Angels the ones that's like not online?
Very volatile.
Yeah.
I think that the deaths kind of continued to be that problem with Auntie's Angels. I think in terms of actual strategies, I would not be shocked if Auntie's Angels has something like 20 to 30 seconds in terms of strategy advantage over Sen Spellbook in these maps. But for me, the bigger question is, like, are they going to be able to keep it clean and keep it consistent? Because that's been the thing that's plaguing them the most. I mean, it plagued them during Group B. It's just like, randomly they would just accumulate 15 deaths, and you're just like, okay, well, this is unwinnable.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you trip, you fall, you accumulate 15 deaths. It's just, you know, such a surprise, but it's true. I mean, it really does happen in these dungeons, and I think that, again, time and time we
All right, it may not be a fair characterization,
the deaths can accumulate,
but I get the sense this is going to be a throw-off.
Situation very quickly unwinnable. Now, of course, we have our map coming in for both of the teams, and we'll be taking a look at the pool. So
I think both these teams
Zenith, which was going to be the one they had
have more or less
but that leaves us with
admitted at various points that
Caverns on the table for both of these teams.
They're basically just doing the tournament
mix here makes, but
for
do you
fun.
think that any of these kind of lean more in the favor of either of these teams?
Based on how much I've seen them online, and what they've been doing with their time in the last few weeks, I kind of get the sense that they're leaving their fate to the mercy of their opponent.
Zara Caverns, we have seen how big these dungeons are, how different strategies can be there, and in the Nexus points, we are expecting.
I will be pleasantly surprised if we see
3.5
fast runs out of these teams today.
Dungeon, so that in itself is a scary, scary thing that we'll need to look forward to. I'm curious if both of our teams have prepared everything into Kazreth kind of pull, because that is not easy.
Not easy. Ambitious. It could definitely give a time advantage, but if these two teams do struggle with some of those mistakes, is that a risk they're willing to take, or are they going to just try and really lock in and play clean? I think it's something that we'll have to keep an eye on as they continue through the map, but we have some predictions of our own to do here. Chat, you all seem to be leaning one way, but maybe we'll end up a different way over here. So let's see on desk. Zyro, what are you thinking? Who do you think is going to take it, and by how many points?
Based off of the information that we have of these teams in the dungeons that we're playing, I think it's heavily favored for Auntie's Angels. We've tracked all of the dungeon runs from all of the group weekends. Mix has been putting them into a nice little information sheet for us, and I'm looking at the times, and Auntie's Angels has an incredibly fast run, and since Spellbook's only 2 Nexus Point Zeniths that they ran are marked DNF, did not finish. So, I mean, obviously, this was weeks ago. They've been able to put practice in since then. But based off the information we have, Auntie's Angels should be favorites, so I'm going to go 2-0 Auntie's Angels.
Oh, okay, all right. I think you're encouraging chat as well. I see Auntie's Angels, the votes coming in for them and rising even as you talk about them. Okay, Tettles, do you feel the same?
Yeah, I think I'd go 2-0 Auntie's Angels. I think realistically it's kind of a pick'em. Like, I think that Auntie's Angels, if they ended up having that series that they played versus Dignitas against Sin Spellbook, I think it's a very likely situation that Sin Spellbook would end up winning. But I expect more out of Auntie's Angels, which is why I'm picking them today.
Okay, all right. Makes, what are you thinking?
Let me just quickly confer.
Please, yes.
Were we picking? Can you tell me?
Cats always know.
So, Chad has asked for a close-up. Here's your close-up of the cat. Hold on. She's,
yeah, Chad,
she's a little
any
bit
cat
grumpy.
whisperers out there? I know Makes is going to definitely relay the information.
Yeah, so she says we're going to be picking 2-1 in favor of Sin Spellbook. Perfect.
Oh. Okay, yeah, no, I mean, look, we all trust Ari implicitly. By far the most accurate cat on desk, 100%.
She's the expert, yeah.
She is 100%. You know, Makes, I haven't wanted to say anything, but does she feed you the info while you cast, and then you just kind of riff off of it? Or? Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
I thought so.
We're like a
Gotcha.
tag team. She gets her own day rate and food and
Love
snacks.
this.
You guys are getting paid?
Wait, hold on.
You
wait.
know,
Don't worry about
Oh,
it.
okay, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. You know what? My prediction, I'm going to toss it out there. I am going to go, I have to trust Ari, so I'm going to go 2-1 towards Send Spellbook, I think, as well. I'm going to rock that myself. Auntie's Angels, I think they have so much potential, but I just haven't seen them fully be able to actually turn that into reality, turn that into action, and really bring it all together. So, Send Spellbook, they've hung in this far, and I believe that luck is going to continue to carry on with them as they keep refining. And we'll see here in our first dungeon, Send Spellbook versus Auntie's Angels, lower round 1 coming in here as we start off our series. Zyro.
I'm analyst.
Oh, excuse me,
Zyro.
Tettles.
Goodbye,
Tettles.
Zyro.
Bye, Zyro. Tettles.
All right, let me do my best Zyronic impersonation. Yes, we're seeing Elemental Shaman, one of my favorite specializations, Zyro Leaf. A
does sound like
fantastic
that.
pick indeed. Yeah, exactly. All right. So Zyro said something earlier whenever we were doing the analysis segment. He was talking about how big the teams are going to be going for this first pull. Are the teams going to be running all the way into that first boss as their first pull of the dungeon, or in that first boss room as the first pull of the dungeon? For both of these teams, it looks like the answer is
Seems
yes.
like everyone's
But
doing the
since
same first
Spellbook,
pull.
with that engineering tripwire, looking like they were
I'm
kind of
surprised
somehow Auntie's
some of these
Angels
bottom
was
seeded
able to
teams
get
are
that first
doing
pull started 15 seconds
the
faster.
same kind of
How do
pulls
you
as the
lose
top
so much
seeded teams.
time to gathering
Why?
is the question that I have.
Okay, I think.
Well,
I can
usually it
answer
feels
that
like, you know,
because
only
the way you want to path through
certain teams
this
are doing
is
this.
by walking where the laser
But I guess the
beams
competition
are,
is just a lot
and in
closer
order
now.
to clear the beams, you need to have
I
an
mean,
engineer.
Or the polls are way easier.
Maybe
Yeah, I was gonna say, I
they
think it's
got
just that
pumped
you
up by
can't do
something
anything more than
that
this.
can
Like, it
really
may be
Yeah.
that this
Well, but
poll's
we didn't
not
see
really
this
that
during any of the
difficult.
A little
cups.
bit of a surprise
Well,
there in
Like
the
we've seen
gathering
teams struggle
between
during the
our
cups
two
with
teams.
smaller
Of course,
polls.
Hazreth now
Yeah, it
in
may
fight
just
for
be
both of the
that
teams, and they are sending
you
cooldowns. I don't want to come back to what you were talking
saw
about
another
with
team do it,
Hellish
and then
Shaman.
you went, oh,
I was
and then
very
you tried it,
surprised
and if it was
that
hard,
our
then
team
you
had
went back and looked at what they
gone
did to
back
make
to
it
playing around
doable,
with
and then you
Unholy
went, okay,
DK
we'll
over
copy
the
that.
Yeah,
past
I guess I
week.
didn't
Had
see if any
looked
teams
so
did
many
this during
times.
cups.
But seems like the Shaman and the Devour Demon Hunter on their own can do enough, at least.
So I thought it was
based
like the
on
first time seeing this
the
in
Nexus Poisonous that
the
we saw
tournament where people
earlier
are actually
today.
pulling it
Now,
all into
Curse of
boss.
Sense Spellbook and Auntie's Angels are
Everything
gonna be able to have
on
that
this boss,
same
I think they were
advantage
doing it all
to
on the
them,
boss
because
on
that Unholy
in
DK
cups for this
will
boss.
do a
Or burst damage, you get that haste with that 3-minute on use. Oh my gosh, Dan, this is sad.
Dude,
Yeah,
holy
I'm
shit,
looking
I
really
just
rough
lagged
for
so
Send
hard.
Spellbook.
Spellbook's Death Knight. While Unholy
okay.
DK, they have the ability
worry
to be able to
about
do
that.
damage from range. You do not want to be standing at range for like 45 seconds. This is absolutely the
Even
worst
for
case
Auntie's
scenario. More
Angels,
than
they're
also
a
end up
bit
going
slow.
down, got battle res. That is a
Did you say even for
humongous time
Auntie's
loss
Angels?
for Sin Spellbook. Not only did they have the
Yeah,
15 seconds
for-
of
I mean,
time
that
death
first part
penalties,
just wasn't
but Dan's
needed.
inability to be able to do damage there.
Mandatory
is,
and
like,
Liquid, they did
I
this
would not
in
be shocked if
244
he
and
lost
247.
tens of thousands of DPS.
I know they're bad, but they're still like
Yeah.
they're even impressing
I
me
mean,
how bad
even
they
for
actually
this
are.
team, they're slow.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying like even though they're ahead of Spellbook, they're still slow.
Even though the
Yeah,
other
that's what it
team's even
sounded
fucking
like.
slower.
He just doubled
Yeah.
down. He just fucking did it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolute beast mode.
You gotta
shit
get
right
both
there.
teams too.
rather this be on an Unholy DK than something like a Havoc Demon Hunter, but of course you're right. It's very unfortunate, and it is a damage loss for sure.
Yeah, like I said, I just get the sense that neither of these teams was heavily prioritizing their practice schedule over the last few weeks.
Yeah, I got a first-time chatting message that says Roybin and Shella are on a live event and very drunk. And
Yep.
Wait, what?
so they're just fucking wasted right now and doing this.
Second ascendance.
Like I said, I didn't even see Roybin online when I checked over the last couple hours, and Shelly was sitting in like Silvermoon. I saw Divine playing Warcraft 3 this morning. I just don't think either team has given a whole lot of a fuck about this tournament.
They are the bottom
What
seeded
is going to
teams.
happen for the ascendances for both Chalet and Desire here?
I mean,
is kind of the question that I have.
Anti's Angels
Since
for a
Spellbook
team of
is
this level, I
a
think they're
little
still
bit
gonna
unique,
win.
They're actually grabbing that lingering image and pulling it into this right side pack, making sure they get that Arcanist kicked and
Oh,
drag
yeah,
all the
these
way
guys are
down
getting
here,
cooked.
Where Auntie's Angels,
Yeah.
they're
Holy
playing
fuck.
kind of a
There's
similar
like
route
7
to
I think they
deaths.
actually
so
looked
they're just
better
running up that
during
side
group
straight up.
stages.
They're playing this pack, but this is the downside of adding those.
Dorky, I'm gonna do that one of
into
the
this
times we
pack,
play.
is the
Just get
amount of
full drunk and
incoming
start
damage.
playing.
Roybin goes down to the Dark Beckoning.
Yeah.
That lingering image.
You think you'd
dot
be
that
able
ends
to
up going
tell?
onto players, it just makes it a lot harder to heal.
Probably
There's also
not.
The flare frontal with
I don't know if
area
that's a good thing
denial,
or a bad
things
thing.
are spiraling out
Hey,
of
good.
control
I
for
mean,
Spellbook,
sometimes you might just be
just
playing
like you said,
better.
Biggs. Shelley ended up falling. They ended up having
No,
to go
low
death.
key, the
Dan
less
ends
you
up
care
going
about
down.
Devour,
If this isn't a
like the
full wipe
better
because
you
Sky's
play.
able
It's
to
so
win,
weird.
It's
like a
still
pure
going to
vibe
be
spec.
catastrophic for the side of Sin Spellbook.
Oh,
Holy
Sky.
fuck, Sky Bear,
Absolutely right. There's
bang.
a reason why a lot of the teams
Double tank
don't
buster.
kinda go for adding this lingering image. First of all, you can just pull several of those lingering images.
Now, the
later
curious
on,
part
which
about
is what
this
we've seen from other teams
dynamic
as
on both
well.
teams is
And it is a little bit easier because here you
it's
go.
one thing
That
if
goes
the
down
whole
to
team
the
agrees you don't
back
give a
now
shit.
running. You can see Looney and
It's a lot more
Sheldon
interesting
fighting
if
it
some
out.
people on the team give a
Kind of
shit and some people on the
stupid
team really don't give a
lies,
shit.
of course,
That's
fight
not interesting. That's
And-
just like they hate each other.
on their
Yeah,
mark
well,
into your 1 minute
I guess
That's
that's
interesting.
interesting. Yeah.
That is certainly
I like
that
drama.
happens all the time with teams. Like I've always said this, it's about expectations, right? Like if you're going in, you need to make sure expectations are set.
A little bit of tragedy for Sin Spellbook, but
Holy
you know,
moly.
like I mentioned, that's a team that certainly is usually good about not letting mental affect them. So I'm at least not worried about them tilting and it going downhill from here. But this map is certainly one that's going to be very difficult for them to come back from.
What is the path back here? Is it requires Auntie's Angels to have a full wipe
Yes.
in some capacity?
So, easy enough. If you have a mass AoE CC go off at Lothraxion, then that could bring Sin Spellbook back.
Okay, like you kick the wrong ad during the Guile phase.
Yeah. You do like several interrupts. That'll do enough damage to just kill your entire team.
All right.
I think that is kind of what you need to be hoping for if you're in the corner of Sin Spellbook right now.
Dude, I
Because
hate
the
all these
Leather
character
Death,
names,
which
just
still
looking at
carry
all 10 of
bullets,
them.
are currently sitting
Okay,
at
holy
7
shit,
and
everybody
I
in
only
this
like
call,
Divine Spin.
everybody's team.
Just the rest of the names are just
What is Yanti?
like, what the hell is a neck
It needs
Zerat?
to be something from this caliber for sure.
They're just European
Now,
as
all
hell.
of our eyes are on the right-hand side, as Make's just outlined.
These
It
do sound like
requires a
European
really big
names.
problem for Auntie's Angels, and Auntie's Angels,
Sky Bear is
they
okay,
are
I
Well,
guess.
Yaunt is
fantastic
Yaunt,
in
and
this
then
Nexus point zones
I'm
right
assuming
now. They've given up
IIWII
the
is some
balls
like
after these
weeb
couple- last couple
fucking.
mobs.
Yeah,
They get
yeah,
killed off here.
yeah.
No, I don't think that's a
Begin
good
to
weeb.
RP and begin spawning.
It's gotta be like
I like
I
Dan DK.
will-
These Angels, they're actually grabbing some additional scroungers. That's going to allow their
Go ahead.
dealer to start building his resources.
I don't know. I'm trying to think
prior
of like
the
what would be
boss being
II.
built. A really well-timed Void Metamorphosis is something that's
Draw upon your
incredibly
extensive
important to be able
weeb
to get
experience.
the one phase on that light
I
cycle.
will
No, it has nothing.
infinitely
Is he a
int.
weeb? Is that what Yaunt's known
I don't
for?
know.
Inside of your Void
No, I don't know
Metamorphosis is a really
much
big deal.
about Yaunt.
You also see
I don't see why his name would be
DK outside of Auntie's
anything
Angels. He is
weeb
running that
related.
Yeah. I mean, that
troll.
just
Again,
seems
for that
like-
haste buff during
Like
that light cycle
IIWII
flare,
seems like it would be
Desire
like
is
a
gonna be
weeb
that main
thing.
person that's driving the
Nah,
damage
you're
during
not
that light
well
star flare.
versed.
The Ascendants
Okay,
is one of
sorry.
the
You're not
best
well
in the
versed.
game. I saw something the other day that was talking about Bellerin egg damage.
Sorry,
where
you're speaking
Elemental
from a
Shaman
place
was
of
gapping the
ignorance.
entire field in terms of
Yeah.
damage to the Bellerin egg. And I think that the light
He could be
star
a
flare
huge
is
Nintendo
the
Wii
50+
fan.
equivalent of that.
True.
where
True.
For Auntie's Angels, you were committing all of your offensive.
I love playing Wii.
But you guys have
growing
the
up.
Switch too.
Kill this boss off inside of this damage amp. Now,
No.
any mistake here would be.
I have a
catastrophic
Switch.
for the
I have a
side.
Switch 1 that I bought for my
All the
wife
CDs are pressed. The
for her
remaining
birthday
scroungers,
because she swore up and down
the
she wanted a
the
handheld
red flails go down,
console
the
to
lights
play
are
more
flare
video
cast
games.
comes out, Core
She said she was
Warden
gonna play
interrupted
Breath of the Wild on it. And I was like, well, that actually sounds pretty dope. I bought it for her. She played it 2 times and then gave it to one of the kids.
Yep, that's that shit.
Beast mode.
I mean, isn't that still a good present?
For the kid, yes. For my wife, no.
Yeah, for the kid.
Absolutely right.
I feel like every kid needs to grow up with a handheld console.
The problem is we have like fucking 8 handheld consoles now.
Frosty K that we saw them run in the group phases stay set.
I get sad when kids are just on their phone TikToking instead of playing.
Here we
their
go.
handheld.
Wait, when they're on their phone instead of a handheld?
Yeah, like a
Like
console.
you're missing out on what could be an
Yeah,
elevated
it's like, you know,
gaming
just-
experience.
Yeah, it's like they're on TikTok instead of playing Pokemon. You know, like what the fuck is wrong with the world?
There
What are we
go.
doing? What are we doing
Your
here?
age is showing.
Yeah.
I used to play with sticks and stones in the front yard.
That is sick accent, hopeful. That's good.
Thank you. I've been working on it.
On this entire group, and that is something that will continue to happen here as a remainder of
Wait,
the
Hopeful, what was the
tournament,
first
are now walking through
gaming
the
system
pack.
you played on?
PSP?
Left-hand side,
Or no,
you can
Nintendo.
get to
Yeah,
that lights
Nintendo.
here, flare face
The
as
no.
well. And I just wanna
GameCube,
see if they
GameCube,
can
sorry,
do
forgot the name of it.
That's what I'm curious about. Lothraxion is going
Okay.
to be
I played
strong
Super
in
Monkey
here
Ball.
as
That's the
well.
first game I
Let's
remember
take a
playing.
look if they're able to get that one face on
Great
the
Tracks,
game.
yeah.
Yeah, you do see all their offensive.
I did
goals
that, and I
coming
went to
out here. At
PSP.
the same time, it's kind of this weird
And then I
position where
played-
having a bunch of
It's like
deaths there kinda kills your
Bakugan?
momentum, and it
The
can-
things
it
you
can
rolled,
disrupt
and they
your game
rolled
plan if
out
you're not
into
too careful, but it looks like Sin
creatures
Spellbook
and fought
was
each
able
other.
to get all of their cooldowns aligned, and they end up down
Yeah, that's
that boss.
Pokemon.
But on the right-hand
Bakugan,
side, all
Bakugan.
eyes should be on the right-hand side as
You like rolled
Auntie's
them out,
Angels
and they like
have
sprawled
pulled
out like a
Lothraxion. I would
transformer.
not be shocked if they're able to put up about a 12-minute timer. Now they do need a little bit more trash count, but
Apparently,
they have the flare
Royman's been
bats, they have
casting
the
for the
lingering images,
previous
they have a
matches
little bit more of
on
these,
German MDI
swarms as
coverage.
well.
What?
Plus,
Instead of
there's
practicing
additional
for-
trash that is on this platform. And the
Yeah,
general
that is peak
idea
levels of
is
not
fairly
giving a fuck for
simple.
sure.
Whenever you have your
Imagine
offensive
casting
CDs,
your own
you do
game.
That's
about
actually
20 to
crazy.
25 seconds.
I mean, if they're getting
Everything
paid for
syncs
that,
up.
you know,
Then
like
the
that's
team,
probably
Auntie's
better
Angels, they're
than
gonna be pulling,
practicing for
these
MDI.
casters.
And my tank goes down again.
Flare bat, and they're going to try to nuke that down.
This healer this healer's dog shit.
Is actually a pretty big deal because if they're able to skip a phase, they could actually be a decent amount faster. I would not be shocked though if Auntie's Angels here. is able
Our
to put up
MDI
about a
team would have went hard,
12-minute
Durkee.
timer. So look at this. I think this might be the only Guile phase that Auntie's
Someone
Angels is
other
gonna
ruin
get.
it, though.
While the boss is quite high at 75%, I think that the offensive cooldowns and the Bloodlust are going to be able to carry them over the line. If it's not, then I wouldn't be shocked if we see about a 12:40 timer. But I would love to see about a 12-minute run from Auntie's Angels. Just for context, from earlier this today, we saw Liquid put up an 11:21 very clean run inside of this Nexus Point in Zenith. So Auntie's Angels a little bit slower than that, but still a really good run for them.
Yeah, I was gonna kind of point that out as well. Mandatory was on a similar story. They were 12-10 with 2 deaths. Now, if you take those out of there, it would have been around that 11:40 as
Dude,
well.
they are just getting
For them,
fucking
Auntie's
farmed.
Angels a bit
Yep. Yep.
slower
They do
as
not
we
give a
do
shit
another
at
death
all.
there on the side of Sen
Now, in
Spellbook.
fairness, we did see Mandatory get farmed the same way, and they did give a shit. So
Once more, but it might
Okay,
not
they didn't get
matter
farmed. They
at
just
all
got-
for this first
No, they
match.
got
got farmed out this
completely
pool
farmed. It was
at the end.
embarrassing.
Spellbook, as Auntie is
You
trying
boot camp
to
together
close
for
that
3
door.
weeks and you get
Lothraxion
farmed.
will lift
You
up
guys spent
one
time at the
more
beach
time.
together for
That
this?
should be
I mean, but hey,
the
they
first
still
phase
won,
that
and
they
they still
need
made it
deal
to
with.
BlizzCon.
Yeah, don't bring up that part.
Lothraxion here.
That doesn't fit
Where
my
is
narrative.
it? And we identify it, and they have no issues on the interrupts here, and that should be.
Wait, hopefully, you going to
easy
BlizzCon?
cruising from here on out for
Of
the
course.
Angels.
are you guys sitting in the front row to hate watch?
I mean, this is looking
Oh,
fantastic
I'm
for them.
bringing
Whenever
my
we were
foam
talking
finger.
before, we
I'm
were
gonna
talking
make
about
sure
Auntie's
Gingy
Angels
sees
have
me.
slightly faster
There's no way you're
strategies.
waving a foam finger in
It was
Gingy's
going
face.
to
I'm bringing a foam finger.
No, you're not.
Whenever Liquid's playing the other team wipes, I'm gonna be throwing that thing in the air.
To be a team that was slightly more consistent, but on the right-hand side, 10% HP on Lothraxion separates them from going up 1-0. They actually don't have counts. I thought they were actually going to go up 1-0. I didn't realize that they didn't have count.
I'm gonna be the biggest hate watcher live. I can't wait.
No, they didn't miscount. They didn't.
They're sponsored this season, Zyro.
Yeah, they're called Dignitas now. Yeah, that's an interesting factor here. I wonder.
I was hyping them up,
missed.
but now I don't know what to do.
I mean, okay, here's the thing, right?
I mean, this is just over, right?
Way ahead on this
Yeah.
plus 2 minute death
The
timer, so
interesting part
they're
about
gonna be able
this,
to
Like the whole
finish up
series
this
is
pack
over.
here and get their
There we
Well,
go.
However,
if
that
both
does
teams
spell out a kind of worrying
want to lose,
situation for the team's
Okay.
planning and
you
practice
may
time
get to a
coming
point
out,
where
finally, after
Anti's Angels was
over.
expecting that this level of performance was going to lose.
It's all right.
Oh,
And
it's
they are
fine.
now as surprised as anyone that they won.
Now they
they're
soft
like-
it the next two.
And now they're like, I don't want to play another series, and I don't give enough of a shit. I just want to be done with the tournament. So now the question is, do we have a team try to intentionally sandbag
Now, of course,
to exit the tournament as quickly as possible?
No, I mean, an hour of play, you get a couple more $100 each.
Mistakes can really make or break a run, and we
I
saw
mean,
that
you have to really
last year.
not be
Easily.
convinced in your team's
Especially with
success,
those
because like the
stats.
whole like you make more
So,
money
as we kind of
casting
look
than
back
playing.
on
I
it,
actually don't know if
what do
that's
you think
true.
really ended up
If
being
you like
kind of
go
a
a round
big
or two
important
further
factor
because
in
you
this
tried
map?
in a tournament like this.
I mean, the
Well,
7 deaths
just like
that
for
then
the
ended
time
up
spent,
being deaths
it's
in
gotta
the end, I
be
think would
more
probably
money.
be a factor that is
My
relevant.
only bit is like
That
why
first spike, though, that
why even
wasn't
do it at all?
just
Like I bet they still spent a decent amount of time in time trials and in their group stage just to like do nothing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of people still want to do this. Like, I don't know. I mean,
Maybe they just did it and
Do it
it
for
got
fun.
old. Maybe they were down and then just got old.
We were gonna do a
Well-
streamer team.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
if,
we were just gonna fuck around.
if you're gonna do dungeons all day anyway, like if you're the type of person that just likes doing Mythic Plus, and then you could just do Mythic Plus and also get paid some amount of money for it, for putting in the same amount of essentially effort you were going to put in by just doing live keys, then yeah, fuck it.
The way I said it is, it's like wanting to play at a high level guild, but not necessarily wanting to do a race world first. Like you might want to still play and like fuck around and shit, but you don't want to put in all that time and effort and try to like play 20 characters and do all that crazy shit.
Yeah.
Once their cooldowns run out. Nullify cast goes off, unfortunately, just making it even worse for them, and they ended up chaining deaths from there. Auntie's Angels on their end put together a pretty strong run overall until they got to the last boss and realized they were down that one circuit seer. So, you know, either way, it was a battle of cleanliness in the lower bracket once again, like we've been harping on as casters throughout the past month now.
Dude, also
it feels
casting
like.
pays big
The team
money.
that puts up the cleaner run
JV, were
tends
you
to
making
make
big
it
money
through, and Auntie's Angels
casting?
has done
Yep.
just that.
It's actually
That's lucrative.
that's actually the Lambo in my driveway has a vanity plate that says THX Echo on it.
Huh.
Which Echo caster got paid the least?
Which Echo caster got paid the
I
least?
think it's hard.
Yeah.
When you have that many deaths and a
The
push
players
kind of
that showed up on the
and your
couch
team,
for free.
the opposite
I did do that for
True.
free this year too.
Isn't making huge mistakes that you can really
Yep.
capitalize
Let's see,
on.
who would that have been?
So,
That would have
Auntie's
been
Angels will take that first map, but of course, since Spellbook,
Arxes?
they need to look and
Spent
see
some
if
time
they
on the
can tighten
couch.
things up and have a more
I
successful
don't
run
remember.
in
I know
Mythic
Gub
round.
and
But this is
Stove
one that I
both
think
wanted
presents
to
some challenges
do
as
some
well for
casting.
the
I don't remember if
teams.
they actually got an
How are we
opportunity or
feeling
not.
that since Spellbook
They
are gonna
want
be
to
able
do it?
tackle this
Yeah.
with Tuttles?
I mean, if you know,
think-
like, it was
I
at the
feel like
point
this
on
is, for both of these teams, I think that they're on a similar
why am I blanking on the name of the
where,
last boss? Lura. It
whenever
was at the
Lura?
point on Lura where
whenever
they were like a couple
success,
hundred pulls
they
in,
have
so like all the
moments
players
of
knew
brilliance.
who was
Yeah,
definitely
that's what I
not
went
doing
casting
prog.
too.
And so at that point, you had the guys that were definitely not going to be playing Lura, just like kind of get up and leave their PCs, and they were hanging out with us in the caster area watching prog, and then at some point we were like, yo, if anybody wants to like hop on the couch, just, you know, do some commentary, you're more than welcome to.
That's exactly what happened too.
I think that is really important, and yet we
You
see
gotta secure your
sometimes, I mean,
future too, you
obviously
know?
when you're playing
Yep.
dungeons
Yup.
as fast as you can with these
Show
huge
that you
pulls,
have
they're
potential
really
and
volatile, and one death tends
get a
to kind of
potential chance
spiral. I
at
don't know, Zyra, do you think
casting.
there's a way to kind of stop the bleeding or stop this trickle effect that seems to happen when the teams are dealing with this?
That's why I do these
Boston-
watch parties. I've been hoping Blizzard's gonna come knocking.
That kind of thing,
Yeah.
when the strats
Yep.
aren't as refined.
I can sense it. I'm on the cusp.
Point that they're at in the global
I'm
finals,
actually
which
curious.
is
How did these
really
guys get their
around
casting
specific
gigs? I never asked these
concepts of
guys.
the dungeon. When a mistake happens,
It's been so fucking long ago.
cover that, especially when a healer.
I don't know. I
comes,
mean,
right?
Zyro's been
They
doing it
can't really
since
just,
like
Nepotism.
press their AMC
like the
darkness
first
because they know
BFA.
they're
I think
going
he was in
to
it
that
since
for another
BFA.
whole less than 2
I think
minutes ago.
Tettles
Again,
and
just some
Dratnos
Bristles try to stay alive and
were
just hope that they live through it without their healer alive.
maybe
So
late
it's
BFA
certainly
editions,
harder
because I remember
back from
Dratnos
that.
was actually doing
Maybe there
MDI
was
at some point in
play that they
BFA.
could have fixed there. Like,
I don't remember
obviously,
when
Wolfpack has
Tettles,
going off, killing the second player.
because I know Tettles wasn't doing
Big
it
thing that chain reacted
when
them
he
into
did
their
his
full wipe.
first,
That shouldn't have happened.
because he casted for
Fortunately,
Method
it did. It got worse for them
before he was
there.
a
But they're not out of it just yet.
Blizzcaster,
The BlizzCon dreams are still alive.
and that
They're
was
in the same situation Big Lucky was
Battle
just a
for
moment ago. They
Dazzle.
went
That
down
would
a
have.
map and were able to reverse
Was that
sweep.
Battle for
So,
Dazzle, or
since
was
Spellbook
that?
still has that as a possibility in their future, but Anti's Angel
Dude,
this is a good mog.
pretty strong.
Oh, it was-
They
But yeah, I
do,
think
they can.
probably,
They
but those two were
looking
both like maybe
really
like late
stable,
BFA.
At least from what we've seen of the first map. There's always time for things to turn around.
And,
right? Although I have to say, I am loving the peek at the Mog here as
and
well.
I don't
It's a
remember
very good
when
look for Sky Bear. So to
Makes
deal
and
with
Rook got
that,
picked
I
up.
don't know if there's anything that we see here that seems particularly unexpected.
They were
in the
more
build,
recent, for
Tunnels,
sure.
that you're noticing? Nothing.
But yeah, I don't know
No.
I
Yeah.
feel like-
No.
I feel like this is.
Who-
I think that,
Just a mog.
who makes those
most of the teams have
decisions.
been on very similar
Nor does it
builds.
seem like any of the
There's also a
MDI
lot of
caster
home
spots are
teams
coming
as
open
well.
anytime soon.
To be able to
Those
get a little bit more damage out of
folks
that.
all
I actually
seem
haven't checked- chance to check
They
if
seem,
how many
very
yeah, it's the same
content.
people for the
Yeah,
last couple
they're
of
not
years.
they're not hiring.
I love seeing it. I love seeing all of the different groups. I mean,
Nagura
everybody's
quit,
look as
so
well, because you can't just
maybe
show
it's just
up
luck.
at the MDI and not have your mog sorted, you know? I'm sure some people can, but I think some of us will judge them slightly, deduct secret points, you know? But I think all the teams have been showing up really well, and we're seeing, again, like you said, there's a lot of standard
Oh,
builds
Jack
we've seen
used to be a
across the board,
caster,
although we
right?
have had some really
Yep.
good moments where we've been able to dive
Yeah.
into some of the deviations.
Was there drama
that we've
there?
seen
Or was that
from-
Yeah.
normal?
Oh yeah.
Now, with both
okay.
of these
I think there was
There
like
was some
I think
drama
there was
there.
like legendary
drama
drama with that.
it was
Really?
It's a slightly uncomfortable topic.
Okay, never mind, I will not
Really
speak
surprising
anymore.
for us outside of the spec variety stuff they were playing around. Is that correct?
That's
I'll do my
correct.
own research
I was
later.
just kind of looking at our overall tournament.
Salute used to
and
cast.
Honestly, just in this
True.
grand final,
Rich used to
we have
cast.
seen a lot of deaths.
I know there's drama there.
Succeeded, so
I know
I'm
that one.
hoping that this
Let's
one,
see,
not
who
number
else?
2,
They had,
Vincent Spellbook and Auntie's Angels,
Robert Wing
gives us a death
casted
list
I
for a
don't know who that
couple-
is.
side by
Yeah, he
side
was a
from
Blizz
both
guy
of our
for.
teams. It is the liver
I think he was at the very
practice, so
kind of
it's a big
tail end of his
task, I'm
career at that
aware,
point.
But I think
Casting
Oh,
for
my favorite
Blizzard.
casting was Gromnak on Tendril.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
I fucking hate boom kids.
To go really, really big, and I will say, since
Wait,
Spellbook
Gromnak
had a really
casted
good
for
approach to their pit when we
Method.
saw them in their group weekend, where they
Oh, I
had
thought you were saying like
massive first
Blizzard.
pull,
No, no.
Comparing it with Auntie's Angels, they got theirs together quicker, and it's a
It's in a
safe
full
size.
jumpsuit.
I mean, okay,
Jumpsuit.
not only did they get it together quicker, which is what you're pointing
Oh
out.
yeah, the fucking that pick is fucking
Some of the
crazy.
things that we've actually seen in this dungeon are around the 40%
Insane
enemy
pick.
forces mark. Where for Auntie's Angels and Sin Spellbook, they're doing very similar size pull to what I think we saw from Big Lucky. I think Big Lucky ended up having somewhere in the order of about 32% enemy forces. But something you called out is Auntie's Angels, they got their pack gathered quicker. Sin Spellbook got their pack killed off faster.
Well, that's all that matters in the end, you know? That's where we're counting. It doesn't matter if you get it together quicker. If you're done with it faster, that's better.
Let's go Divine
So,
Spin.
Good news for the Sin Spellbook fans. I told you they wouldn't be tilting after that. I will
Where's
say,
Auntie's
though,
Angels going?
that Bloodlust just running for another 10 seconds while they're gathering the next pack just always feels extra bad for me. Auntie's Angels are just... They're doing that right turn, I think, that a lot of people do on live. Is that where we are?
No, they're going to left. They're
No.
going to
Okay,
Rick.
yeah,
I
we're somewhere
think they're
else.
about to change to the boss. Why? I feel like
Dude, Tettles just hit a
Is,
Y,
like,
bro.
You're running really far away from some of these quarry camps.
Why?
And there's one specifically that has like a lich in front of it that's kind of annoying to navigate to. So a lot of teams, I think they started out the beta about whatever that was, like 6 months ago at this point in time, where they were originally going to the Ick and Crick encounter. But for me, I think this is a really interesting question because look at Sin Spellbook. That quarry camp that's over there, that's the one that a lot of teams, the reason that you don't go to Ick and Crick first is because backtracking to that is just a massive time loss. Now, for me, for Auntie's Angels, you see they were using Spatial. They were Divine was like tagging a bunch of mobs with Crackling Jade Lightning, and now they're engaging Ick and Crick. On the side of Sin Spellbook, I was actually kind of hoping that they were already engaged in the first boss, given the fact that they're playing a similar route to what we've seen from the likes of like Liquid and Mandatory. But being a little bit slow on engaging this first boss, I feel like even though Auntie's Angels is kind of on an unconventional...
Oh, we got an
strategy,
Ick and
I
Crick first
feel like
angle.
they have to be in the lead here.
Yeah, it does feel like
The last team that did that was Liquid.
Now also tagging in that Lich.
Yeah,
and they're just for funning it.
Other teams get
Yeah.
Garfrost
Yeah.
in or within that second pull cadence.
Oh, and Robin got icy blasted.
No, there's not even any overlaps here.
From the Lich, nobody else in
There's just a tank buster that didn't get kicked.
Fight with that yet,
Oh.
she was just the one tagging it in. And
Oh yeah, that's the Lich cast I
does
kicked.
take her down. Now we are in fight with
This is part of the.
That's what happens if you don't kick it.
This is part of
I've
the.
never seen it
Devourer
happen,
is
so-
all about vibes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what I kick.
They're cruising to Aiken Crick. They're just very, very nicely done. They
No,
have more
okay.
great
If you ever play Devourer, or everyone in chat plays Devourer, the less you care, the better you play it.
Their
It's crazy.
defense in this dungeon is looking really good.
Okay, so I think Auntie's Angels is proccing
Like,
about
I guess if I get hit by this
20
ground A, we all
seconds
die. I
worth
guess
of travel time
you
more
just
than Simmons
full
does.
channel off, you don't die.
Strategy-wise, what do you see? That can
must have been
actually
skill.
give them 20 seconds of advantage?
Can't believe we lost
Is
24
there
pit.
anything that you see? Because
extra
We would have
build
two
up
24
Yeah.
time before.
Would we lose too?
I
23
think
was
that's
ill.
it. The fact that they did
Curtis got owned.
kinda half pull
Oh,
where
in the
some
hallway?
other teams just take that
He
and
died. No, he
run
died to
off.
us early on this,
I think
and then
that's
he died to
Oh.
melee.
Which is why I
Pick
think
save.
to the items
Oh
on these
yeah,
now,
because he got
looking ahead. Now,
what he
you
said,
can
like Goop
also
mind
see
controlled
right
him or
now we're just
something.
gonna ignore
Yeah,
the
yeah.
shades, which is exactly
I remember
what we
that.
want to see from our teams. It is a plus 16, so all of our teams.
I mean, I
should be
assume
able to do just
Several of the
that
24s are probably
before
easier than
we
some of the
ignore
23s.
Crick, 'cause
You
actually
just
keep
get many
23
less
seat might be
opportunities at them.
impossible, I've learned.
They kinda come together.
Well, not for some teams, but yeah.
And for now,
Yeah.
they come together in the afterlife as Auntie's Angels takes them down.
Jimmy, did you see how he didn't time a 23 seat in the first 2 seconds of the key?
All right, so Desire,
No, I don't think I did see that one.
That was crazy.
It's a really good clip.
But it ends up getting moved to that Devour Demon Hunter. Now, what is going to be used with that Warnstone is kind of the question. You see the Devour Demon Hunter. He's running off to the side. It looks like he's going to be utilizing that to join back in with the party. Is there going to be additional trash mobs that are grabbed by Jewel on this Devour Demon
There we
Hunter?
go.
That's a question that I have.
We have
It looks
the
like yes,
Lich.
he's gonna be grabbing that Lich from that quarry pack, like you just said.
Yeah, so I don't think it costs him a whole.
Okay, I
20
feel like
seconds to
finishing
set
Ick and
this one
Crick
up.
and then getting to Garfrost
Based
before the
on
other team
what I
has
saw,
finished
it costs him a
Garfrost.
little bit,
It's
like
probably
maybe
not
like
good.
8 more seconds in comparison to what it normally takes to.
They are
run those two
incredibly
times.
slow.
That looks really good.
They have to run back there and click the NPC though.
They do, but if we have a good way.
It's kind of
to
interesting to
do
see.
that,
The two Chinese teams are actually like
let's see how
And
they
then
do
fairly
it.
competitive,
Run
but
towards Scourgelord
these guys are
Tyrannus,
not
which
even
is
close.
not on the way.
Even if they
Yeah, I mean-
could be skill-wise, the effort thing makes it just not even like a conversation.
Yeah, or I mean, like just just like whatever they're
Just don't
doing
care.
right now is like they're not even remotely close to the other teams.
For making
Sure.
your way towards Scorch Load. Like I could see a
Oh, no.
world where it would make
Oh,
sense.
no.
because
This will
Human
be a full
Hunter
wipe.
Has that
No res.
that vertical excess, but yes, that is going to be tragedy for Sense Spellbook. As they were looking for another chance to maybe make it to BlizzCon, this is not looking like that will be in their favors tonight. Finishing this dungeon right now with another 6 deaths already
This
on
is
the
the-
counter.
This is the classic. I mean, for the season, the Mistweaver Monk needs to be spinning on the pack because the pack is doing so much like ambient AOE damage. Yet the
It actually reminded me of
doesn't
23
have
seat.
Thrash or
I
have
think that was
Thrash
maybe
behind.
the
Mistweaver
best
Monk
compliment
lives
I've
like
ever
the
seen
Grave
from
Blade
Dorky in
used to
chat.
Buster by the Grave
As we
Blade. That
finished
is-
third boss, going
I
to
feel
last
like
boss,
something
he was
that's
like,
very common this
"Holy,
season.
this is an
Yeah, dude,
insane
you guys
run."
had 0 death.
And what I understood that to mean was I want to see you guys wipe.
And the,
So I'm going to say
unfortunately,
something in chat.
No.
100% threat on everything.
Nah.
And the recipient
Nah,
of that
I was
probably
hate
watching would
ended
never.
up being that Mistweaver Monk, a true
I was
tragedy
hate watching
since
Valgathar
Spellbook
big
there,
time, but
a full
holy shit.
boss
I know.
reset, now up to a
I'm
minute
sure
and
Hopeful
20
was
I
too.
know.
boss in terms
Well,
of
it was
death.
also because
And on
Hopeful
the
said
right
if these
side
guys
here,
time before we
Auntie's
do, we should
Angels,
disband.
an unconventional
Well,
route, but at the same
I don't
time,
know if
it's
that was
been
verbatim.
Which is what we needed to see. We knew
It
this
was
going to
basically
be a matchup
verbatim.
Where being clean, being consistent, it was going to.
And
give
he
a
wasn't
team
wrong.
An advantage. Oh my gosh! For Auntie's Angels, did Divine leave? I think he just left the arena and he's going to click that quarry camp that we just saw. I saw a Serenite bomb get launched out of the arena.
Yeah, that might be it. So maybe a monk put out a monk board to be able to do just that. You can see the rest of the team.
I feel like there should be more hate watching and drama in the M+ scene. There's not enough.
I mean, there is.
I think there is a
just,
lot.
Like, yeah, like everyone's always praying for the other team's downfall, but they just don't say it.
Like that's the thing.
Yeah,
is
we should be more vocal.
I used to hate watch, and it was not good for my mental. So now I just don't watch other people because I can't watch them constructively. If I'm watching another team, I'm always like, God, I hope they wipe right now.
Yep, and there's
I'm
nothing
like,
worse.
That's like,
There's nothing worse than hate watching and then they succeed too, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate when that
Oh,
happens.
man, that can't happen.
and that was the shit because like back in Legion, I used to do this shit with the Method team when they would be doing high keys. I just sit there and be like, wipe, God damn it, wipe, God damn it, they're not white, and it was like, bro, they don't do that. Like if you sit here hoping for them to wipe, you're gonna have a really bad time. And I was like, you know what? I am gonna have a bad time if I do that. I should just stop watching them.
That's what I did with mandatories today and it worked out.
Like in that second pull into Ick and Crit.
For the first match.
They did. You're right.
So that should match it up to be.
You know, I will
okay
say,
once we
JB,
get out of Glacier
when I used to
here.
watch
That's
your
just kinda looking at timers.
high keys in
So
BFA,
Liquid
I would
Lock-in,
always cheer
believe
you
the
on.
fastest
Thank you.
Blizzard run that we have seen
Especially like
this
watching
weekend
Temple.
yet.
Like it was always hyped to be like,
10
oh
minutes
shit, tune into JB. He's
34.
doing like
And
a
we
world
saw
first
Big Lucky
24
just
gal with
now
like trance or
coming in at
whatever.
10 minutes 41. So both of
It was
these
always hype.
runs are really, really fast. How are you feeling about Auntie's Angels? I mean, Glacier is now.
I think that was the last
falling
season where I
on the way to
was,
Scourge Lord.
or the last
I don't
expansion, I
think they
guess,
will be
where I was
faster, but I
at
don't
some
think they'll be
point the
far
number
off.
one healer in the
I think
world.
this route's about half a pull slow.
Dude, that was good
I think
times.
that pull
It was
that
always
you were
hype
talking about
seeing
that was into the Ick and Crick encounter,
the crazy
the
BFA
best
keys.
teams, the fastest routes that we've seen in
It
here
felt like there was a lot on the
are
line
those
when
that
it came to
involve,
like BFA keys.
mandatory, interrupt, liquid. Those are the three.
Nowadays
fastest
it's just
routes I've
like,
seen in
well,
Pizarron. And
Dude,
those
you were
are
playing
those
like
who don't have that
Minesweeper all the time with
half
BFA keys
of it.
because you would
It's like
just
half an extra
time a
pull.
key and it
Big
would turn
Lucky
into
has a
King's
half
Rest,
extra
and then you'd be
pull.
like,
Auntie's
well,
Angels has
that
half
key's done
extra
for the
pull.
week.
But it was just so
All
hype
out.
whenever it was
Both of
like
them are doing
a
slightly
big key,
different
you know.
routes,
Yeah. Well, that's
but I
because
think
yeah,
They
because
just
that
aren't
is
really.
because
really
when
good
you
deal.
got a
It's
key, it was like it was hard to get the key you wanted, and if you didn't get the key you wanted, you knew that you were gonna have to spend like 5 fucking keys trying to get back to the key you wanted.
They're getting the double Graveblade pull. They're getting the caster mobs that are into this pack as well. A cold grave.
Yeah, you didn't have
and I
infinite
think the
attempts at them.
Shapebinder. And now they're gonna have their Bloodlust available. And so a lot of the MDI teams they actually don't
Like now
have
watching
their
Algathar,
Bloodlust
it's like, oh well,
when
it's
the
their
trash
10th
is up,
Algathar.
which is quite difficult.
I mean, there
for
were
them
like,
to be
this one.
able to survive this
especially when
entire
like push
boss.
weeks
For
used to
Auntie's
exist,
Angels, it should be
there
quite
were
difficult
legitimately
if you
weeks
do end up
where
pressing that Bloodlust
you
on top
would
of
be
the
like,
trash
all right,
on
I
top of
need,
the
you know, whatever, I need like a 24
maybe
freehold this week.
It was an event.
And you would just
Rest this lust. 'Cause
not
okay,
see freehold
this,
for a
army's
whole
burning a hole
fucking
in our
week.
pocket.
Like it would just, you would keep doing keys and it would keep turning into something that wasn't freehold, and you would go the entire week playing every day, like 8 hours a day, and you would just never get a freehold. And it
The
was
key
like,
system
well,
was so bad back in the day.
It was fucking awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome. Nice, you can only push a key once every 2 months. Well played.
there's some very rose-colored glasses on people when it
Yeah,
comes
no,
to...
it is. It was horrible.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Drake,
Drake, you know if we had it today, we'd tilt like a 22 seat into an 18 seat.
Well, no,
somehow.
we'd be locked the fuck in for the push week.
We would
and,
not
like,
be
every other
locked
week.
there.
we would not be like, I am vibe playing
Dude, I
Demon
feel
Hunter.
like they needed. I-
it takes
I'm kind of
something
like,
to
okay,
be one
don't
of the
take this too
teams
seriously because I don't
that
do a ton of
people
Mythic
kinda
Plus, but I am kind of like
expect
pro
less
affix if they
of,
made better
and then
affixes.
go in and just
Because,
cut
like,
your own
dude, I'm
I
trying to
do
imagine
agree.
Fellowship without the affixes, and like the affixes make every key in that
Auntie's
game
Angels are
better.
doing it here as well.
Yeah, I think that for
I
Auntie's Angels,
don't
they
mind
played
affixes,
exactly
but
how
I
you
feel
knew
like
they
it's
needed to
antithetical
play,
to the
making sure
leaderboard.
they're clean, making
Like
sure
if
they
you
play to their own
want to have a
benefit, and
leaderboard,
don't let
then I feel
themselves
like
get frustrated whenever
there
mistakes
should be
happen.
less variables
And
in
I think
keys
that
that make them
practice is
different.
kinda starting to pay off here.
But
10%
I
remains
do
on the
think that if
Scourge Lord
you're
Tyrannus.
just trying to
We
make
talked about
keys as
yesterday,
enjoyable as
they
possible,
had the
independent
ability
of
to
a
be able
like
to win
competitive
this series,
system,
but they had to
that
play
affixes
clean,
are
and
definitely
they go
going to add
Deathless
more.
I think just like a seasonal affix, like my favorite affix ever was Faded Shadowlands of the guys that increase your stats or whatever. Like
Okay,
good
but-
affixes are really fun.
What about Thundering?
Angels take this series and
Yeah,
extend
Thundering
it
was
to
bad.
a
It was a bad seasonal affix, but like a good one is great.
has never been
Sure, but we
feedback,
had more
but they
bad
managed
ones
to
than we
come
had good
together
ones.
as a cohesive
Yeah,
That is
they did
fair.
it wrong, but
Clean runs with slower
I
practice
feel like
have
there's
secured
just
the
not.
victory and will cause
The
Sense
variety
Alpha to be
has to be good at
eliminated.
some point.
Chat, can you please send Spellbook off.
It's actually true. There's more bad ones than good ones.
And thanks everyone.
Yeah, there's only been like
Well, there
couple of
was
good ones.
the first one was what were the
Infested
slug
bad.
guys? Infested was bad.
good.
Reaping was good.
I don't know those.
Beguiling was bad.
Or that one.
And then
the one after Awakened was good. That was amazing.
Yeah, Awaken was good. So it was like 50-50 after BFA. Then Shadowlands Prideful sucked.
I felt like it was whatever. Prideful wasn't.
No,
bad,
Prideful
really.
sucked. Prideful sucked.
Yep, Prideful sucked.
Sure, fine,
POV.
all right.
Whatever the fucking lieutenants were called sucked.
Yep.
Okay, that one wasn't bad either.
That one sucked. Dude, I'll tell you, the least fun I've ever had in World of Warcraft was trying to do the last boss of some of those dungeons when you skipped the Frost guy and you were moving at walk speed the entire time and you're trying to dodge mechanics. Like, that was so dog shit. Oh my god, I hated
You
that.
can hate on it. Sure.
So, Shadowlands starts off 0 for 2. The third season was
That was a banger.
Faded. That one was good.
Encrypted.
Or Encrypted, sorry. And then fourth season was
Shrouded was also
Shrouded.
banger.
So I am not as big of a fan of that, but I felt like it was neutral. Like, I didn't think it was cool, but it wasn't terrible. It was kind of like a forgettable affix to me.
I don't know if I agree with
very-
you guys on the high.
So,
WoW
but
players
even if
being
we give it,
good. I don't
like,
know.
we'll
You
say it's
guys remember
positive.
this
So
last
that was
season,
50-50.
first- we
So
got to
2 expansions.
experience
Wait, they just said my name.
Cooking from Hopeful and Fired Up, and I don't know, that chocolate chip pancake was.
And
probably
then
closer to the
you
consistency
had
of cookie.
season 1 Dragonflight was
Either
Thundering, and that was
way,
dog shit.
what
And
these
then
Angels cook here
after
did
that,
finally
seasonal
work out
affix
They gave
were
up.
gone, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
I
So
think throughout the course
they had
of
one
the
more
year,
dog
yeah,
shit
it's
season,
great. We've seen this boss pulled first. a
then
couple
good
or 3 times
seasons.
now. This is the first time this route has won.
But had it been
Was it
good, they would have been
fast,
like,
though?
oh, let's keep doing this.
Not really.
Maybe.
12 minutes
If
isn't
Thundering would have been
respectable
good,
time, but when you're looking at
I
the
could
runs
have
put
seen
together
it
by Mandatory and Big Lucky and the 1045
as
for
like
running the flat range, this is not going to be enough.
evidence that they
especially
could
if
do
they
it
want to
right,
have the
but
chance to take out Liquid
Thundering
later
was just
today
like
in what
bad, and
was
not
a
only was it bad, they like tried to
qualification
rework it multiple
So
times.
we'll have to see if this is
I
do
think
different
the
shit.
reworks did it
These
better.
Angels. That being said,
I mean,
this
it may have
time
gotten
around,
better,
it
but the point is
wasn't
they
enough,
they spent
unfortunately.
clearly
But
some
since
developer
Spellbook,
time trying to
this
like
is
make it
the
better and
last
didn't,
call
and it
for
was
them.
like,
They're eliminated.
guys,
They will
if
not
you
be
can
letting the boys gone
actually
as MDI
devote, it's one
competitors.
thing to just sort of
Then you hope to
randomly
see
end
some
up with a
big
shitty
players there.
seasonal
I mean,
affix,
Chalet
like you
was
thought it was
for
going to be
a
good
long,
and it
long
wasn't,
time,
but
dating
you
back
just
to
sort of threw your
2018
hands up and
MDI
were like,
when
eh,
him and I
whatever.
qualified for
But
global
if you try
finals.
to make a seasonal
Sad to
affix
see
and
him
it
go,
sucks, and
but
then
it's
you
a
go
good
back
luck
to the
that them
drawing
they
board
made
and
to
try to
the
make it
global
better and it
finals.
still sucks, I think you have to
who
admit
that
maybe
last
you just
team
don't
is,
know what
though,
makes a good
for
seasonal
global
affix,
finals.
and you
Our
should
next
abandon the
matchup could
concept.
determine who actually is going to
Was
boost on a
Thundering
Big
the last
Lucky
seasonal
eliminates
affix?
triple threat.
Yep.
Mm,
That
yes.
would mean
Yeah.
that the last matchup
Maybe
of
that's
the
what they
day
thought.
in
Yeah,
Liquid
and that's
versus
what I
Auntie's
think is
Angels
like
would be
after
our
No, I mean, they
you-
just said that
Blizzard.
it was because there's enough
You're
variety
right,
in
that would be
dungeons since
huge.
they
I
change them
mean,
every season, so
amazing
they
to
don't need
see
seasonal
And that's
how
true.
the
That
bracket
coincided with
continues to
them
shake out
going
as
to
we work through
the
this lower bracket.
4
Of
and 4
course,
thing where
we have
they
this
started
top
bringing
four
back
kind of
old
looming,
dungeons
including our China region
each
team
season instead of
that's
just playing the
there,
entire.
knowing that those tickets to BlizzCon can be
Were
secured.
there push
But
weeks
we'll see
still
our
when there's no
bracket
seasonal
overall.
affix?
We have these last two lower
Yeah, 'cause they're
bracket
still-
Yeah,
ones. We
they still
have
had
the
affixes.
Nightmare
Normal
for
affixes.
our
Because I
Not-
feel like
Yeah.
So what are we seeing?
removing
We'll take it
affixes
up to the
makes it
channels.
more like you need a seasonal affix to fill that void.
Today
Yeah,
has
I
Because I
agree.
think they had
We've seen a lot
there were
of
affixes all
eliminations, and we
through
have 2 more elimination
Dragonflight, right?
matches awaiting
Dragonflight,
us.
yeah,
I think
until
that Big Lucky
Worfen.
versus Triple Threat
That was the
match,
first time they
we didn't really know what
brought
we were
over
gonna
to
expect.
Oh yeah,
Outside.
the
We saw
Worthen
Triple
where
Threat,
the affixes were like
coming out of the Group
up
B
to
weekend.
12
They
or
were a team that
something.
came in as the 2nd seed coming out of time trials, and you know,
No, part of the
they
problem
had
with
some moments where they
affixes
faltered,
is
but I think
that
so far during the global finals, they have
if
looked
you
like a team
fuck
that
up an
is
affix and make
very
it
hot contention to be
bad,
able to take the crown
not
this
only
season.
does it make
And, going up against the
not only is it very
Chinese champions of Big
demotivating
Lucky,
because you know
this
you're
is
not
going
going to
be a
achieve any
very, very
new
close series.
records
I
in a
know.
dungeon with
Yeah, it's gonna
that
be huge,
affix,
and
so
of
it's like
course, every
why
single
like
thing
if I'm
that
here to
happens here
just
today
get
sets us up as well tomorrow
like to
for
achieve
our
new
season
personal
one
best, then
finals,
I
where
can't
we
do
have
that
a
with this affix.
champion to
But
be crowned
the other
before
problem
we
is
ever even
very
gather
often
around
it
the
meant that
BlizzCon
affix was
stage,
just
so
straight
there'll
up
be
not
so
fun
much on the
either.
line for
Like
these
not only
teams.
was it going to
Of
make you
course, they wanna
slower,
secure their place ahead,
it was also
and they wanna
going to
secure
feel like shit
every
the whole
single
time you were
glory
doing And so nobody wanted to play those weeks. And we were just like,
Okay. I enjoyed tanking a lot more when there were like affixes you were thinking about how to do routes around affixes and stuff.
So we've got something ain't right. This is what we've been playing.
But now it's like there's no reason to even tank. Like, every week just feels the same.
Lock in.
Just play healer.
Lock in, except what we're doing, I believe, is we're hate watching Anti's Angels, right?
We're gonna try to take a look at these dungeon maps of Azeroth and pick out what we think might be wrong.
Well, I mean, it's not gonna be them yet, right? It's gonna be.
There's 2 Grand Spires.
No, I mean, like, if Big Lucky advances
three things.
doesn't that mean that if Liquid advances and Big Lucky advances, that means Liquid is going to BlizzCon no matter what happens, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. So it's in Liquid's best interest that Big Lucky wins.
I don't know if those are. I don't know if those birds are actually there on the bottom right.
But then I'd hate watching Wally. Actually, I don't know if I can do this.
Made up mobs.
Staircase before that final
Well, the best case scenario in that situation is if they both make it to lowers.
She's right.
There we go.
Yeah.
Liquid beats Wally.
Inside Productions walls.
I think that's
Yes.
Dude, they already did this one.
Yeah. Oh well, then in that scenario, Big Wally isn't going to BlizzCon anyway. Actually, wait, hold on. I'm looking at it right now. There's no scenario where Wally and Liquid go to BlizzCon, correct?
Okay.
No.
Yeah, it's one or the other.
Oh no.
There's no win
3
barrier.
slots have been secured.
So
already. Only
that
one team
means,
makes it.
unfortunately, I'm forced to hate watch Wally, I believe.
No.
I don't want to do that.
Wait, there is. Okay, what if mandatory gets disqualified?
True.
Ooh, true.
I no idea.
Okay.
I mean, it would only disqualify them from the match. It wouldn't disqualify them from the tournament.
Yeah, what do they have to do?
Well,
to
that's what I'm saying. What if they
from
get
the
disqualified from the tournament?
Oh, okay.
What would
yeah,
it take
I
for that
like
to
what you're
happen?
cooking right now.
They have never gone that far to knock
What would it
someone out of
take?
the tournament.
Well, what if somebody's like,
Are we missing elementals?
what if somebody's like passport gets lost and they can't attend?
No, that's right. Okay.
Well, what actually happens in that case? I actually don't even know what happens.
Blizzard finds a very questionable replacement team.
Somebody in chat points out
We just choose like the next highest seeded team.
So we actually had that exact thing happen when we went to Sydney. One of the teams couldn't make it last minute. One of the, I think it was Chinese teams, maybe.
They're both Grand Spire.
There was like snafu with the travel shit like the week before the tournament. And so Blizzard just found the highest rated, like of the teams that had competed in the Australian regional, they found the high, they basically went down the list of in order of finish and just asked each team if they'd be willing to show up
I haven't had an issue with
because they were like local-ish.
Well, that's awesome.
So they were like, just went down the list and they were like, could you attend the tournament if we like pay for travel and shit like a week from now? And I think that I want to say like the number 1 team said they couldn't, but the number 2 team said yes, I think. So an Australian team ended up
added a blocked off wall on the other side.
being the
What was that?
replacement
How was I supposed to know that's not
team
fair?
in that situation.
Oh, well, there's that one, Skyreach. We got a lot of red
Now,
X's
because
on
it's
that, so let's see if we can
in
hear
the
on
United States,
Susa Oint Zine as
maybe
we
Blizzard asks
point out a few things. I'm going to say that's
the highest
right off the bat.
finishing North American team
Nexus
you're right.
in the
A1
MDI,
Venus, I don't
which
think that one's right.
I'm trying to think who that would be.
I believe a flare bat. No, there's like the bridge.
If not Liquid,
looks
I don't know who the highest
Like,
rated
Bridge looks
or who the
right.
highest finishing
That-
NA
that's
team
okay.
was. I
Those are
guess
not
maybe the
stairs.
FizzComp
Right
team.
there.
That is a
Not
ramp.
stairs.
Those are not
And the
stairs.
entrance-
Maps also look wrong.
Okay.
The entrance portal, I think, is missing too.
Oh, yep. Don't
Is
see
that all it is? Oh wow. Okay,
Oh, there
we
we go.
speed ran that one. Let's go.
The first one took a long time, but the
That's
second one we got
correct.
pretty quick. So there we go, everybody. There are the two
I think they
maps.
missed an
Lot of things
opportunity
that
on
were
this
wrong
graphic
with
to
that. A lot of other things
spell
that
out
weren't
Nexussy.
wrong about them, but that we thought might be. So thank you for playing with us, and hopefully you spotted a few yourself. And here we are with our last 2 series of the day fast approaching. But first, we have a quick break that we need to take on the desk. Now, next up,
Also,
of
we-
course, we are going to be seeing.
I hate to
some
do this to him, but we
incredible
gotta have a
action.
conversation with
We have
Zyro about this
Triple Threat
facial hair.
versus Big Lucky coming in as we get to see these
Oh,
teams
come
that
on.
honestly, I think both have real potential.
You think
to
so?
That is
upset
actually
even
full-on
top
neck beard.
teams as they face off
Yeah.
against one another, and only
Yeah, it
one
is.
left standing. Now, who's going to make it through? It's going to be anybody's guess, but you'll all have to guess with us as we come in with our predictions. Wait a few minutes, and we'll be back with you very soon.
All right, so Triple Threat, Big Lucky. Here's where we decide if this tournament has a palpable feeling of unfairness to it. If Big Lucky advances, they've earned their spot to BlizzCon. If not, at least one European team's crying foul.
What are we talking about?
This triple threat versus Big Lucky. If Big Lucky loses here, then they did not finish top 4, but they will still go to BlizzCon, and so there will be a team that feels like they got
known, like.
Yeah, but if Big Lucky wins here, then they finish top 4, and they would have naturally earned a spot at BlizzCon. So you wouldn't say it was like favoritism for the Chinese region. But if they lose here,
yeah, but they signed up knowing this.
I know, but I'm just saying, if they have a chance here to like legitimize their appearance at BlizzCon, and be like, no, we didn't need any special favors for this. We just finished top 4.
We're just like that.
You know, for one of these, it doesn't necessarily have to be like global finals or something, but maybe in like group stages. I would like to see Blizzard experiment with deaths adding no timer to the key.
Yeah, I like dying as a strategy. Because there's no... People don't ever do death skips or like, you know, any of that sort of stuff anymore. Like strategical deaths.
Or not even strategical deaths. I just think it would... like, if somebody died... Like, if we have... You know, there were several deaths in today's games that were just, like, little shitty deaths. You know, the tank didn't fucking thrash one mob and it ran over and hit somebody. Or the DH got back to the boss before the tank did and got meleeed and died. Shit like that. And it's such a small thing, and it's so, like, irrelevant for the key. Like, you know, it's like, oh, we battle res them and then kept going, and it didn't impact us at all. But you lose 15 seconds, and that could very easily be the difference between winning and losing. And I'm like, that shouldn't be a thing that makes you win or lose. Like, if you can just res the person and keep going, and you don't, like, lose out anything from it, it shouldn't make a fucking difference to who wins and loses this game.
Oh, you're saying only for the MDI?
Well, they could, I think they should at least, like, trial it out somewhere, like in a low stakes part of the tournament, maybe. But I'd like to see them at least try it and see if it doesn't improve the competition, because, or even if a team has like a relatively catastrophic several deaths, if they still manage after that to kind of regather themselves and like finish the pull that they're doing and then overtake the other team in spite of it, I don't think they should then have the additional anchor of like, oh, by the way, there's also like 45 seconds or a minute of time loss. Like, you've already been punished by having people dead on a pull, and if you can like muscle through that and still end the key faster than the other team, like, that should be celebrated and rewarded.
By virtue of being the last Chinese team standing. But there are
I can see that. It's basically just too big of a... I think like that was not made... That rule probably wasn't made for the MDI. It was probably made for live keys, right?
Yeah.
And in the MDI, it's just simply too impactful, and more matches would be interesting if it wasn't there. That's just true. Yeah, that's just straight up true.
And that would be pretty easy.
It's also about the MDI. Like, the MDI is also about perfection, right?
Then we won't know until tomorrow who's taking the 4th slot to BlizzCon, and it will be the winner of Triple Threat versus the winner of Liquid versus Auntie's Angels, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a lot hinging on this matchup, even down here in the lower bracket, and how it'll kind of set things up or determine things for our qualifiers moving forward. So thank you for the breakdown, Dratnos, and hopefully that clears it up for everybody in chat. And the Triple Threat and Big Lucky, these are both teams that honestly have had really strong performances this season, but neither have always been surefire winners in the matchups that we've seen. So Zyro, if you had to go through and identify what
I can't really stay for this whole thing.
Oh my god, you're gonna miss the best Liquid game of all time.
I know. All right.
Excuse me.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. GG, I hope Liquid wins. All right.
Yeah. Later.
We just had you titles. Let's go ahead and get you in instead.